kvällsstund. Bära i kvällsstund är ej här. Stäng inte vägen, för jag vill följa Guds folk till strid. Över berg och bylja, vägar framåt, ägar en pilgrim. Bära i kvällsstund, bära i kvällsstund är ej här. Stäng inte vägen, för jag vill följa Guds folk till strid. Över berg och bylja, vägar framåt, ägar en pilgrim. Bära i kvällsstund, bära i kvällsstund är ej
Ain't got nothing to say. Let's roll.
Hello tankers, Adam Snellgrove here. This month's What Monthly is going to be a bit different because I'm joined today by Captain Taito. You might know him from the World of Tanks Twitch channel. Over to you, Taito.
Thanks, Adam. You can expect me to be giving you all of the updates for events that are currently underway, with Adam being here to give you all of the juicy details for things that are to come. Anyway, before I yap too much, should we get going? Don't forget to test your mettle and jump into Onslaught. The current season lasts until November 9th, and don't miss out on your chance to grab this year's reward, the Ashbringer, sporting a unique and striking progressive 3D style with 4 different versions. But while you'll only be able to get your hands on that at the end of the Onslaught year, there are still plenty of rewards to be had this season, including bonds, improved equipment, and much more. Speaking of Onslaught, the AMD Onslaught Legend Series will be ongoing until November 9th, when you can tune in to the Grand Finals. You'll be able to witness a fierce battle for the championship title on both the European and American servers. It's something you do not want to miss. Make sure to tune in throughout the series, as there will be OLS Token Store tokens to be earned via Twitch drops. AMD has been upping the stakes for this season, with team members from the first and second place teams receiving the blazing fast AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT GPU. there is not long left to claim your goodies from the Babylon event. And when we say not long left, we mean it. The event finishes at the very beginning of November, so by the time this video is out, you might be down to your final few hours.
Look out for the hedgehogs!
Taito, I know that you're keen, but don't go taking over the whole video just yet. You'll see more of Taito next month, but for now, let's keep going. So, after OLS, there'll be the biggest offline tournament of the year. On November 22nd and 23rd, the ultimate boss steps into the arena, the World of Tanks Championship International, with the finals taking place on November 29 and 30. It's a live LAN event over in China, where teams from all around the world battle for glory and for cash. The prize pool is around 1.6 million yuan, which is more than $200,000. Can Hit and Run keep a hold of their crown and become champions for the third time? We will have to wait and see, because this year's competition is fierce. Tune into WCI at the end of November and grab some Twitch drops too. Due to the location of the event, streams will be happening at different times compared to what you're used to. Early morning if you're in the EU, or late at night in the NA region. And that's not all that November has in store. Get ready for a more accessible grassroots esports experience, Maneuvers. It's coming early in the month. Rally your squad and battle for epic rewards, including the long-awaited return of the Chieftain. And who knows, maybe one day your team will rise all the way to OLS and WCI. Very soon we'll be fighting for more than just glory. We'll be fighting for survival and our future in the upcoming November Battle Pass chapter. We have some cool stuff and things on the way. You can expect to see more information very soon, but in the meantime, take a guess in the comment section as to who might be joining us for the Battle Pass. Steel Hunter returns in mid-November. You can expect more fast-paced, jaw-dropping action while players fight it out to be the last person standing. We've also updated the garage interface and added some new customizations to the Steel Seal store. The hunt is on. Also, coming this November, massive battles are returning in Frontline. Expect Tier A 30v30 combat on wide-open maps, allowing opportunities for all kinds of tactics. And loads of credits to be earned. Random events will be coming to 3 more maps: Mountain Pass, Highway, and Ghost Town, bringing new opportunities for exciting tactics and gameplay. Arcade Cabinet Equalize returns for 2 weekends in mid to late November. Get ready to fight side by side with vehicles from 10 tiers. Only here can you settle the age-old question: who's stronger, the tiger or the mouse? Literally! Even though we had the release of Tier 11 with Update 2.0 in September, you won't be seeing any Tier 11s during the game mode. At least, not this time around. This November marks our first anniversary of collaborating with Boosteroid. Cast your line and hook the anniversary haul with a special commander and a full set of customization elements. Quite the catch. Other guaranteed rewards are still in place too. The Astron Rex tank, 1,000 gold, experimental equipment, and more. Not only that, the roster of premium vehicles for those who have a 6-month Boosteroid subscription will be refreshed in November. The celebrations don't stop there. November marks Poland's Independence Day. It's time to break out the bread with smallets, the perfect thing to enjoy while you check out the new 2D style for my Lewandowskiego. No Lewandowskiego? You can use the 2D style on any Polish vehicle instead. November brings Remembrance Day here in Europe, as well as Veterans Day in the United States. On November 11, we will honor both with a special in-game event featuring missions and rewards. More importantly, these days are a reminder of history and the lessons that it has taught us. Finally, November will also be bringing about Black Friday, meaning that there will be some fantastic offers in our merch store. Keep your eyes peeled for more news about the exciting offers towards the end of the month. And that's everything from us for now. Drop a like if you haven't already and leave a comment below the video. And I'll see you with Captain Taito next month. Cheerio!
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. helps change the course of climate change, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
The Onslaught Legends series Season 4 is here. But Liberty finds Jockey, and Katsai, the last one for his team, will not be able to pull the 1v3.
Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
They do complete the Cinderella story.
Let's find Aka and it's Twilight and Liberty left wondering because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket.
Aka blows up as well, and W completed 6-3 2 times in a row. OLS champion. I think North Mafia are on victory street here on Himmelsdorf. They completely rewrite the map and rewrite all of the scripts that everyone had. It's going to be them taking the finals in a 5-1 fashion.
Tune in to the action, September 30th through November 9th.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 4 Playoffs, sponsored by AMD. We've worked our way towards this moment, Moff, but today everything will be decided.
Yeah, this is the big finale. It's all been leading to this massive crescendo of the games that we've got coming up today, and it's going to be a fantastic journey. I hope we've had some absolute banger of playoff games in the past, and hopefully we're going to get more today.
If the past playoff games say anything, then today will be absolutely phenomenal. Let's put it that way. We have reached the Saturday stream on November 8th. Today we're going to have not just EU playoffs, but NA playoffs as well, Moff.
Yeah, we've got NA coming up. They haven't really featured on the stream at all. I don't think we've seen any of the OLF matches going on, but they will get their time in the sun at points during the day. We've got 2 NA matches and 2 EU matches for you.
So this is what they're going to be duking it out for, at least on the EU perspective of things, that prize pool, but not just the money is on the line here. It's more than just that is on the chopping board for today. There is, of course, on top of this prize pool, the GPUs sponsored by AMD as well, which is not just for the winner, but also for the second place team. They're going to be taking home a 9070 XT for each and every single one of them. Although if you're cashback, Moff, how does that work? Because they have only 8 players.
Does that mean that they get an extra one and then they decide they divide up the profits?
Shouldn't have said anything. Moff is already messaging one of them.
Yeah, it's like, you know, if you've got it spare, then you might as well hand it out. Maybe they could do a raffle for someone in their community to try and win that. Anyway, the bundles, is it still open for people to contribute to it right up until the end?
Yeah, I think it's open until November 9th or 10th.
Yeah, so you can still contribute to that prize pot. Of course, you can't buy the Oracle bundle anymore to upgrade to that golden style if you predict the correct winner, but you can still contribute to that prize pot. And you can still collect those drops, and we have got a lot of them. This is like Super Sunday, Super Weekend of drops collection for you at home. You're going to get twice as many as you did in any of the previous streams, which means that you can get all of those stuff that's in the inventory that you want. We've also got mystery drops, so that's the chance to get various premium tanks, premium time, mentoring things, mentoring license. I've never actually used one of those, so I don't know exactly how it works. But
it's very simple. You just it's like there's a button for it. You click it, and then you can just convert one crew into the other. Use case, for example, Moff, if you have an old crew that doesn't have 0 skills and you want to, one-up it, you can merge that into a new crew member, for example. So it's all around a pretty nice thing to have, or just old crew that you don't use anymore, that you don't see a purpose for. Very nice to have. And yeah, the token earnings, 10 today, 10 tomorrow, mystery drops on top of it. There's a little bit for anybody and everyone to collect in that regard. There is, of course, the token store, which is where you guys are going to be looking mainly towards the Lance and Sea, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to be topping your tokens all the way up to the top to get that tier 8 premium, which is definitely a valuable asset for anyone to have in this game for that credit making potential. I believe Frontline's going on right now, so definitely going to be useful in that mode.
Yeah, Frontline is happening right now, but what's also happening right now is our leaderboard. This is how the regular season ended. Hit and run. Almost flawless record.
It's not updated. They should be on 35 points, I think.
Well, almost flawless record nonetheless, as they have 1 loss and 11 wins, leading them to be first in the regular season, which gets rewarded with a slot in the upper bracket final immediately. Weekend, then the unlucky team that was in 4th, well, unlucky is maybe not the right term, they are going to be starting it off from the lower bracket. But if W, who are not with us, has shown anything, is that you can win an entire OLS season from the lower bracket.
Yeah, you can, and it is possible to make that miracle run. But the reason I knew instantly that the table was wrong, because I wrote down specifically hit and run 35 points. That is the points record for a regular season and win record as well. They have an 11-1 record in the OLS.
So we're going to be kicking it off with Cashback versus Mafia, then Dopamine versus Verbology. So we have the NA teams facing off. And then we don't know who it's going to be. We know Weekend is one of the teams, but we don't know who they're going to be playing.
Weekend versus the mystery underscore. Can you guess who it's going to be? That's going to be between the loser of this match, between Cashback and Mafia. The loser will get relegated into that lower bracket, and they'll have to play later today on stream for elimination, for survival.
Yeah, you don't want to be in that position at all. If you're a participating member, you want to put yourself in that finals against hit and run immediately.
Yeah, just for your own security in the tournament as well. And maybe it's an opportunity for you to test your mettle up against the team which is no doubt the favorite for this competition. Mafia and Cashback, I think we're both looking at those two as the next in line to the crown here, to become champions. And maybe this match today will give us an indication of which out of these two is probably more likely to make a challenge.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Moff, but I'm still very much believing in Mafia to bring home my Oracle Bundle prediction.
I don't know what I can really say about that. I mean, it's the playoffs, right? Anything can happen. And we've seen that the team that dominates the regular season isn't necessarily the one that wins in the end. But given Hit and Run's form and how they've stacked up, particularly against Cashback and Mafia, I'm also fairly confident in my Oracle Bundle prediction that Hit and Run will win.
Sure. My pick and bans, however, Ensk is the first ban from Cashback. They have had seasons where they played a lot. This season all around, they didn't seem to shy away from it, but here against Mafia, they have opted not to mess with it. Mafia then removing Siegfried Line, well, no business on that one, and that means that Morvanka is going to be the first map between these two Moff. If and when Morvanka ends, we will move into Pilsen after that. And if Pilsen isn't enough for you, which it's guaranteed not to be, because in a best of 9 you have to play 3 maps, there is no avoiding it whatsoever, we're going to Sun River, which I would say is historically like a Cashback favorite kind of map. And then last but not least for regular time, Moff is going to be Ghost Town.
Yeah, you know, it's a best of 9, right? So we have to go quite deep into the map pools for both of these teams. Interesting thing of note for me about the map pick and ban is both of these teams permaban Westfield. So or they don't play it. They didn't play a single game of it in the entire season. So I was actually surprised that Mafia banned Westfield, given that they know that Cashback also doesn't like to play it. So perhaps that's indicating that Mafia literally have nothing prepared in case Cashback just did a surprise pick.
Maybe, you know, maybe they expected Cashback to be holding something back. You know, they've been furiously training Westfield for the whole season for this one moment, and then they don't get to play it. But you know, no matter what, maybe they can play it in the lower bracket if they end up losing. But Morvanka is going to be the first one between these two. What kind of a pace are we expecting leading into this match?
I think both teams like to play this one kind of slow, but Mafia's lineup would suggest otherwise. It's going to be Triple BZ, CS63, E50M, 140, and a Bliskowitzer.
In return, Cashback, a little bit more well-rounded. Kano, E5, Batchat, E50, K91, EBR, and an RHM.
Yeah, look at that. Double Bounty Hunter ability tank, the can opener, and the T110 E5. We did see the E5 being brought out on the last day of the regular season, but I think you and I can both agree we thought that was more of like a troll pick, because those games they didn't matter, basically. So the E5 being brought out in an actual playoff game shows that they do think it's a legitimate pick, and, you know, in random battles it is definitely a tank to be feared. And that Bounty Hunter ability buff could come in handy here. Comrade going aggressive into the mid-strike in the beginning. Mafia making moves. They're going straight into the cap with Triple BZ.
They have taken over the cap. They're taking the mid-strike as well. Liberty will take the information tower. Nobody to stop them from that. The E5 taking a shot on the cross, but so far, I think the realization here for Cashback is that's a lot of cap pressure. They haven't been able to deny it just yet. Aka does find a good reset on the back of Conrad, though, with that EVR sneakily getting that one out. Vladislav now crossing. In the meantime, Little getting on towards the strike, and Brainbreaker looking for the reset. But who is going to do it? Is it going to be Vladislav? No, it's going to be Brainbreaker, actually, from the back lines, finding the first reset. Now Vladislav needs to be careful still in that E5, taking a little bit more damage. Liberty will take the strike, though, so far so good in terms of controlling the pressure from this cap. YOLO, Yuzek, and Rexar got to do something now. Rexar already boosting to dodge the strike. The strike gets used. Shots taken more. I do not believe that this cap right now is one that Mafia will be able to complete.
Yeah, now that is going to play straight into the hands of Cashback, as Mafia are going to press the go button. Can opener in G1 is providing crossfire right now, but Mindbreaker is the one that's under pressure. He is the one that Mafia have decided they want to push on towards, and he's tried to run away, tried to get into some sort of cover behind a house, even trying to break distance slightly further. Is it enough to stall it out? Vladislav is also dangerously low in the middle in his E5, going to go down shortly. Yuzek manages to find that kill, so the first advantage for Mafia in this one, and they've still got Mindbreaker to go as well. They're going to be able to find that kill relatively for free as well. They're being traded off. The EBR's trying to snipe from the back, but that's not a tank that has great damage output. And now Mafia with the two-gun advantage. Comrade is still alive on a one-shot. They're starting to repressure the forest as well.
They have to converge upon these tanks while they still have the opportunity to do so. The plane comes out. Willkeeper Fu spotted. Little now backing away on reload. And round number one looking good for Mafia in terms of the kill department, but the HP, they're starting to trail there. YOLO taking a shot down towards the one-shot. Conrad a one-shot as well. Rexar locked in a 1v1 against Twilight. Twilight will not have any issues with that. Gets that double even as well on towards Rexar, putting him into the one-shot range. Aka coming out in that EBR, potentially to help Twilight. Rexar with the heal does put himself past that 420 marker for the can opener. So if Aka doesn't hit the shot here, Rexar might be doing one more. But Aka finds Conrad. Yeah, Aka finds Conrad. Twilight with a double as well, like you said. Finds another, and now even Stevens on number of guns. But that double light, can it be effective?
Yeah, but look at Mafia. The HP, they're down 4,000 here. They need to try and push and try and get Brainbreaker out of the game immediately, but Kono is getting crossfired. Little sniping at the back in his Batcher is going to get a full clip out relatively for free. I think he just bounced one shot down to 30 HP. Kono and Little actually doesn't find the kill. Now Yuzek is pushing in as well, and he's found Liberty. Liberty's HP, it starts to drop, and Little's on reload right now, so he can't actually support his RHM, but Yuzek commits in too far, doesn't manage to find that kill. That would have been a huge pickup for Mafia despite the lack of HP, but now at this point it looks like they've traded too much, they've bled too much HP. I don't think they're going to be able to hold on.
No, it doesn't look like Mafia in the first round will find much as Liberty makes a kill or check. Gets picked up by Little, so the double L's committing and killing. Profuse now driving in, and Mafia, they tried to scab, but Cashback seemed in control of those resets the whole time.
Yeah, it did look like they had everything under control. I mean, it got kind of close right down to 0 seconds, but still, oh, you know, a little bit of stress.
Yeah, but it didn't look like they didn't overcommit to try and reset. You know, like to send the 50M close or drive super close with the Kano. They were like, okay, well, the guys from the force have to reset. If they don't, then we lose anyways.
Yeah, it's definitely good from Cashback, and we have seen them play this kind of way before, where they like to just play passive and prevent the base capture going through.
It was a yeah. And then the push off, I don't know if they even expected the can opener in the back. But then there was a lot of bounces on the E5 still, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, 1300 blocked, just the 2. Sometimes the E5's armor can be a little bit tricky.
I mean, that's double BZ shot that bounced him. It was the double BZ when they pushed over the 3 line. They bounced with 2 of them, so that's, you know, that's the worst thing to have bounce on the one-shot E5. So, because it takes the E50M longer to die, they lose more HP, gives the can opener more time to move in. But they did a really good job from Cashback's side to disengage the whole time, though.
Yeah, you have to excuse me for a minute. Yeah, good stuff from Cashback to pick up the first round. And I think this is important for them to take first Muravanka, really. Because the maps coming up, Pilsen is heavily favoring Mafia.
So you think it's heavily favoring Mafia when we go there? I'm going to be honest, when I'm looking at my predictions, I mean, we were all very similar, though. We all kind of expect Mafia to come out ahead, except for Baby. He expects Cashback to come out ahead. 5-3s across the board, almost. I thought it was closer than that. 5-4 is what I'm going to go for, because it's just, I don't know, I feel like when it comes to the playoffs, high stakes match, I don't know if either of the 2 teams is really going to be able to excel away from the other. I feel like it's going to be blow for blow, neither team really finding their footing and running away with it, because neither of the 2 teams are very momentum based by what I feel, not something like Hit and Run or W where vibes matter more. Not sure what you think of this Moff.
I don't really know. I think both of these teams, I don't think the vibes are necessarily that important. The only thing I really have on like mental is questioning Mafia in the clutch more than anything. And maybe Cashback a little bit, just because these new players that came in for the team, I don't think we've really had to talk about them like that much in terms of like standing out, particularly like doing any important rounds, if you know what I mean. So I don't know. I think that's my main question going forwards, is not necessarily how these 2 teams perform against each other, but how are they going to perform against Hit and Run, who we know are good in the clutch.
Yeah, and if Hit and Run runs away with a match, I don't think you're getting it back. So, no, but that's stuff not even for today. Stuff for tomorrow altogether. Cashback this time around, though, changing it up. Double BZ, IS4, W50M, Object 140, and an RHM.
Meanwhile, Mafia going with that trusty Tasak. They brought it out at the end of the last play day, right? And that obviously the Tasak with that autocannon can just spray and pray and get the reset on that radar tower. Triple E50M rather, 140 plus the double BZ. It's definitely an indication of something aggressive again. Cashback, I mean, the lineups don't really differ that much, to be honest. Both teams have got a light and BZs and E50Ms, but the IS4 is probably the most noteworthy thing that we've got coming into this one. IS4 is probably going to go towards middle and try and be really awkward to deal with. Profuse actually does get that radar tower in the beginning of the game, takes a shot of damage, but still, the info is there.
That's very important info, because it allows them to push straight through. They're not stopping here. They're going for Brain Breaker, who's in a little bit of trouble. his whole team will reinforce. It's going to be a brawl here on the 3 line. You can see the 140, the BZ, the E50M of Vladislav all making their way there. Liberty still in that B1 crossfire. Mafia looking for the punch, looking for the knockout. How many does it hit? Looked big, but it only hits 2 at the end. Could have been even a little bit better, but the fight here erupts. Orchek low, Rex are low as well. Liberty very annoying from behind. Aka now coming in as well, and it looks like a repush from Cashback. They want these E50Ms. They've come to save Brain Breaker, and now they're coming to take away the lives of Rexar and Orchek. But the focus missing for a mere second, but with Liberty and Vladislav coming in as well, that RHM and the E50M making some kills, but the 140 is dead as well from the side of Cashback, and all the tanks from Mafia are in the fight right now, which is a little bit different when you look at Liberty still shooting from the back lines. Cashback, however, will readjust back into a position where the RHM can start closing the distance and be more productive even.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally fine for Cashback because they can just bait in towards Liberty, so he is essentially shooting the whole time, but this is a good focused fire from the side of Mafia trying to get that kill on Vladislav, but YOLO's on reload right now, so Profuse is going to have to overpeak in the 140, and he does manage to connect that kill. The Inspire tank is still alive here, remember that's a lot of DPM, and Mindbreaker is now the next focus for the side of Mafia. YOLO is clipping away in his Tasak rather, sorry. He's clipping away in his Tasak. I don't know if that was HE on towards Liberty, but Liberty decided to push forwards, and that proved to be a very costly mistake, because now it's just Twilight in a 1 versus 2. Liberty pushing forwards could have cost his team everything there, and look at YOLO. He is spraying and praying. He has got total free farm on Twilight. Twilight spinning in circles, trying to find the connection, and even if he does, YOLO has so much HP to go around, and the whole time he's baiting for Kono.
Yeah, that was a HG clip from YOLO on towards the back of Liberty there. We did about 1.5. It's unachievable with AP or APCR. So Mafia come out ahead. And I feel like Liberty there felt the pressure of wanting or needing to get involved into the fight. But drives out at the least opportune timing. And as a result of that, YOLO gets a free clip.
Yeah, Liberty definitely felt under pressure there to try and get involved in the game, but I mean, he didn't. It's not really his fault, though, is it? Because he was just in crossfire the whole time, shooting away at the back of the E50Ms. At one point there was like the BZs. I think there was well, it wasn't a miscommunication, but one of them decided to try and focus the one-shot E50 and actually just low-rolled the shot, which was very unfortunate. Kono alive, the 7K. Can't really ask much more than that, only bouncing just the one shot. The Tasak actually ended up doing 4.6, which is really out of the ordinary.
Let's remove 1.5k from Liberty because of the HE clip, and he still does 3k. Yeah, that's an entire tank.
Yeah, but two of those clips were just farming Twilight at the end as well. So, like, really, like, up until the last minute of the game, YOLO hadn't really done a whole lot, and then suddenly he gets 3 big clips.
Yeah, and the one of the highlight differences here that I do believe we can make is if you look at this lineup on the left and the lineup on the right, there is this one saving grace for Mafia in this kind of brawl, and it's simply the fact, Mof, that they have 3 E50Ms. Cashback has 2 E50Ms. They both die, right? The Inspire also died really early. To do note, like the Inspire for Cashback died really early, like I think first or second tank even. But simply the fact that they have one more of those mediums that does DPM over Cashback means that they lose the same amount of DPM mediums, but they still have Kono, like the extra one.
Yeah, and I don't know how the Inspire tank first got deleted by Mafia, how they were able to get that kill, because it seemed like, I think you would agree, that it seemed like Cashback had basically the objectively better positions for most of that engagement. They were even trading better initially as well, I thought. I don't
know if I agree with Cashback re-pushing on the E50Ms.
You think they should have just abandoned it?
I don't think they should. I think they should fight as a blob, while Liberty is just farming from behind the whole time, because those E50Ms from Mafia...
I'll just sit hold down in front of them.
Yes, because those E50Ms from Mafia, the low HP ones, have to play such a careful game over all the tanks. Because they're like round either a one shot or one was one shot, the other one was 1k HP. You know as well that in your E50M then you can't really make brave peaks anymore. And if you do, you get shot by the RHM.
Yeah.
While you can protect your 140, your E50M, you can protect them the whole time with the BZs as a sort of body block, right?
Yeah, I think the point about the fact that Liberty's in crossfire, once the E50Ms go low, you're absolutely right. They have to kind of just sit low, and then they can't really get involved in the game. So perhaps you're right. If Cashback just sort of sit there and just try to slow down the battle, give Liberty more time to play, because ultimately, like at the end, we were almost criticizing Liberty because he needed to get involved, but that's because his team forced the engagement, right? He had to be more aggressive because they were forcing the fight.
Yeah, they forced the secondary fight by repushing on the 50Ms. So I think Cashback, if they don't repush, they straight up just win the game off of Liberty farming from behind.
It's been a great start for them, though, taking 2-0 on Miravanka. Both these teams actually, I mean, Cashback more so, they've played Miravanka 11 times. Whereas Mafia have only played it 5, and I think those 5 times that they did play it were like in the early stages in Phase 1 against some of those weaker teams. So the fact that Cashback come out strong on their own map pick, their first map pick, 2-0, we'll have to see if Mafia can do the same in return.
2-0, Moff?
Wait.
2-1?
Oh,
what?
Yeah, I'm going crazy. Don't worry.
Bro, you're cooked. What the hell? Cashback on Pilsen with a current scoreline of 1-1 is going to be picking an IS-4, double T57, a Type, an E50M, a Fush B, and an RHM.
It's early days, Decker. We got a long way to go here, so we'll just power up slowly. Anyway, Mafia, BZ, double 57 heavy, Type 5, E50, E4, and Kono in the EBR. I hope you didn't read out that lineup because I am indeed cooked right now.
No, I did Cashback, don't worry.
Okay, we're safe. We're safe then. That would have been doubling down on total confusion going on here. But Kono, his signature tank, going aggressive in the EBR, as he always loves to do. But look how passive Cashback are. Liberty and Mindbreaker just sitting in a bush. So he does get the spot on Mindbreaker though, so that's a little bit of information provided. But Kono is confident enough that means that he can take the coal pile strike for free.
It's double strike for free though. It's middle for free?
And radar tower maybe? No, it gets denied.
I think the radar tower would be way too brave anyways, no? I mean, Conrad is going to try and take it, but he needs to be really careful. Liberty spots it out, puts a plane. Doesn't seem to have hit the shot against Conrad though.
No one's actually ready to shoot it apart from Liberty right now. Oh, he gets blind fired as well, and Kono gives another shot. So Liberty gets caught out by Mafia there, and I think Liberty wanted to save a plane to deny the radar tower. Ends up just taking 2 shots of damage. Takes another one from Kono, who's doing bits right now. He's doing some great work on the field in his EBR, but they don't know about the Fosh B, who's currently sitting in A0. Meanwhile, Cashback pushing up in the center of town. Aka, he doesn't know. Orzhek is right there. It's a trap. It's beautiful. T57 heavies unloading the clip. Rexar's going to flank from behind and surely get this kill.
I mean, Rexar coming in from behind. They're not even struggling with this kill. A strike comes out from the side of Mafia on towards that location as well. Twilight now in a lot of trouble. His T57 has fallen. And there's 2 coming for him. Orchek and Rexar, that's a strike coming out as well on towards them. It's a good strike from Cashback, but when you lose 2 tanks for this kind of engagement, how much is a 2-man strike really worth? Kono taking a shot from Liberty, who's repressuring the field, but even that is going to be a tough one for Liberty. It's a 2-shot to H3 of Kono, which rolls about 500 on average. And in the meantime, his teammates are getting overrun, so even if he does somehow manage to kill Kono, which would be pretty hard, and he misses that one, the rest of his team in the city is in disarray. Little left to his own devices. Profuse is already behind him. Conrad Yodo pressuring from one angle, and the Type and T57s are chasing down the one singular T57 before Vladislav on that corner explodes. Little will go to the grave as well, and Brainbreaker not faring much better. Pilsen, you said it. It's going to be heavily Mafia favored, and so far round number 1 proves that, as it's a masterclass from Mafia and a disaster from Cashback.
Yeah, that push, the timing, everything was just so very wrong. It couldn't really go much worse than that unless they all just got Amaraked immediately trying to push into the city. But Mafia win everywhere, all across the map. They don't lose a single engagement. Kono's still alive. They won the coal piles. They won the city. They won middle. Everything going in their favor. And to your point, going back to what I was saying it's 2-0 for Cashback. I thought like taking 1-1 split would be good anyway, just to be clear. So I was thinking, oh, 2-0, that would be amazing. But it still being 1-1 was okay. But at the moment, this is going as expected for me. I thought we'd split the first map 1-1 because both teams quite like to play Miravanka. And then I'm thinking that Mafia will take this one 2-0 on Pilsen.
Mm-hmm. And then Cashback take 2-0. And then 1-1, and we go to tiebreaker.
Maybe. Well, that's in line with your prediction. I would imagine.
I cannot lose here, Moff. If Mafia wins, I'm happy, you know?
Yeah. Well, Vladislav is not having a good time, though. Just the one shot fired in his Fosh B. That's quite interesting that he managed to only fire one shot before he died. But, yeah, it's just a sign of just how that round went for Cashback, really. Just unable to get anything done. And anytime they did try to do something, they just got farmed.
2-1 for Mafia, and this was such a good round for them as well. Kono with EBR, even if Liberty did reset the radio tower for a mere second, it's like at the same time, what does it really matter? You know, like he took so much damage for that. They lost so much control in the beginning of the game for this passive stance, losing 2 strikes, 1 in the middle, 1 on the east for free. And then they tried to recover pushing the city, but like, even if they were all 3 there, I think Mafia still wins this off of the back of the 900 damage that would come out of the double strike, hitting at the same time, the Type 5 driving in a double T57 in favorable positions. So it was always kind of trouble.
And denial of information isn't necessarily taking an advantage for yourself, right? And Mafia, they had information anyway because of how aggressive Kono is on the coal piles. He cleared it fully. So even though they don't get the radar tower, it didn't really matter because they had at least a pretty good idea of the positions anyway. So did he save the plane at the start, or did he use the plane and immediately get another one?
I don't remember. Can ask me this kind of difficult questions, Moff.
Yeah, it's true. It's not, it's one of those like micro details with the light tank 1v1s, and even just other tanks as well, like the timing of when you use your ability at the start of the round, and then when you get to the critical point, especially in something like a Fosh B, if you don't have that ability charged to level 3 before you go into an engagement, it can be pretty nasty sometimes.
Yes, it can be very, very nasty. Now, moving into the next Pilsen, Cashback, changing it up again, 140, double Fosh B, triple E4, and an RHM.
Meanwhile, Mafia going with a BZ, a Type 5 Heavy, CS, double Fosh B, E4, and also an RHM. So Cashback going for the E4s as basically their pseudo-heavy tanks. Type 5 still being brought. I feel like we're seeing less and less Type 5s the longer the season goes on for. I think teams are recognizing that the E4 is still kind of the king of just holding an angle and shooting at your opponent, because even though it's got less HP, you've still got Juggernaut ability, which is really nice.
Which lineup do you like more, though?
Cashbacks, personally. They've got an Inspire, they've got double Fosh B for rotation, they've got triple E4 for holding, and then they've still got the light as well. Profuse taking control of that mid-strike, and he will actually get that, because his team has the coal piles. So again, Mafia is getting 2 strikes for free before anything really even happens, and Cashback giving away a lot of control, essentially for free.
Again, though, Moff. That's the second time around they're giving up all of this control.
Yeah, and Liberty's doing the same thing as he did in the last round. He's just kind of hanging around near the radar tower, just waiting, hoping that someone's going to try and go for it. And maybe this is like some counter-stratting idea from Cashback. Maybe they saw something, they see that their opponent likes to go for the radar tower, but it's not happening right now.
But you lose so much control over the map though when you do this kind of style.
Yeah, look how passive Brainbreaker is as well. Just all the way in the corner, baiting for some sort of trap.
You know what's my worry with this? Is strike control. There's no reason. There's no reason. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no reason for Mafia to even go for it right now, to do anything with what they're doing altogether. Just chill out, wait, gather the strikes. You have the BZ in the middle that can always use his strike whenever he wants to, when the mid one comes up, because he'll always get another one. And you can just hold on to the ones gathered in the east.
Yeah, and right now, the way it's looking with the double Fosh B pushing up, Brainbreaker may be in a trap, but he is just one Fosh B. And Mindbreaker's not... He's only one tank as well. Sure, it's a 140, but Cashback is so spread out with everyone right now. Rexar gets spotted in the Fosh B. Kano doesn't though, so that's going to give the game away a little bit. I don't think that they would imagine that Rexar pushes up by himself, but it's still lack of information. The cap is on the Cashback, but again, with double strikes available, as you mentioned, it's not really a problem here. Brainbreaker in this trap, how much is he going to get done? I think he got spotted. The radar tower was used and collected by Mafia, so Brainbreaker's trap, he's been waiting so patiently, but the game is up.
Rexar is actually just going to go for it, I guess, at the end of the day. In this Forge B, they're going to trade it out. Rexar pops his ability. Kono pops his ability as well. They're going to try and blow him up. They're going to try and go through this heal altogether as well. It still takes a second or two longer before he starts healing. He will not get into the healing segment of his ability. The double Forge B proves too strong. He wanted to do something because he felt so useless after getting revealed. He goes forward, but forward means death in this case, as Mafia on round number 2 of Pilsen is putting down sort of a similar display as round number 1 altogether. Profuse will fall to Liberty, but they're losing the complete eastern side of the map. When Mindbreaker falls in that 140, it should be Mafia favored, but it's not over just yet. Rexar kind of driving past Mindbreaker. This will
reload.
Yeah, this will take a lot of damage for him. Honestly, more than a lot, like a tremendous amount if Mindbreaker keeps this up together with Liberty. Mindbreaker instead going for YOLO, but Kono picks it up. Not that much. Conrad wanted to come in as well. Maybe, you know, a slight overreaction because this HP has swung heavily.
Yeah, and he's kind of stuck there now. He might even die from an E4 shot behind just the track that comes in, but that HE shot from Little, 1.1k, the E4 high explosive rounds are nasty. Vladislav now pushing in his E4, Ozhek trying to get into some sort of face hug, make it a little bit more difficult. Aim is shot, connects it. I don't know if that came in just before the heal cycle began. That would have counted as damage reduction on the shell, but no, we end up in a place where Cashback actually have the advantage. I think Mafia just threw away so much HP needlessly, as we saw on the screen. And we've had this before, though, both of these teams in a late game scenario.
If YOLO finds a singular shot against Vladislav, he's going to die to the strike.
And he's spotted. YOLO, does he get it? He does. That means he's a one-shot now. YOLO, maybe he wants to try and get him to get the kill.
No, he didn't.
But the strike does find the kill. He does connect on it. I don't know if it had to have been a big strike because he had 3.
No, yeah, it was the big strike from the east. He took that one. Little also still on a one-shot. It's not ideal for Cashback at all. Like, they have to force the cap now because they know that currently, if the strike gets taken in the east and Little resets, it's over.
Oh, the timing for Little is very unfortunate, though. He just looked away from this corner, and Rexar doesn't connect the first one, but he does on the second. Little with a tiny opportunity to do a flick shot there. 10 seconds left on the cap, but there's no strikes available. It's like you said, YOLO's going to have to get a reset, and he does. That's a very important shot from YOLO, saving the round for Mafia, temporarily alleviating that cap pressure. Going to go for a peek from a different angle now as well, get another reset, and Liberty just getting farmed with HE right now. They're going to push forward Cashback. They're going to try and go for Kono, but I'm not sure that they have enough guns. They don't have the reload to kill Kono before he starts his healing cycle, so he's going to go up over a one-shot for one of the E4s. Twilight on 8 HP gets picked up by Rexar. Liberty is down to just 86 points of health after getting farmed in the cap circle, which means YOLO has an easy kill, and in the end it all comes crumbling down, and Mafia, it looks easy in the end, but it definitely wasn't.
There's something to note there at the very end, which I think many of you will have missed. They had the burst to kill the first B. They had it, but Aka bounced the shot coming around the corner. They had Liberty 320, double E4, 1.5, so 1.8, just too little, but they also had the strike. And 3 out of the 4 things connected successfully, only Aka didn't. That means, that's a big difference though, because that means the first B gets 6 shells out.
And they have to waste more time killing him as well with another shot.
And they all die in the process of reloading, basically.
Yeah. And that allows Rexar to come in behind, but I think YOLO at the end really made the difference. He got, not only did he get the important reset, but he just farmed Liberty of all of his HP before he even knew what was happening.
So, 3-1 for Mafia. Your script is working well so far, Moff.
Yeah, it's all going according to plan, but you know, it's the playoffs and anything can happen. So it can all be completely flipped on its head. I'm not sure what the next map is. I believe it's going to be Sand River, which is another good map for Mafia. It's another good map for Cashback, to be honest. Like the pick and ban between both of these teams, it's actually like kind of almost like a peace treaty, a bit of a truce, because neither of them, they both have like the same maps that they don't necessarily like to play. They both don't really want to play Ensk. They both want to play Pilsen. They both want to play Muravanka. Even though Pilsen is Mafia's best map in their pool, Cashback still have to pick into it because it's one of their maps as well.
When I think of Sand River, I feel like I would almost favor Cashback. Because they once upon a time set the meta on it. Yeah,
they did. But I'll just give you the stats. It's actually very close. Cashback have played it 8 times, 75% win rate. Mafia played it 9 times with 78% win rate.
So they're both pretty good Sand River teams.
It's basically even Stevens, as far as the stats are concerned. But there is also like digging deeper into that in that maybe one of the teams farmed against phase one opposition, like the likes of Vortex and Kirilo. That's also a possibility. But I don't think it's a bad take to say that you think Cashback are possibly going to be slightly more favored here. Whether it's strong enough an advantage to take the map 2-0, I don't think so. I don't think they're as strong on Sand River as Mafia are on Pilsen.
So, what are you thinking, like a 1-1?
Yeah, I think another 1-1 split.
I mean, so far, like the last game, I thought Mafia was well ahead, but then some mistakes happen, you know? Rex are a bit over-eager against the 140. I think over-eager is what it is, right? Then the CS getting caught off guard altogether. But they were never really in a bad spot, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of the HP for Cashback at the end of that last round ended up being mostly on Liberty, and the tanks were, even though they were up HP and up in guns, they were just out of position. But Pilsen is in the bin. That is in the past. Cashback down 3-1. Can they hit back here on Sand River? They're going to be bringing double BZ, IS-7, double E50, a 140, and an RHM.
Mafia, triple BZ, AX, E50M, double K91 Moff, so no light tanks.
Yeah, that's definitely an oddity, for sure. We've seen double K91 by Mafia before, and I think you'll remember they just start spamming the cap with HE rounds at the beginning of the round, just destroying all of the buildings, so that the base capture attempt is just not a possibility in the slightest. This is very weird though from Cashback. We're climbing up with BZs at the start of the rounds. Perhaps it's some sort of pathing that they want to take to be unspotted for as long as possible, but Aka still takes a shot from Rexar. Good connection by him to put in that shot. Now Aka's trying to capture the strike in middle, but I think he's playing a bit of a dangerous game here because Mafia, they're going to be able to have shots on him. He is unspotted, of course, because there's no light tank, but is YOLO going to be able to connect the shot? No, he goes for Vladislav instead. Vladislav getting caught, pushing forwards.
A lot of damage, though.
And they're committed here in the EE50M. They need to run away because the entire Mafia lineup is just going to push towards them.
Mafia is indeed just coming. They completely gave up the base mob, and normally would say it's not that great, right, because of the crown area. But in this case, when Vladislav taking all of this damage down to a 779, giving up the base is perfectly fine, right? If it works out like this, it's pretty good. Vladislav now wants to cross, needs to be careful. He's going to take one more. It's actually Little taking the damage. He's down to 1.1 now. The strike gets picked up as well. YOLO healing, Kono even a little bit. Little and Vladislav are still running. The BZs are pushing down the middle for the side of Cashback in return, but they are only going to be dueling it off against another BZ of Rexar, who needs to extend his life while his teammates make the rotation, and he's perfectly fine right now.
Yeah, they can't even kill him. He has the high ground, and more importantly, because there's no K-line presence from Cashback, he can't get shot in the back of the head. So he's totally fine to just sit here. And if you're Cashback now, it's a bit of a problem. You've got double BZ stuck in the waterbed, and that is like a prime target for repushing if you're Mafia.
The thing is, though, I like Cashback's, how to say,
they're going for it.
Bit more passive now, hoping that the light can bring them victory. Aka spots it out, sees the push. Liberty hits the plane, spots Gain anyone's rolling in. There is a strike available on Brainbreaker. This one should be a big one for it to matter. It's going to land on Kono and Orchek. Does it hit on 2? No, it only hits on 1. And that is not what you want from that strike. And Aka now feeling the music, feeling the pain, getting flanked from every side, dies. And now Twilight trying to back away, trying to go up, but he needs some support. But where is everybody? The E50Ms are in the base. He's taking damage crossing. That's a perfect strike. Picture perfect even. Brainbreaker is from above, but what is he gonna do? That's an IS-7, not known for its DPM altogether. A strike being picked up by YOLO, but Yuzek's gonna kill him the old-fashioned way with a bullet to the head. Is the removal of Little in the 50M, and the rest of the round looking rather dire again for Cashback. Yeah, the PZ's in the mid stuck, able to get repushed, burst damage just not there. And for Mafia Moth, it felt like so far this match is cruising. Yeah, one round of Muro didn't go their way, but even that one had potential. But now it's looking like a 4-1.
Yeah, that one round that Cashback, or the Mafia, the Cashback won back on Miravanka. Totally lost about that map. I just completely forget about it. Profuse going to pick up this kill on towards Brainbreaker. Doesn't need the support of Rexar or Kono, and that just leaves 3. 3 versus 5. And the fact that Mafia played without a light tank, they may have lacked information, but it didn't end up mattering, really. They just had the firepower to make the pushes they wanted. And Cashback, even though they were the ones that had more information available, they were the ones that were caught out on the K-line. The EE50M just bleeding down so low for free, Mafia couldn't believe their luck.
Yeah, especially because Mafia was fully orientated towards the K-line, right? Which normally would say is difficult, because if those E50Ms do not allow themselves to get called, you lose the crown, you lose every position almost, except for the K-line itself, and then you have problems, right? Because you cannot do anything without being spotted by the light. But if you give up over, I think 3k damage on those 2 tanks, which they are then forced to play ultra passive, and of course it's going to be pretty bad for your team.
Yeah, it turns out losing almost 2 tanks worth of full HP is generally not a good idea. Kono just playing for control right now. He knows where Liberty is. He's just blocking any sort of escape route. And at the moment, Cashback, it's really the only thing you can do right now is just waste a bit of time. And I don't think that this is going to be even close to one of the fastest rounds. So a complete non-factor here in terms of tiebreaker rules. And you are so far away from a tiebreaker right now, it's not even worth thinking about. You're going to have to go game by game, because Mafia are in some prime form right now.
I mean, anything could happen, Moff. I don't want to think that far yet. but I'm not really, the Cashback does a hit and run. In 3 rounds in a row, bring it to tiebreaker. Where's the problem?
Well, that is something that I was going to mention briefly. Is it's quite, it's definitely worth bringing up. That round in Phase 2, that match in Phase 2, where Mafia were 3-0 up against their Polish pals, their buddies from Hit and Run, and everything looked amazing, right? Pretty much identical to how it's going right now. Everything looked great. Everything's chill. Everything's working out perfectly. You're on match point. You've got to close it out now. You've got to close it out. And this is like one of my concerns with the team like Mafia is, do you have the clutch gene? Are you actually able to finish off your opponent?
Well, if they were playing against Hit and Run, I would say no, because last time they played against them, they ended up losing the next 2 rounds. So we'll go to tiebreaker and lost that one as well. Finishing off your opponent is also part of the skill set, of course, that you need to be able to control. They need to put them down now.
They do need to put them down. Do you think it's only a versus a hit and run type of issue, and they won't have that same problem against Mafia? Cashback.
I think so.
Aye.
Man, it's too early to be this cooked, Moff, no?
Too early. Well, maybe I'm working in reverse today.
I'm just like a little confused, you know? I don't know, it's Cashback so far doesn't seem to be in the match at all, though.
No, I think you're absolutely right, and even that one round they did get on Miravanka, that was still a pretty close game. I think that was the only one where they really looked in control at all, and it's not ideal. And we said Sand River, or you thought Sand River would be the map where Cashback could, pick up some rounds. That's not happened so far. They lost the first one. Even if they win the next one, they're still going to be down 2 match points.
I honestly thought they were going to win 2-0 on Sun River. So whatever happens after is not something I considered. I thought they would end up playing Sun River here and win 2 rounds, and we would be 3-3 going into the last map, which is just like a 1-1, and then we go to a tiebreaker. So if that happens, Moff minus the Sun River, then Mafia wins 5-2.
I mean, I'd love to see it go to tiebreaker just for the cinematic effect of it. And do you remember those season 3 playoffs? I think basically every match, apart from the grand final, was a tiebreaker. So, and that's the nature of the playoffs. If you don't, the pressure is on at this moment, and I think Mafia have enough of a buffer that it's not going to be a problem. They have enough opportunities to close it out that they should get it over the line. And I just don't believe that Cashback has the same presence as they once did, the same level of firepower as before. I don't believe in the comeback.
Moff is a hater. You hate it here first. But maybe he is right. That would be the other side. However, Cashback not about to give up without a fight, and fighting is what the lineup screams. I7, Quaddy 50M and STRV, and then RHM.
Mafia going double BZ, triple E 50M, 140, and also an RHM. So a little bit less firepower on Mafia, but they do get the Inspire, which is going to be boosting that whole team. STRV playing from the Eastern spawn is not something that we see that often. I believe most of the time when an STRV is brought, it's from the Western spawn, because you want to be able to play in D2 or go towards the middle in F4 and play those bushes. Plane comes out though, and we've seen it so many times before. When your entire lineup, most of the entire lineup is revealed going towards the K line, some initial damage going in as well on towards Cashback, and it's really given the game away. They know about the 4 E50Ms that are going to play K line.
It's pretty important for them to see this. They did see this, and now Cashback is starting their march on that K-line. And we talked about it, how committing too many times K-line is not that good, Moff, because you lose the top side, right?
especially when you're not actually going to meet anyone there. Like, Mafia are ditching it completely. They've still got the double BZ in the waterbed. Radar tower is now going to be taken by YOLO as well, which is on great timing because the SDRV has already run away, so no one's going to deny him from taking that, and he does use it immediately to spot out the entire cashback lineup, so nothing isn't known about here.
The entirety of the crown is being lost though, Moff, and as a result of that, I'd say Mafia has some incredibly good positions, no?
Yeah, there's a lot of map control here. They're even covering from E1, which is going to stop Brainbreaker from taking that mid-strike. Comrade and Rexar are well protected by the rest of their team. Now Mafia are going to take spawn of cashback as well, and you can just see when looking at the map just how much map control you're conceding, how much you're getting squeezed by your opponent, and at some point they're going to pay for this.
Yeah, that's what. Right now, nothing's really happening. Because Mafia is perfectly happy with sitting the way that they are, but I feel like they have got way more control over the battle right now.
The FCRV could still play a big role here at some point, where little is. If Cashback decide to push on towards the BZs in middle, the STRV is going to be able to do some serious punishment on anyone over-peaking the crown. Like you say, Kono, it's going to be hard for him to peak to support his team if the STRV is raining down hellfire on him. But also another thing is Cashback, they don't really know any of the positions right now. Like, Comrade, I believe is known about because they used a strike on him. I don't think they know about Rexar in the other BZ, and they certainly don't know about the E50M and E1.
Yeah, they know nothing, but they're going to push because they feel like they have to. I think that's down to the fact that we also said that A don't really have any positions at all. Aka, I think now only realizing that there's a guy behind him. Twilight realizes, he starts shooting, but Aka wants to go safe from the middle. Is Yusek really in that good of a position though against this double E50M push? Because the damage on Twilight and Aka is just not that good. Vladislav and his E50M, however, faring much, much worse, getting owned from the top, which results to Brainbreaker now being the second one isolated and getting pushed on. He's down towards 1.6. Conrad is a two-shot. Twilight is dead for this. Yuzek will, however, fall as well, but the SCRV a non-factor. Orchek marching on the K-line right now in that E50M. Brainbreaker about to die to Conrad. He shuts him down. Yuzek still alive, tanking behind the June even in the base. Aka finally gets him out of this game, but the hopes of Cashback seem to have left them a long time ago, as this matchup, the first playoff match of the Onslaught Legends Series playoff, is going to go towards Mafia, as they have easy pickings with Cashback and showing everybody that they are here to play.
Yeah, they definitely are, but I think more importantly, they've shown that there is still there's a golfing class between these two teams. Like, I thought maybe these guys would be on the same or similar level and hit and run at the jewel in the crown at the top, and these two would be fighting beneath that. But Mafia putting daylight between them and Cashback. I mean, they never really got started, to be honest, just apart from that one round on Muravanka. The Pilsen, you know, they stretched that lead, and then Sand River, they just shut the door on their opponent. And just based on the way that this setup went at the start of the round, the spot that came in from the plane and then positions that Cashback had, it looked very bad, and then exactly what we thought would happen ended up did.
It's an unfortunate result for Cashback, but the good thing for them is that they still have a second chance in this playoffs segment in the lower bracket. But what a performance from Mafia. 5-1, ruining everybody's prediction in terms of how close this match would be.
Yeah, I mean, in that regard, I think we all, I don't know if everyone did, but we both of us,
did. Both
of us went for Mafia.
It was 5-3 across the board. The only difference, well, 5-3 across the board for the rest of you. I had tiebreaker. Only Baby voted for Cashback to win, so he's wrong. The rest of us are a little right.
Yeah, but we know that Baby loves to back his former teammates, no matter how delusional it may be. But I mean, I don't think it was that delusional. I certainly thought that Cashback had a chance, but apparently not. Apparently Mafia is just a class above.
Good stuff from Mafia. Throughout this whole match, in control. 5-1 is actually a very accurate scoreline, because they could have won that one round on Moro, but they probably should have lost the other one. You know, so 5-1 seems fair. The rest of the rounds, they were in ultimate control over it, and showed us a masterclass of World of Tanks as well, and they're going to be very happy and very confident moving on to hit and run tomorrow.
Yeah, there was no stolen rounds in that match whatsoever, and I think you're right, the scoreline does reflect how most of the battles went. Like, Mafia completely shut it down. Cashback didn't have a look in for 90% of those games, but like you said, the saving grace for Cashback is that they do get that second chance. That's the entire benefit that's saved up throughout the entire regular season to get into the top three. I don't know whether they came second or third, but all of that to get second or third, just to get the one safety net of lower bracket.
But at least they did get a safety net. It's something we cannot say that they have, you know?
It gives Cashback an opportunity to wake up into this playoffs, right?
Yeah, I mean, nothing like a good wake-up call, you know? And the downside for them is, though, that they're going to have to play again today. So mental reset needs to be there, because we have now a match on NA, and then afterwards we're coming back to Cashback once more to see them play out against that. But that is then. This is now. When we come back, we are going to head across the pond. We're going to see North America's finest take it on. Is it going to be Dopamine? Is it going to be Burbology? Let's find out after the replays.
got nothing to say. Let's roll.
Hello gamers and welcome back to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 4 playoffs sponsored by AMD. Moff have had one match on EU. Now we're moving to NA. Dopamine taking on Burbology.
Yeah, this is the NA side, of course, across the pond. And here is the brackets. I don't believe any of these games were officially streamed on a clean feed at any point. So unless you're like really invested in the NA seed, it's actually kind of hard to keep up with what's been going on. But you know, these names should be familiar. The top three: Dopamine, Burbology, and Stacked. I think we have got the three best teams in NA, at least in these final games.
Yeah, for sure. No surprises really in the bracket. Just a few variations. Dopamine beat Stacked in the upper bracket.
And you would consider that an upset given the recent trends of things? I think Stacked were the team that was the number one, and then they were the team, they qualified to China, and then they were kind of seen as the best, but then Dopamine were beforehand the top dogs.
Yeah, the team with OP Hacker, wait, Smile qualified for the first WCI. Then after that we saw Dopamine qualify for the second WCI. I know that very well because, you know, I was there for it. And then for this WCI, Stacked qualified. So yeah, no, currently you would rank them as the first team, Stacked. So yeah, it was a bit of a surprise, but not like unimaginable. You know, I wouldn't go as far as calling it a real upset, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And looking at the team profile pictures, see Chase in the middle. It's like Joseph in his Technicolor Dreamcoat in the middle. There's also Dady in that lineup, a fan favorite from the European server, renowned for his incredible skills at always finding a way to just flip in his RHM, no matter where he is.
Yeah, Dejdi, he's a big Keyhand fan as well.
Yeah, apparently. Enough of a fan, but he didn't frame the picture though. He just held it up, just printed it off. It's very, very low quality. But predictions, community predictions, favoring 70% Dopamine, and I am inclined to agree with them. I think that they are a cut above Burbology, to be frank, and I'm expecting it to be a dominant series, but it is NA, so who knows?
Wow, Moff, swinging already, huh?
Well, I just know that like sometimes North American games, they can be a very, very scrappy affair. But and you know, on EU we definitely have a fair amount of those as well.
Map pick and bans. Number 1, Himmel's being banned by Dopa. Burbo banning Sand River gives us Siegfried Line as first one here on NA.
Yeah, and there's really not much to go on in terms of like how many times the maps have been played up against for each of the teams, because unfortunately for North America, that in the OLF they didn't have like a full season league of matches and a table and everything, so they just don't actually have that many games on record on any of the maps. So it's kind of hard to get a sense of what map is going to be favoring each of the teams.
It's an interesting map, pick and ban though. You know, Siegfried Line into Pilsen, Ghost on Ends. I definitely want to see Siegfried Line, how it's played on a name off. You know, if it's the same or potentially different.
Yeah, and the map being newly introduced to the pool, there you would expect there's going to be a bit of divergence between the servers, but we do also know that there's a lot of overlap with NA guys and EU guys like coming together and playing some matches.
Who did you vote for?
I went Dopamine 5-2.
Okay. And why?
I just think they're just going to be the better team on the whole, and I didn't want to put like 5-1 or 5-0, but that's kind of where my mind was going. So if Burbology make it a more competitive match, then I would be pleasantly surprised.
I'm just wondering between the maps. I don't know if these maps are like really 2-0 maps, Tomov.
I mean, it could go either way, but I mean, I think you're right though that they're not really maps where one side is particularly favored. So then if you manage to convert from playing the weaker side, then it's almost impossible to win on the other one. I think Siegfried Line, by and large, I think we could say it's like relatively symmetrical. Pilsen relatively symmetrical as well. I don't think there's any significant difference between playing each of the spawns on Siegfried Line.
Not particularly. They both kind of have the same. It's just like terrain differences, you know.
I mean, you get the nice bunker at the back from the northern spawn, and you get the hills as well at the back to protect and like cover the strike. I feel like it's easier to take the strike on the eastern side of the map from the northern spawn than it is from the south. But
because you don't have the hill overlooking the strike.
Yeah, because you just can't shoot down into the top of someone's turret in the same way. So I feel like it's harder to push. I feel like it's harder to push from the south spawn.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Now let's see what our North American friends have cooked up for us. What can we expect between these two? Predictions 5-2s across the board, actually. Well.
I will admit, I know that you have your sources in North America. Of course, technically on Liquipedia, you're still registered as on the team. That being Dopamine, of course. So I will admit I was influenced slightly by your score prediction, just because I haven't I haven't watched the North American matches. They were going on. They're going on at like midnight, and there wasn't a clean feed for some of them as well. So I just didn't get the opportunity to watch the matches.
This is like admitting to stealing somebody's homework and feeling good about it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
What are you going to do about it? You can't protest to Kihan to get my prediction removed. Burbology coming in with triple BZ, triple 57 heavy, and a 140.
In return, something still switching. Dopa, double BZ, double type, 140, and double Bliska. Looking lineup for lineup, Moth. What would you rather be playing?
Well, I don't much fancy T57 heavies, to be honest, and that's just because it's such a skill factor, so much pressure on the player to connect all 4 shots in the clip. Even if you do have nice heat pen on that gun, it's still, you know, you're putting a lot of pressure on Muscles and Octo to make sure that they get their clips in. Double Type 5 from Dopamine plus double Bliskovica. It's a lot of HP and a lot of DPM at the same time.
You see these BZs boosting towards the cap. Melee immediately halting that assault though, as there was a lot of tanks aiming towards the direction of that BZ-75. Hockey now coming in with the Type Gator, peeking out. Choppa and Fair holding the crossing. Hockey wants to make a shot on towards Merrill potentially, but it's not spotting him right now. So this initial cap attempt gets halted.
Yeah, they wanted to go through that street, but with Burbology being pre-aim with everyone, there's not really much you can do apart from just say, yep, okay, I guess we'll just back away. Dady thought about trying to play for that strike. Ferret going in very aggressively though. Gets punished for it. He will get the strike though, so he's not going to go unrewarded for his push. Blur sniping away at the back, and that's going to shut down the field altogether really. That 140 being back there just stops any kind of counterplay, and Chase is actually going to be allowed to take the strike in return on the other side of the map, and that's because there's no one from Dopamine able to rotate and overlook that strike. So what I talked about pre-game, with those hills in like B9, you can usually reset this strike pretty well, but there's no light tank for Dopamine. The medium tank is firmly locked in A1, so Chase gets that one pretty much for free.
So both teams end up taking the strike. Hockey forced away by the T-57. Dashty taking a big shot there, I think from Ferret even, in that Bliskavice. And it's about even between these two. And now we're coming to the game of part of Siegfried Line where nobody really wants to do anything.
Yep. And sometimes it just goes like that, right? You get these slow paced rounds. No one really wants to make the wrong move.
I mean, Melee readjusting towards that strike. I guess they will not allow Chase to take it again. You'd hope so, at least, right? But in return, it's going to be a slower game between these two. Info being taken from both sides probably at some point, because I think either side knows that there's no light tank available now as well. The 140 did relocate, and the fact that Verbology took the strike, sorry, not the strike, the information tower, reveals that the 140 left from A1. And look at the minimap as a reaction to that. You see this whole group of tanks from Verbology re-aggress towards Ferret's position because of the fact that they no longer have A1. Now this is an important note to have because they're not spotting this right now either. This lower move right now is completely uncontested. Hockey in return will find Chase though. Chase will be running away, but this double Bliskavice now needs to back away from the side of dopamine. That strike getting taken from the lower side. I mean, Choppa and Ferret, they're just sitting here and holding the angle in those Bliskavices. They get spotted out now by Gator, who's going past them altogether. And Choppa, neither Ferret is able to get a shot. The 140 of Blur will need to hold in location. Pops the Inspire, but Gator behind enemy lines, they need to re-aggress this because these Bliskavices right now need a little bit of support, and Choppa and Ferret trying to tank it out, but they seem to have gone tomfoolery a little bit by this move from Verbology. Gator shooting them from behind. Spirit and Melee still moving this Type 5 currently out of the battle as well, and now we're looking at Verbology with a lead. Deshdi with a kill. Ferret kind of isolated as well, needs PM to shield him from behind, but he's not doing that with the Type 5. A bit of a slow reaction even from that Type 5 heavy player, which gives Muscles the opportunity to kill Ferret, who was on a one-shot. The game is not over just yet. The important factor is that both teams right now still have the Inspire going, but Verbology with the extra kill. Blur and Spirit would like to take Merrill out. He's been a nuisance for them as well. The 140 will find it, and Blur being on this high HP may be a decision factor later on in the game. Hockey potentially one more shot, one more whiff, more like, as he's not able to get the damage out whatsoever. Blur and Spirit now pushing on towards Deshdi and Muscles, but that's a Bliska and a T-57. Those are two difficult tanks to deal with. Muscles, however, deals with PM in the Type 5, goes through it, and the HP is not good for Verbology, but the number of the guns is where they're currently thriving. Gator now coming in from behind. They're going for Spirit, who's isolated yet again. Blur going for Muscles, who's a one-shot, finds the kill. Deshdi finds the shot on towards Spirit as well, but they need this 140 to go Super Saiyan right now as Deshdi's down towards the one-shot. But that Bliskavice, I was going to say, not able to get the shot, but he does sneak it in there. Blur now chasing down, wants to take the strike probably at the same time as well, but needs to kill Deshdi first. He would have been able to do this already if it wasn't for the fact that he missed the shot, and that's oh so important in a battle like this, because with the strike at hand he would have been able to kill December, and now it's 3v1 for Blur. He's still going to be able to take the strike, which is going to do a lot of damage if Chase isn't able to reset it before that, and he does find it. And now December coming from behind. It is looking like Verbology is going to steal away this first round, but Blur, if he wins this 2v1, it would be one of the ages, but with him being a 3-shot, it's not looking likely, but it's not completely unlikely either. Let's not speak too soon. Blur hits the shot though, Gator hits the shot, and Chase finishes it off, and it's Verbology to pick up round number 1.
Well, I mean, I'm already in trouble, right, with that 5-2 prediction.
Nah, not really.
Well, you know, it's a long way to go in a best of 9, and I'm having a real bad day right now. I've got to be honest. I'm feeling a bit ill, which is why Daki so kindly took over for.
No, I was just like going on a monologue, you know. It's just
he just took over the territory of the casting, just full ego casting. Yeah,
next time we're just going to copy my face and put it on the other side as well, and just have it mirrored.
Just Daki Durocast. I mean, I would be okay with that. But I was trying to keep up with what was happening in that round, and the Blur in the end, I think that timing of when he didn't manage to kill Dady on the first shot, and you're right, if he was able to do that and then start immediately collecting the strike, that 1v1, I think he stated like it was kind of up in the air and entirely possible if just one of the BZs managed to bounce a shot.
I think what's also important there, Moff, is the miss on Deshdi.
Yeah, because he had to waste an extra 5 seconds on it.
And he doesn't take the strike. Okay, let's put it this way. Strike kills December. Spirit doesn't die that quickly. Gives the 140 time to kill one of the BZs, and he will kill the other one as well, just on DPM.
Yeah. It's the fact that they're allowed to reset the engagement, right? They're allowed to reset into a 2 versus 1, get their bearings, because it's all about speed in that situation. The 140, he needs time to be able to isolate one of them or break distance so he can actually play from range. But the BZ, the one thing that it is better at than the 140 is just being immediately in front of your face, right? And literally just because Blur is not able to break distance, it makes that 1v1 so much harder. If he can just break distance even like the tiniest little bit, he has a really good chance there.
I think it all comes down to taking that strike. If he does, you know, if kills Deshdi, then keeps the strike for December. December can't keep Spirit. They're just playing 2v2. The moment the 140 reveals himself, it is GG, right?
Yeah. Phase 1 score, 3-0 for Dopamine. And that is kind of the vibe that I was going for leading into this match. So I suppose the fact that Burbology are up and running, they got to a good start, like, that could be quite important if we consider that they are the potentially weaker team going into this. It's also not their map pick as well as Siegfried Line, so definitely an early confidence builder.
Yeah, it was a very weird round. I think Dopa also just didn't react to the strike being taken on the West. They just didn't imagine a push through.
Yeah, they just thought there's no way they would take that strike for free. I admit it was a bit strange because Dopamine was set up like towards the city, the central part of town with basically everyone. It's like they didn't even consider a possibility that anyone could go around that side.
Well, for Birbo it's great. They're also having to play with not a stand-in, but Meryl is playing instead of like Drops, so that hurts them a little bit. And so far, it's going well for them as well. W100, T57, 140, double Bliska, and an E4 for Burbology.
Meanwhile, Dopamine going IS4, Type 5, 140, Bliska. Jagdpanzer E100, not a troll pick, maybe? Hold? Is it going to be locked in? It seems like it is. Double E4.
The Yagmov, what advantages does it have?
420 heat and a 1050 alpha to your face if you peek around any corner and you don't know that he's there. Also, I guess he's going to be lining... I mean, look at where he is right now. What is he lining up to shoot at the moment, actually? What can he even see from there? Is he going to try and snipe into E5?
I don't know, Moff. Maybe he can shoot over something. I'm not actually sure what he's lining up. Maybe he could shoot towards the cap. I don't know.
Ooh,
yeah, he can. He can. He hits Gator in the face for 1061. And 3 days ahead of after all.
Maybe. I mean, but now how does he get into the game in that Jagdpanzer E100 is another question, because that cap is underway. And at the moment, Dopamine, they don't have a strike. They don't have anyone really even close to being able to reset. The E4 is now pushing in, 10 seconds left on the cap. How much are they going to bleed for this peak? Burbology should be prepared for it. Ferret pushing up, getting a nice shot for free into Octo in the 1v1 as well. Octo didn't have ability charge, so it's the full 800 damage. The cap attempt is still underway here, and that's forcing Dopamine to continually peek in the open with tanks like Melee in the IS4. December now peeks around the corner in his 140, activates Inspirability, but Octobear is tracked. He's perma-tracked here. He's not perma-tracked. Blur misses the shot. Blur, that allows Ferret to take another shot of damage here as Octobear goes down to a one-shot. Ferret will... Blur will find the kill, rather. Hockey now peeking in the Jagdpanzer E100. The 420 heat to the face will punish that E100 in the cap, who's getting crossfired from multiple different angles.
Yeah, and even with them not being able to perma-track the Blitzka, which maybe they should have, they find the resets in time, was not really a worry about it. And the Jagdpanzer 3100 is so fast, and that turbo ability of the Juggernaut is just like roll in. Rolling Thunder comes to mind as the T-57 Heavy gets chased down by the Jagdpanzer 100, who runs out of nitro, but will still continue to march on towards Chase, who's being chased himself, and Deshdi, December, and Muscles trying to hold off the rest of the game, but it's not gonna happen. Round 1, more if you could say, was anybody's game, but round 2, there is only one possible winner.
Yeah, look at that. It's currently 7 guns alive, and Hockey, he's still chasing. Chase is still running away. He's just wasting time here. That Jagdpanzer really wants that kill though, and Hockey, he's definitely deserved it. The cultural pick, the cultural impact of the Jagdpanzer E100, the damage that he dealt earlier in the round just shocked Burbology in this one. That's a really cool idea though.
Yeah, maybe that's something that even the EU teams were so far not aware of, or just considered as a non-factor, because we don't see a lot of teams capping, but he does get a shot over those Rubble Pals into the guys driving into the cap, and he does hit for 1,000.
It doesn't necessarily need to be a Jagdpanzer though, does it?
I guess you need something with high pen though.
Could be an E4.
You're is it tall enough? Jag has a really tall platform. Which is something that the E4 doesn't. Like the E4 is much lower to the ground. The Jag has that high platform altogether. You know what, Moff? Just put an FE there, you know? He hits
snipe that Capola of a Type 5 and a pen.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Well, he did certainly have a cultural impact in this one. December not having a positive impact in the 140 in this one, just getting caught, and the Inspire tank not really coming in clutch. It's just the 3 shots from Hockey, but I suppose the damage had been dealt at that point.
No, it was just a good round from them, and the scalp attempt gets immediately destroyed. It's a good round to recover from Dopa, as you know, the first round they're probably going to be like, yeah, we should have won that. By the way, looking back at that round, Moff, I think that in any scenario, Blur should stay on the strike.
The first one?
Yeah.
I'm looking. Just forget about Dady.
It's not really forgetting about Dady. It's just like
keep tabs on him.
Take the strike, go kill Deshdi, accept the damage, and then strike December, and still be in a 2v2.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be bad though to take 800 from Dady for free?
He was full HP anyways, so it's not going to change that much, no? I think the strike is just too important to let go at that point when you miss that shot.
Maybe. But the map is split 1-1 for both of the teams. Siegfried Lion being Dopamune's pick. Maybe they'll be a bit disappointed about losing one of the rounds, but, you know, it's a long way to go in a best of 9.
It is indeed. We can forget about this round. When it's 4-4, you know, it's like, what happened in the beginning? We don't even know anymore. So let's just take a step back and think about what can happen here on Pilsen.
I don't think they're going to bring a Jagdpanzer again. That's my hot prediction.
Well, sometimes you really just say the most incredible, intelligent things.
It's truly inspiring analysis there. But you know, I mean, this is the server difference, right? Is sometimes we get something a bit of a curveball thrown in by NA, and we might be getting that again. And it is from Hockey again, playing the unusual tanks. The TVP, never mind. I've fallen for the classic debate. You've always got to wait for the musical chairs to stop before you start the lineups.
Lineups. Now though, Burbology, W100 and a 140, double push B and E4 and RHM.
Dopamine, triple quad BZ, E50M, 140, and Ferret in the RHM as well. So both teams playing with the light. They're both using the plane. What do we get? Just one tank spotted between both of their planes. So, yeah, I mean, technically Burbology have more information, but what does that really tell them?
Not too sure myself. Ferret going straight for that eastern strike as well. They are not taking the middle strike though, which I don't know if it's that good. I feel like Melly could go for this still right now.
And she will. She'll go for that middle strike. I don't know, good timing as well. Not going to get punished by W100 moving in towards the cap right now. And with 4 BZs, Dopamine, they are able to rotate across the map quite quickly. But Burbology, equally, they've got their own rotation force of the double Foch B. It's interesting, though, that E100s are being preferred here. I think the Type 5 is falling out of meta a bit, and that's just because it's got that armor, but it is essentially just a walking HP pinata. Whereas the E100, you can actually create some armor angling to throw off your opponent. So maybe NA is showing us the way forward.
Moth on the NA hype train. Apparently.
2 shots into the cap though, that's not ideal, and they are gonna pivot back towards the middle, but even then they can still get reset. The W100, they're gonna have to go for a push. They're gonna go for a crunch play on towards Melly, but it's just the 2 of them right now, and only 2 of them making this play. Melly needs to get crossfired from behind from the coal piles. Perhaps Octobear should turn around in that Foch B, but the bounce shots, Melly still really healthy here, and the E100 is just getting farmed right now.
I mean, Meryl's about to die. Blur is actually missing that shot. Melly will find the kill. No, that E100 side moth. It's pretty annoying with the BZ heat. So Melly bouncing the shot. Hockey now needing to overpeak to make that kill. That's so costly. Minus 2k on that BZ. And now the HP getting very much even across the board. Melly's still alive. Now gonna have to deal with Deshdi. The Deshdi is getting a little bit of support from Chase. Hockey still on a 1-shot. He's about to be out of this battle though, because of the fact that there is this thing called an artillery strike coming in on his location. That one hitting home, and now 4 tanks versus the 6 from Burbology.
Yeah, Hockey kind of knew his fate there. As soon as you're below 450 hit points, you realize that you're kind of screwed. Octobear though, pushing in with his Foch B, just takes a lot of damage and has actually gone down to a 1-shot. Blur now in a 1 versus 1 in his 140 up against Gator in the E100 and the 140. He's got a lot of DPM here. Oh, and Gator bouncing the shot. That's really, really bad to be missing those ones. December bouncing the shot as well. Blur is surviving for so much longer than he has any right to be, and that is going to mean that he's inspiring constantly as well. Gator now falls in his E100. December still needs another shot of damage to pick up the kill, and by the time that he does get that kill, Chopper will have farmed him for all of his HP.
Yeah, but there's still 3 TDs left on the side of Burbology, of which one is Muscles coming in now behind this BZ75 of Spirit, who's boosting into Octo. I don't think he's gonna get the reload either. He will not get it, and that leaves Ferret with the impossible to do together with Choppa. And as quickly as Dopa takes a round, Burbo takes one back, will continue the trend of blow for blow. 2-1 for Burbology.
Yeah, I have to definitely some question marks about the way Dopamine were playing with the kind of tanks that they brought to this battle. Playing with 4 BZs but playing passive, it's very questionable.
I mean, Choppa gets a good ram on towards Deshdi at least, telling him to get back to his own server, ramming him there even, but that's also going to be it. As Burbology takes their second round. Yeah, this Dopamine lineup, the BZ's mob, it's a pushing tank, not really a holding tank usually.
No, and that's kind of the question mark that I've got is, why would you play 4 BZs but then ultimately just sit in positions where you could have played super heavies instead? You could play E4s, E100s even, or Type 5s. It just doesn't really make sense to me.
No, These E100s also, I mean, Merrill almost died, but I guess the fact that he lived ends up helping him out a little bit. Damage-wise, though, Muscle's doing pretty well, but we see, you know, those 4 BZs, Moff, out of the 4 of them, 3 are place 7, 6, and 5 in terms of damage dealt.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but the BZ, it's not ever really meant to be the damaged either anyway, so like, at least in that regard, I guess technically they went in descending order the correct way. E50 and 140 at the top, it's just the BZs were completely disjointed and separated from each other, so they could never actually support.
As a result, Burbo picks up the second round, shown that they're here to play. I don't see either team be that much better than the other right now.
No, it does seem more like it's going to be a sort of blow for blow trade, and I mean the way it's gone so far, I'm pretty confident that Burbology are going to get at least one more round, which would unfortunately ruin my prediction. But hey ho, it kind of is what it is. I'm still really uncertain about that strategy from Dopamine. Normally the whole point of taking BZs is to go aggressive and then snowball together as one like homogeneous unit, and then you can pop the heals. It doesn't really do well when it's just left to its own devices and just sort of forced to trade against tanks like E4s or E100s by itself.
Second round of Pilsen now, where we will get to see what is happening. Could Dopa have won the last round, you think? Because like it didn't look like it.
I don't think they stood a chance, not the way they set up. I think their best chance would have been to get element of surprise, but because it's just the way they were set up, they're just not. It's like their setup is designed to be opposite to how a BZ would traditionally normally be played by, you know, teams like Hit and Run. You just go as a group and you go and kill.
Do you actually like the E100 over the Type though?
Honestly, yeah. I've played a bit of Type 5 in regular Onslaught, and I know it's not the same thing, but it does feel like the Type just gets farmed by tanks like an E4, and the E100, you know, it can be penned by an E4 just as well, but I just feel like it's easier to poke around corners and stuff.
No E100s in this battle though. Burbology bringing 4 BZs, a T57, a 140, and an E4.
Yeah, this time it's Burbology going with the four BZs. Dopamine only bringing 2 this time, plus an IS-7, plus double 57 heavy, plus Type 5 heavy, plus Blur in the 140.
Which one do you like more? I mean, I think I know, but...
I mean, it depends how they play the BZs. If Burbology play them passive, which I definitely don't think they're going to, it looks like they're going as that group of death ball in towards the middle of the map. Meanwhile, Dopamine is splitting quite a bit. I7's actually going all the way to the coal piles, which means he's going to be out of the game for quite a while here, but the way Burbology are pushing, are they going to go for the cap, or are they going to try and over-push on towards Melee? Octavia taking so much damage initially, getting farmed by Blur, crossfiring in that 140, which means the Inspire ability is activated, and Melee again is left to try and hang on for as long as possible.
Yeah, Burbo doing a really good move here down the middle of the map. They're starting to take some punish on Chase, who's backing off, but Melee seems to be dead. Gator with one, needs to be Merrill with the other. Merrill connecting the shot as well. Those T57s of Dopa trying to get involved in the battle now, trying to do something, but they're all so stuck on this G line. No real way in for them right now. And we've seen this before, Moff. Just sitting on this G line is usually not a very good result for a team. The IS-7 in the meantime on the field, getting pushed by the 140 of December. That's going to be a really hard fight for this IS-7.
Yeah, it is. But December, you know, he's got to make sure that he connects every shot there to actually profit from having the DPM. But the repush here from Dopamine, it's a great timing with the double 57 heavy. They just peek in, and they know that Burbology, they don't really have the same burst fire to be able to deal with that. So, and December is struggling in this 1 versus 1. He really needs to just push around the corner and just DPM all the way, but The fact that he's just trading blow for blow with Chopper Misha means that he's perhaps getting the better end of things here. Chase now in trouble, rocket boosting onto the rocks to try and stay alive as Muscles pushes PM away in that 1 versus 1. Will try to face hug. It's currently a 5v5 right now, but the HP is so heavily in favor of Burbology.
Now Meryl, Octo and Muscles finding PM, removing him from the game. They have 8.6k HP, they're even healing a little bit, versus the mere 5k from Dopamine, who do have a strike from the eastern side, but positional wise they're not doing that great. They're 140 of Blur, also pretty low HP right now. There's the 57 still lingering around the 5-6 line, needs to be very careful. The triple cap is on. They do have a strike that hits a lot of targets. That is 1,350 damage, but Deshdi, we said he was lingering behind. He stays and he finds the 140 for free.
Yeah, and that could be the round right there, because that strike you mentioned did a lot of damage, but they don't really have any other way of resetting the cap right now. Chopper is so far out of it. Ferret now peeking in this 57 heavy, does connect some shots, and Muscle's not aware that he's getting peeked from behind, so actually a really nice clip. And now Meryl bouncing a shot. Spirit is in the Type 5 heavy here, peeking hold down against a BZ. That's a nice place to be in. What looked like a great situation for Burbology seems to be unfolding, but Dady, another clutch shot. That's 2 critical kills that he manages to find. That is the crossfire removed, and that means that Burbology can sit on the inside of this cap and force Spirit to peek in.
Yeah, Chopper getting a bit greedy there with his I7, and Deshdi, the savior of this battle, not once but twice, finds the 140, who could have been annoying, but also on top of that, more importantly, finds the kill on that I7, who had a strike for free on the east side of the map. And now Spirit forced to peek against Deshdi, who's coming in with that T57 fully reloaded as well, hitting the shots. Minus 2k on Spirit. The roll could finish him. It's going to be Muscles, however, to do it in the E4, and the scoreline will be 3-1 for Burbology.
Oh, hang on though, I mean, there's 2,000 HP left for Burbology, but Ferret is a tank that can clip out very, very quickly, but forget about it. The cap is underway. I totally forgot about that. But Ferret, he's going to have to be forced to close distance here. And Burbology, they know exactly where he is, so they can just pre-aim the angle. Muscles and Dady ready to go. Bam, bam, and he's gone.
They needed Chopper Misha to stay alive there on the field and take that Eastern Strike when it came back off to kill one of those one-shots, Moff, which there were plenty of at that point.
Yeah, I feel like there's opportunities missed in this round for both of these teams. I think Dady did a very important job of finding those 2 kills. Blur going down in the 140, and then Chopper. That was all the crossfire that they had, and once that crossfire is removed, it put the remaining guns from Dopamine in a very, very tricky spot. But that was a bit of a momentum shift from both of these teams at different points. Early on, the BZs pushing through middle, picking up Melee, taking her down, but then that re-aggression by the double 57 heavy was really nice. They peeked in and they picked off an entire gun for free. Yeah,
that peek out did so much damage, to be honest, with those 57s, but they gave a Melee for free again.
Yeah, they definitely seem to keep getting caught, or at least not reacting quick enough to the pressure that comes from middle from Burbology. 6.8k from Dady though, the European import showing his worth. 6.8k in the round plus the 3 kills. This match is not going the way I expected though.
No, me neither. But
if that wasn't obvious already.
Then again, the Mafia cashback match did not really go as you expected either. You know, like
no, but that still ended up with the team that I thought would win. Being the team that dominating. I mean, this is a complete role reversal.
Yeah, that makes you only a little bit right, though, you know?
Well, I'm completely wrong on this one. If it keeps going like this, it could be a very quick series. I mean, first best of 9, 5-1. Burbology keep this up. This could be done just as swiftly.
And this is a very important match, Moff, of course, because we're at a different stage here already.
Yeah, it's only 3 games on an A, right? This is the upper bracket match. It's not elimination. So the loser of this will drop down and face off against
but the winner
stacked. But the winner gets immediately into that final, which is obviously a much more comfortable position to be in.
So this is a high stakes match for these teams. It's important to note that because like on EU we were in the first round. This is already a bit beyond that, right? The upper bracket finals are going to decide who gets into the finals, and Ghostan is the next one between these two. Could be a good Dopa map, I guess, or not.
It may be, or maybe not. Only time will tell, and we will find out. Again, there could be, there's always possibility for NA to do something just a little bit different.
Just curious what we're gonna see on this map. I mean, for Burbo, they're very, very happy. They kind of stole the first round though still, so we should be in the 2-2 IMO, but
I mean, that is worth saying, right? That even if it's only theoretical, compared with the Mafia cashback game, I think we both agreed that Mafia, the scoreline did tell the tale, quite literally. Whereas maybe this one's a bit closer than the actual rounds on the board suggests. Burbology coming in, trying to be the first team to secure match point, coming in with triple BZ, IS-7, double 57, and a 140.
In return, Dopa, BZ, IS-4, BAT, E50M, M60, Bliskovice, and an RHM.
A bit of culture being brought in here. I know that Dopamine liked playing the M60 in the past, in older metas. 350 heat, good gun handling, good DPM, good mobility. It's still a questionable choice, but it's not outrageous.
I mean, M60 has some advantages. Blur, does he hit the shot? No, I don't think he does. There is some punish on them driving into the cab though, a little bit, not much. On Meryl, the IS-4 will be closing the distance. The BC on the east are already taken the strike, so I think there should be gap control here from Dopamine.
Yeah, but that strike is being taken by Melly. She will be able to reset the cap with no problems. And PM is actually, that's a really nice position to play in an IS-4. There's no one on the 1-2 line for Burbology, so PM should be able to peek really nice hold down in his IS-4, but he's getting crossfired. The double 57 just off camera. The strike comes in, does reset the cap, but the double 57 heavy does a decent amount of punish on towards PM. They would have liked it if they got a bit more out of that, but still preventing him from peeking in. And now, with that strike being used, Dopamine, they don't have a way to reset. They are taking the one on one line in E1, that's an E50M, but I'm not sure if he's going to get it in time. PM is going to be forced to keep peeking here, and you can see how awkward it is for the BZs.
Hockey in the meantime covering with the Bliskovice as well on towards this D57s, giving PM an opportunity to get that reset. But now they're overpeaking. Meryl not connecting. Octo will find the shot in return. The Bliskovice needs to be careful, or needs to be high up for it to really work out. But another strike comes in, hits home yet again. There's a lot of damage, and now finally the wrap begins. Moff, that RHM going all the way from the east around towards A5. And in return, you can see Burbology boosting off of the cap. They are pushing on towards Melly, who seems to be their prime target round and round again.
Yeah, Melly is definitely not having a good time of it. But I think this time, the trend of the last two rounds, where she knew that it was always going to be the first target focused, managed to run away, get to a little bit of safety for now, and should be covered by the M60.
And the bad shot even as well of Spirit looking for the other lane. If they can get some spots on these tanks running away, they would be doing some damage. Spirit, does he get a shot? No, but Blur does, and the M60 to Melly and the BZ finding one as well. And now you can see Burbology is trying to push out left, right, and everywhere. Peter taking one in that IS-4, drops him pretty low. They're going back towards the cap once more, pushing out towards Chopamisha in that E50M, who will get out. That is a game of cat and mouse right now, as PM will fall against Gator. That one extra shot taken will be the decision maker. The HP now in favor of Dopamine in quite a significant fashion. 2K as well, but no strikes available just yet. Melly, I don't think is going to be able to take that one either. Dashly will deny it, I would think. If he doesn't, that would be not that great, because his team needs him to deny it. He doesn't go for it.
Yeah, Muscles is a one-shot. Remember, that buff strike has 450 alpha, so if Muscles gets lit, unless someone heals him back, and there's no one close to him that has a heal ability tank right now, so I think that strike got used anyway, so we can just forget about that for the time being. But they are still capturing another one in E1, and Burbology, they're just completely surrounded. They're completely surrounded on all fronts here. Just look at the map control. Ferret is shooting them from behind in the spawn. They're crossfired from an E50M. Strike comes in, kills Gator, and Octo will fall shortly after, and they're just getting picked off by flies right now.
And Chase is going to be the next one in trouble. The plane coming out from Ferret maybe even wants to get the double. Will he get it though? Double whammy. We don't see that often. Actually, it's Hockey that had the strike. Finds the double. Double kill for him. And I'd like to go back to earlier in this round, Moff. When Dejdi was above, Melly taking the strike. I think the only option they have is for Dejdi to sacrifice and deny that strike to potentially force somebody close enough to the cap to kill him.
I think he was afraid though. He was afraid of the M60 being crossfiring.
Yeah, but
and protecting Melly, but
they're losing anyways if he doesn't reset that strike.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point, and I think the way that the Dopamine's set up in this round, I really like the pick of the IS-4, just because of how well it can play outside of the cap and just peek hull down against the BZs. They really struggled to deal with him. Even after they pushed out of the cap, the IS-4 has this awkward armor, makes it difficult, especially if he just angles a little bit. It's really weird for a BZ to deal with, and credit to Dopamine, they stalled it out long enough, and they didn't really give Burbology anything to overpush for free. Melly did a great job of reading what the play was, what was up, and just ran away at perfect timing.
Yeah, I think Dopa did a very good job there with the disengaging, right? Melly disengaging, other tanks disengaging, like Tropa backing off, and made Burbology never really find a target to push on.
Yeah, they never got what they wanted, and I mean, poor Merrill at the bottom doing 0 damage in the BZ. Sometimes it just be like that. You only get a couple of opportunities to shoot in the game, and unfortunately, the shells don't fly true.
But they bring back around. They get an opportunity now to make it all even, Moff. Which
yeah, they do, and like you said, the reflection of the score right now, it probably should have been 2-2 going into that last round. So at this point, Dopamine could be having a match lead. Burbology got the hot start, and are we starting to see the tide turning in the other direction and Dopamine just warming up into the match?
Maybe that's what they needed, you know, Moff, a big wake up in this match. You know, you beat Stacked, you think you're on top of the world, maybe you think you're invincible, and then Burbology comes out, wins a few rounds in a row, and you're like, unexpected.
Yeah. You know, Burbology I really didn't think much of them going into this match, and the fact that they managed to hold themselves on to 3 points already, you know, even if Dopamine were to win this next round, I mean, you're only 2 away now at this point. Like, you only just need 1 map.
Kind of curious to see if Burbology will switch it up now. The thing is, Drops, I think, plays their lights, so it kind of limits them a bit, you know?
Yeah, that's a very good point. He is their light player, and maybe that corners them into only pushing setups, right? If you don't have your light player and no one else feels comfortable, and I don't envy them, by the way, like, being the light player is one of the most stressful jobs that you can have, especially in a competitive aspect. So, like, and if you literally only trained with Draps as your light tank player, no one's going to be prepared for that. I think it was Dady who was playing the light though, right? And yeah, it will be Dady once again in the RHM. Unfortunately, he does have an infamous reputation of flipping, and hopefully he won't end up doing that in this battle. It's going to be 5 BZs plus a 140 to support him.
In return, Dopamine, BZ, IS4, E50, Bliska, E4, RHM, a little bit of everything again.
Yeah, I really like the IS4 pick though. I think it matches up nicely against the BZs and their rocket boosting firepower. Let's see what we get at the start here. Dadey does use the plane. Only spots out 2, and that is the risk of using the plane at the start on a map like Ghost Town. It's very difficult to get any sort of reliable information about where your opponent is going. Is he going to go for the radar tower? No, he just skips past it and goes somewhere else. December pushing aggressively. In the 140, he is a mobile tank, and he does get to the strike before Chopper Misha, and with the capping underway as well, but Dopamine going to be under some early pressure.
Spirit in the IS4 is going to be able to sit there quite comfortably. Hockey, though, in that Blitzkowitz on the low ground in front of them does get a reset, but it's a costly one. Chase and Gator now marching on already on towards Spirit, who might need to reset anyways, but he is getting flanked by the BZs. That IS4 side armor not that great. Down towards a one-shot this time around. Burbology not letting it all go onto chance and is able to find pretty good success. Spirit takes a strike to the face but will survive. Hockey, however, in that Blitzkowitz not going to be doing all that. He is getting pushed, he's getting pounded, he's gonna die as well, but he does find one more shot before he dies, and I think a big whiff there even from Chase on that BZ, but the HP mob, it's not looking good. December is dead though.
They do manage to kill December, that Inspire tank, so maybe the E50Ms can come in clutch here at the end, but the cap is still very much a problem. And look at Gator and Chase, they actually realize correctly that they should just ignore PM. He's a useless E4 in this engagement. They just need to focus out the E50M who's gone close, and once again they just push out of the cap. It's like a spring box. They just wait until they get close, and then they just push off once again like they did to Spirit before, and this time they pick off another E50M. And because Blur is another tank gone down, they realize that Melee has absolutely no one to cover her, and they can just push around the corner. There's no crossfire here, and BZs, they don't have a lot of DPM, but when there's 3 of them, they have a lot of HP.
They do, and big alpha as well, as Muscle's about to demonstrate that. 672, that E50M. One more shot from Melee is going to be it. And now they're going to reset in a 5-on-3 situation, but 3 times as much HP for the side of Burbology. Choppa will take the strike, but that signals his position away, and they are now facing a looming match point.
Yeah, that's 9,000 HP on Burbology, and you know, Dopamine, they've got a light tank for whatever that's worth, but your opponent, they can either just push them or they can just go back into the cap. I'm not sure exactly what they've decided yet. It looks like it's going to be continuing the tried and true, just sit in the cap, wait for them to go close, and then just kill your opponent.
Yeah, they're capping with 2 players right now, which gives them 40 seconds left before the cap out happens. Ferd is flanking through the K-line in the meantime. He still has a plane for the cap. Meryl and Gator healing each other a little bit as well to make matters worse. For the Dopamine side, that was fun.
Yeah, it's pretty demoralizing when you see all your good work come undone, the damage that you did earlier on in the round. And you got to make sure with those BZs that you time it correctly as well, because obviously the heals, if they're used at the same time, they do not stack, so you want to make sure that you use them one by one. The plane isn't going to hit either. Oh, that's so unfortunate. The positioning by Burbology on the cap is precision perfect.
The plane was late though.
Yeah, it was late, but I guess they just trusted that they would be able to spot them, and that just ended up not being the case. And it's unfortunate the way that ends, but like realistically, they would have just been delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, more likely than not. The game was going to be lost either way. Because even if they reset, they would be forced then afterwards to get another reset. And it's not the first reset that kills you, it's the second one.
Yeah, it's you don't have an endless supply of strikes, unfortunately, for Dopamine. At some point, you do have to actually go close to the cap. And as soon as that happens, the round basically ends. But this is great stuff from Burbology. They're really punishing their opponent on the cap there. It didn't work out in the last one, but this one definitely did. Yeah, this readjustment with pressuring off the cap straight instead of sitting in that hole and going for the IS-4 before he gets into position was very good. Yeah, because in the last round, I think PM was the IS-4 player, and he was just allowed to harass them constantly once he got into position. But like you say, they don't wait around. They don't wait for their opponent to take initiative. They push off onto towards Spirit, and to be fair to Spirit, like, he turned and tried to run away, which is possibly the correct decision, because he knows that he's just going to get blasted anyway. But I mean, either way there, he's kind of screwed, right? He just loses all of his HP. I think if you sit, it's exactly the same story, because they will just go on your side and kill you. So yeah, if he stays, he's permadead. Yeah, if he runs, he maybe lives for a while. If he stays, he's dead either way. So Enskmov. E100? Jagdpanzer E100? I mean, that was, you know, I think one team... I think we have seen it on EU before in, like, the old meta, but... I mean, I think it's more likely we see a Jagdpanzer here than we did on Siegfried Line. Yes. But do we believe that Dopa has it in them to bring back 2 rounds? Bring a Jagdpanzer when you're match point down? No, that would be a Chad move for sure. I don't know, I mean... It still feels like it's been a pretty competitive match. It's just Burbology coming out ahead, and then you can see we've got a bit of egg on our face with the predictions here, because we are just totally wrong right now. It might be exactly the opposite if Burbology take this next one 5-2 in favor of them instead of for Dopamine. Will Dopamine bring it back, or are they looking against a lower bracket match against Stacked later on today? Ensk will be the decision maker. So far, it is indeed a competitive match, but Burbo have won where it mattered. Now, they need to close it out, Omov, and sometimes the last round really is the most difficult one. Psychologically, just trying to shut down your opponent and secure your spot in that grand final. Burbology are going to try and do that with triple BZ 140 and triple E4. Dopamine in return, BZ 758, Type 5, 140, Blitzka, Foch B, and an E4. So they're bringing a bit of culture back, the 705A. Obviously a very powerful tank in the side scrape, but the E4 with 375 millimeters of APCR penetration is a pretty handy tank up against it. I mean, even the E4 struggles against the 705A a little bit, you know? Yeah, it's a pen roll, right, to actually pen it directly in the turret, which is, especially from range, is going to be difficult. But early on, Burbology, aggressive into the field. Gator's taking that strike. Chase and Merrill are peeking in the BZs, trying to see what they can find, whether they've got any shots. Blur letting off a shot to damage Melly, unable to prevent Gator from capturing that strike. But is he going to hang around is the question, or try and leave? It looks like he wants to stay, even in spite of the pressure that was being put upon him. And right now, both teams are being quite passive. We do have this rotation of a Bliskovica across the K-line. There's a Foch B kind of lurking around H2 right now. And if he were to push unspotted, but the radar tower, Chase, is he going to be able to get it? Surely Melly has some way of preventing this, but no, Chase does get the radar tower, and that reveals the entire lineup of Dopamine. I mean, they all get spotted. Chase was able to take that. I would also imagine that normally he wouldn't be able to do that. And now you can see the tanks move in from Burbology. They want to go for the knockout punch. They're all spotted for this, of course. Spirit and Choppa are on the rails. The 140 now moving towards the field as well. The E4 marching down on towards PM. They need Choppa Misha in this battle, because the 140 is going to join as well, and there's going to be 7 on 5. They need the 705A as well, actually. Yeah, but I think the timing from Burbology is bad here. I mean, they're going to punish PM initially, but they're disconnected from the rest of the team. The double BZ is out of the fight. The 140 is out of the game. I think if Dopamine repush right now, they could snatch the advantage. The BZs are going on the 0 line. They're pushing in now. Chopper Misha has a full clip loaded and ready to go. He's going to train his aim towards that 0 line. These BZs, perhaps they've gone a bit too early. They're trying to focus out Blur. It is 140, and Dady snipes him as well in the E4. That's a great kill to pick up.
They need to kill the 0 line for Dopamine. You can see why. Chopper Misha in the first B, now moving in with the ability, popped as well. They may have gotten Blur, but is that going to be all they got for this little play? Chopper needs to go to the healing part of the ability, but it's going to take a lot of ticks before he's safe. The good blocking though from Melly there against Meryl, but somebody needs to shut down this BZ. It's going to be Melly to actually find it. Now HP wise it's 5 on 5, but it's down with 2.5k for Dopamine, who lose that first B on 0 line. They do a lot of damage back, but Spirit down towards the one shot as well. Melly behind destructible buildings, trying to stop Dashley from killing Spirit. It's not going to happen. The push from Burbo, it looked like the timing was not there, but the success will be happening, and they will be the ones to put themselves in the OLF Grand Finals with a 5-2 scoreline over Dopamine.
And it's beautifully done as well. They just got everything right. They took the strike, they took the radar, decisive push, and they focused out the correct guns. They shut down Blur in that Inspire tank. Perfect focus fire, and it looks really nicely done by Burbology. Just congratulations to them, and I'm very, very sorry on behalf of all of us casters for underestimating them so badly.
You just copied my homework.
Oh, so that means technically it's your fault then?
I wouldn't go that far. Like, if you follow somebody in a bad lane in traffic and you get stuck because of it, is the guy to blame, or are you to blame for following him like a sheep?
Who's the fool? The fool, or the fool who follows him? That's the question. But yeah, really just complete opposite to what we expected. Gator doing 6.3 in that BZ, nicely done. Hockey, I mean, you know, it's kind of tough to turn the tide as an E4 being the individual tank. It really is like down to guns like the Foch B of Chopper Misha and Blur. And Blur only doing 400 damage is really, really not what you want to see, and definitely tells the tale of why this particular round was lost.
Yeah, they did a really good job at killing this 140 with this push down the 0 line.
I was surprised at how well it went, actually. I think that shot from Dady really might have saved their bacon a bit, because Blur was going to survive for at least like 4 more shots if they don't find that kill.
So, Daisy with some pretty good clutch plays then throughout, Moff. Mentioned his name a few times.
Maybe he performs better on higher ping.
I thought you were going to say on an easier server, but that works too.
You said it, not me.
Hey, let me tell you, dude, sometimes playing on high ping makes you feel like you're hitting shots that you otherwise never would.
Yeah, that is true. I do remember watching, I don't know what tournament it was, but I do remember watching you play some quali games with some of the South American guys, and they play on like 300 ping, but they're just absolutely cracked with like the shots that they can hit, because they just have to predict like half a second in the future where their shot's going to be.
And that gives us this bracket though, where Burbology is actually going to be the ones to put themselves in the grand finals. They did a good job. I mean, so far this tournament, they haven't really had real tests, to be honest. And
I mean, well, looking at that bracket, you would say no.
I think definitely the upper half was the harder part, but, you know, beating Dopa convincingly, well deserved. In the grand finals, Dopa's going to take Stacked on later as well, which is going to be a banger between the two. And not sure who I'd predict there yet.
I don't have a clue. I mean, I'll just follow you like a sheep again, potentially. But Burbology, job's not finished, right? That's
job not done. But for today, it is.
For today, it's done. They can relax for now, and kick back and watch their two rivals battle it out to see who they're gonna play against.
That comes as the final match of today. But before that, we're going to take a little break, give you some time to relax, get a drink as well. When we come back, we're going to have Cashback taking on Weekend to see who continues the run in the lower bracket. But first up, let's take away some replays.
The Onslaught Legends Series Season 4 is here. But Liberty finds Jockey, and Ketsai, the last one for his team, will not be able to pull the 1v3.
Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
They do complete the Cinderella story.
Finds Akka and it's Twilight and Liberty left one ring because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback. It's going to be W from the Fits of Hell coming through the lower bracket.
Akka blows up as well, and W completed 6-3 two times in a row. OLS champion. And I think Moth Mafia are on victory street here on Himmelsdorf. They completely rewrite the map and rewrite all of the scripts that everyone had. It's going to be them taking the finals in a 5-1 fashion.
Tune in to the action, September 30th through November 9th.
Well, hello there and welcome back, not only to the matches but also to the European server and Cashback after a little break and a pretty large beating by Mafia, if we're honest. Right, they are now facing off against the other Ukrainian team in the playoffs against Weekend, and that, Ducky, doesn't necessarily bode well for them, because somehow Ukrainian teams seem to be Cashback's kryptonite.
Yeah, in the regular season at least. In the playoffs, Keyhand, Cashback is usually a very consistent team though.
Except if it goes against W, right? But there is no W to be found in this playoff bracket. However, Cashback already losing this first match today against Mafia. It was a pretty brutal one, score-wise, and I think it was deserved. So we'll have to wait and see if this little break that they had was enough to kind of reset. So now they can play with full power again against Weekend.
They had a tough match against Mafia, a real hard one. Probably weren't very happy with how it went, so they need to show up here. The predictions are really close. I think it's more Cashback favorite than this, but it all depends. You know, Weekend's been waiting and preparing for this exact match.
Although, it has to be said that Weekend wasn't able to prepare for the exact maps until very recently, because the pick and ban was actually being done while the NA match was ongoing. So they had a little bit of time now, but to be honest, the same kind of time that Cashback had as well. So it's going to be maybe a little bit of improvisation. On the better end of things for Cashback, maybe you can say it was quick against Mafia, so they didn't have to show a lot of strategies, but that is a lot of cope, in my opinion.
It does sound like cope to me, Kian.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, if you're not sure, you can always ask Jakefa. He knows all about it.
Well, I mean,
yesterday,
he certainly has a lot of time to cope right now.
Yesterday he was saying like, oh, well, at least I can watch F1.
My man seems almost broken at this point.
Some people take an ice bath to relax, and he takes a bath in copium liquid.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if any tanks are going to take a bath, because some of those maps have a lot of water. Westfield and Sand River being banned, so those are pretty dry ones. But then Siegfried Line offers some puddles to play in, being packed by Cashback. And then Ensk is going to be our second map. This one's being picked by a Weekend. And then, of course, this being a best of 9, we're going to see at least one round of Himmelsdorf that hasn't been played so much so far. If it continues going after that, we are going to see Pilsen, and the possible tiebreaker is on a pretty iconic esports map. It's going to be on Ghost Town.
If it goes the distance, it has to go the entire way for us to reach Ghost Town. Somehow, I don't think we're going to get there.
I don't think so either. And to be honest, community predictions 52 to 48, that's basically a 50-50. Normally I would go for Cashback, but once again, I was alluding to it already. Ukrainian teams kind of being Cashback's kryptonite. I actually did go with Weekend.
Crazy.
I know, but sometimes you gotta throw a curveball, and I thought this is the match.
Keyhand, you're not throwing a curveball. You're throwing a boomerang. You know what's the thing about a boomerang? It comes back.
Well, will I be able to catch it, or will it hit me in the face? That's the question.
That's not a question. You do not look like the kind of guy to catch the boomerang.
What do you mean? I got pretty long arms, you know, like a kraken. I can just snatch it out of the air. Let's see which of the teams is going to snatch the first point, though. Siegfried Line. Already the map video loading. We saw a very interesting strategy just on the NA server. But 3 days ahead of the meta is always the name of the game. Do you think we're going to see another Jagdpanzer?
Maybe.
I mean, it looked pretty good, right?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, maybe, no? If they consider it a good thing, then sure.
Ooh, predictions interesting. Seems like Moff didn't copy your homework. Instead, he went and just, you know, Control-C, Control-V'd mine.
If you're Moff, you know, like, you copy somebody's homework for ages, and it's always, like, really good, and then one time he fails, and it's like,
I think he just lost trust now. He's hurt internally. Okay, let's open up the curtains for this lower bracket semi-final of the AMD OLS Season 4. It's going to be the Ukrainian Derby cashback against Weekend. And Weekend are going to be coming in with quadruple BZ75, a 140, and double Bliskovica.
Cashback in return, IS4, Object 140, 268, Triple E4, and the Light. So they're opting for the slower style still.
268 is kind of an interesting pick. It's not unheard of in OLS and also on Siegfried Line, but it is kind of committed. Usually you see it from north, I do believe, just basically covering the info tower. And I mean, the fact that they're playing with Liberty in the light tank also means that, well, they would have planes available. That would be the case if 4 tanks had been revealed, but he only hits 3. This means no replane available. Little is going to camp that spot, but no one by Weekend actually committing on the info tower. Instead, they are just pouring into the eastern part of the city of Siegfried Line.
And they're pushing past immediately. Cashback's about to be surprised by it as Clownze comes around the corner. Mindbreaker now realizing what's up. At least he hit the shot to get the ability, the Juggernaut going. They're focusing on towards Little instead. They want to get that DPM out. Twilight not to commit it. Backing off already. Rolling backwards. But Little is the target. That 268, that DPM machine will not be around to do more of that damage. But they did trade though. Clownzik is dead and now the BZ's marching on. They smell the next target on the way. It's Brain Breaker, but he's already hightailing it out of there, running away towards Liberty in that RHM to protect him just a little bit longer. Mindbreaker is dead. He was left to his own devices. Liberty now realizing that he doesn't want to be the one to get focused out either, is going to be backing off. Sunshine with the HE 790 to the back, and now Vladislav and Aka in trouble as well. Weekend come out swinging in this match, and swinging is what they're going to do, but they still need to close out the kills though. Aka being shielded by Vladislav, but he is Amorak. That's really annoying if you're the E4.
Exactly, but now Weekend trying to focus out the one-shots. They get Alka out of the game. Brainbreaker also in a lot of trouble against that BZ-75. He gets picked up by Sunshine. Vladislav between everyone, not to live much longer. And all of a sudden, Weekend starting in the lower bracket, but starting strong, getting the first punch against the team of Cashback.
Yeah, they're not afraid. They come in, they keep pushing. They always have this advantage of an extra tank, like an extra combat tank, and there's people left behind from the Cashback side, you know. The 268 goes down really quickly. Still, there's only 2, maybe 3 shots of damage, but then there's an E4 as well. The RHM in this battle is non-factor, to be honest. He does maybe like 2,000 damage if he's lucky.
Weekend kind of countering what Cashback was doing, to be honest, and focusing exactly the right tanks, right? The fact that you're getting the 268 immediately. The 140, admittedly, it got to run, but they were still able to get the double E4 in the process that essentially was trying to scramble back into the action to support the 268. It was kind of an unusual opening, to be honest, from the Weekend side. We've not seen that yet. Just super aggressively booking it down through the east, and of course it can go wrong. But Weekend really having done their homework here on Siegfried Line. Completely surprising cashback despite the first plane hitting and seeing 3 tanks really boosting towards the eastern part of the city.
So it was a good round from Weekend. Aggressive, straightforward, and, you know, all in all, good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit annoying for them that 2 of their BZ-75s only ended up doing like 1 shot of damage. But of course, if the Bliskowitzes with the DPM stay alive, then, well, it's okay after all. And I think cashback, yeah, they ended up kind of getting caught out in the open. They also, as you said, had the problem of having picked the RHM. A lot of times that tank can be a very useful one to have, but when it's just essentially you know, heavy tanks and TDs with DPM brawling, then the RHM falls off a little bit.
Yeah, that's why you need a longer game for that RHM to work. And
But Weekend were not willing to give it to them. And the thing is, as soon as the Weekend tanks get revealed by the plane, Weekend is like, alright, there must be a plane LT. This means we actually do have DPM, we have gun advantage, we need to press and we need to push the issue.
Weekend play in their style though, what they played the entire season, which is that aggro pushing. Cashback not ready for it.
No, Weekend, they found a lot of success with this kind of very aggro style in the phase 1 of the season 4. In phase 2, not so much anymore. And here, this is the phase 1 that we are talking about. Weekend with that 3-2. And I very vividly remember watching this match because Weekend actually should have won 3-1 there. It was the Sand River throw by the 140, I believe, but I don't remember who it was anymore from the Weekend side. But of course, all of this doesn't really matter anymore at this point. It is the lower bracket, the grim darkness of tournament elimination that is going to face whoever will lose this match.
Second round of Siegfried Line. I don't know if Weekend can go this aggressive again without Cashback expecting it though.
And this is, of course, what makes up the toolset of not a good but a great team. The fact that you should be able to switch it up completely if you want to. And Cashback most certainly are switching things up. Triple Type 5 Heavy together with double Batchat and E4 and Liberty this time not going for the RHM. Instead, it's the Tessak. Very sneaky.
In return, Weekend though switching it up a little bit themselves. Double Type 5, 140, a Hori, double E4, and an RHM Panzerwagen.
Now the Hori, it usually performs kind of the same role that the 268 does. It of course has less alpha, but it gets the 360 AP pen, which is kind of crazy. It just about butters through everything, even through Space Armor, of course, as it is AP. 2 tanks only spotted by the plane of Liberty. He only saw 2 Types 5s. If we're honest, that doesn't really tell us a whole lot. And now Liberty actually does know that Sunshine in the other team has a plane as well. They did end up getting spotted. The plane goes down again. Both of them getting spotted here. A Mindbreaker actually paying a lot for this. Of course, Liberty is going to get the info tower, is going to be able to use
is that worth
now. But is it worth it? That is a lot of HP for info that is on a timer.
It's also another factor here, Keyhunt, and this is a factor that plays into this map quite often. It's the factor of what if Weekend plays a slower game now?
They can, of course. The stage is wide open for Weekend to play a longer game. We can already see them taking the artillery strike. Clownsake and Twilight exchanging spots, and there is even a shot to fly Twilight's way. Takes an E4 shell, I believe that was, to the face, and Cashback, they need to do something. They're rotating with that double Batchat through the west of the map, through the open, but Liberty in that Tessak once again taking a shell to the face. and that one admittedly hurt little. Coming through with that Batchat, starting to open up on towards Clownzik. 2 good shots here, and from the backlines, Aka, it seems like Weekend have found a weakness. Cashback have found a weakness in the Weekend positioning. Good strike, but it's not going to help Clowns.
Yeah, the fact that these Batchats have been unspotted the whole game allows them to come up as a sneak surprise and delete the Type 5. What a beautiful move there from Cashback. The HP still not looking that good. Liberty taking another shot as well, and the Sack will spot out Sunshine crossing over, so they know that's happening. Sunshine will be planed as well, but nobody there to really do any damage to him. Another shot on towards Vladislav now as well. Liberty letting off some shots, not enough to get a replay in though. A good shot there from Twilight, but they have the kill.
They do indeed have the kill, and that's the most important thing coming out of this, because all of a sudden the roles are now reversed according to tiebreaker rules. Weekend is losing just as they have lost one of the tanks, and an important one for a long game on Siegfried Line, to be honest, because, well, Type 5s, they're usually the anchor, but now it seems to have sunk. Maybe it's going to drag the ship with it.
Still early in this round though. Anything could still happen, but I think what Cashback is doing now is very immature. You know, like pulling back fully, readjusting to a more defensive location. Little, can he shoot Trash Panda?
He can, and also the strike does end up getting committed. 2 good shots coming out, and Trash Panda reversing a little bit too much. Vladislav with the shell. Was that a blind shot on towards Little? I didn't even. I wasn't even sure if so. Yeah, very, very lucky timing. And of course, Weekend are going to know that they hit that shot. But so far, so good for Cashback, because not only do they have the kill, they also have managed to like kind of spread out the damage taken a little bit. Whereas Trash Panda, of course, is in immediate danger of dying.
I think that Cashback is just doing a very good job right now. And altogether.
To be honest, I don't even mind Aka taking that shot of damage from the E4, because now he gets the strike in return. And yes, of course, the 140 of Trash Panda can strike him, but that would only be delaying the inevitable. And indeed, the strike does go down on towards the Type 5, so, well, the 140 has to use it to prolong his life a little bit. Now, however, Evil, he finds a lot of enemies. That was a lot more than he bargained for. Takes even another shot from the Batchat on the 0 line. And the options, Darky, for Weekend to make a move, they're growing slimmer and slimmer.
I think there are all out of moves, to be honest with you. The non-connection from Evil with HE as well. This surprise Batchat attack through the lower side, right, onto the Type 5. He never expected it. And that's where the Batchat does really work out well with that burst. You know, they never saw it coming. They had no clue it was happening. And because they have so much combined damage with those bats, it actually works out for them.
Now Hellrap is going maybe to get the jump on towards Aka. Even that is not going to work out. Aka just too quick with that Type 5 heavy around the corner. Now Twilight is going to take the info tower. And I mean, Weekend, they must know that at this point in time, it doesn't look too likely that they're going to be picking up this round. So I guess it's fair to say that Siegfried Line is going to be split 1-1. Maybe I'm going to eat my words. Liberty would be an HE one-shot for the likes of Hellrap, but obviously that one is still reloading. Probably a PCR at this point.
They're still down 2 kills. There's a Batchat sneaking down 0 line, which is Little. Taking over the map. Liberty together with the Bat control the field. I don't see it yet.
No, I don't see it either. I think Cashback have a lot of map control. Yes, Weekend is capturing the base, but that is going to take quite some time. And as we can see, Cashback have a lot of tanks very close towards that as well. The fact that the Batchat is in B9 means that Cashback can also freely roam the eastern part of the city. There come the resets. 1-2 quick combination by the double Type 5 E4 combination, and the strike does end up connecting on both. Mindbreaker able to even reduce the incoming damage. Twilight with a good connection has a lot of HP, doesn't really care about damage taken, and I think for Cashback, they're just now, I think, trying to make their gun advantage work, but they still need to be a little bit careful. Sunshine, actually, to pick up Mindbreaker.
4 tanks are standing for Weekend. The HP is still very, very close. But still, the advantages are with cash back. I said down to some one shot. Vladislav eyeing it, wants to shut down any potential in this round. Kano there taking some damage from the Batshot coming in from behind. That's little. He may have gone a little too far as Sunshine runs him down together with that Hori. And it's 4-on-3 now. That's a big old HE shell though from Twilight. Showing that the Type 5 Heavy has advantages in that department as well. Vladislav now will see Hellwrap in a second. Hellwrap pops ability. Vladislav hits the shot with 505. Will be a one-shot with Liberty coming in with the Tasak, about to go rat-ta-ta-ta-ta, tracking Hellwrap quite a few times, puts it back into his track. Brainbaker with the kill on top of that as well. Twilight facing off against Kano, but you know that Hori gets a reload reduction. Twilight, however, doesn't need a reload reduction. He'll just put him into the grave the normal way with a bullet to the Hori. Sunshine is flipped.
Daily moment by Sunshine here, and dire times as well for him, as the Tasak is going to spray him down. And Cashback, well, they did end up losing the first round quite unexpectedly for them, because that push was certainly unexpected. But in the longer game, they just show their experience. They show up here and they manage to split Siegfried line right down the middle. It's going to be 1-1.
It was a mature, very mature round from Cashback with some really, really good moves across the board.
Yeah, I mean, they took the initial damage, but I think then the information they generated with that, we asked ourselves, right, is it worth it to get that info tower, to take all that damage on the E4 just to get the info tower? Well, Ducky, turns out it very much was.
I mean, yeah, it was worth it to take that info tower, I guess. But just across the board, really, really good moves from them. Confusing Weekend as well. And, you know, Weekend playing the style, which I don't think they're that good at, the more controlled style. And Cashback exploiting that.
I also think the damage spread on the team of Weekend is kind of concerning. Like, yeah, the E4 and the Hori show up, but everyone else, that's not the damage you want to see, usually. Like, to be honest, Hellwrap and Kano were the only two players here keeping Weekend even competitively in the game.
Yeah, that's because the other ones were dead already.
Yeah. And this brings us, after Siegfried line that has no clear victor, into Ensk. And this was actually Cashback's map pick. They wanted probably to play 2 very slow games against the likes of Weekend, but of course Weekend was able to turn one of them in a very fast frenzy. So let's see. Ensk is an interesting choice by Weekend, in my opinion, because does it really suit their playstyle? I mean, they want to go aggressive. They want to immediately force the issue, but Ensk is also one of those maps where, you know, you can play a little bit laid back. So maybe Cashback want to do that yet again.
Now, moving on into Enski hand, who would you favor here?
It's kind of difficult because historically, of course, we have more data about Cashback, but that also means that, you know, player changes, and in the meanwhile, maybe even the callers changed, like the FCs. I'm going to say we're going to see it split yet again, 1-1.
1-1, huh?
What about you?
2-0 Cashback.
2-0 Cashback. Still trusting in the big name. We'll see if it comes to pass. I think we're just about ready to hop into round number 3 between Weekend and Cashback. And Cashback going with the double Type 5 triple Bliska, 1 Hori and a 140. That looks more like a Season 2 lineup than a Season 4 lineup.
Weekend in return though, triple BZ, 140, triple Force B. That looks a little bit more like this season, huh?
Absolutely. The Force B being a very, very popular tank, but still in the shadow of the BZ75. That is the single most picked vehicle for this season, because it just offers this package of, you know, mobile HP together with alpha damage. A lot of spots coming out, but of course no one with the big guns yet reloaded on the lineup of Cashback, who tried to make a little bit of a trap. Remember, those shells by the Błyskawica have an incredible velocity, but if you're not reloaded, then all of that doesn't matter. Weekend once again with a very aggressive move with those BZ75s, pushing it down the 8 and 9 line, but what are they pushing into? That is a lot of DPM as Little in the Hori, the first one to peak, the first one to blow up, gets completely annihilated by Weekend.
I think Little just confused the tank that he was playing, because the Hori is not an E4, doesn't have a damage reduction, and ends up exploding if they hit you. He peeks, he shoots, and he dies, apparently, is the name of the game. But Twilight finds a good kill, though. Aka surrounded by just bees, and Evil has enough shells to kill him. He's dead. Mindbreaker as well. Now the Type 5s are rolling in, but where is the team? Because everybody's dead. They're all dead. Vladislav is dead. It's just the 2 Type 5s and a 140. And it all starts with Little just casually donating himself towards the Weekend side, who are now running Rampage amidst the Type 5 massive Goliaths. They delete the last 140, and now, only now, do the Type 5s finally get to die.
And the extremely good thing here for the lineup of Weekend with that peak by the Hori was essentially that, well, the tanks that ended up killing the Hori were the single shooters. They did not have to dip into the clips of the Forge Bees that basically came in like a hammer after the Hori had already died. So everything in this, I think, probably quickest round of Ensk that I have ever seen this season going Weekend's way. Once again, the supposed underdogs coming out of their corner, absolutely swinging, and Cashback really end up looking stunned, flabbergasted, you might say even.
Yeah, it was a big peak from Little. Maybe he should rename, because
One Peak Wonder?
Apparently. Although I heard you know something about that as well.
Well, I mean, that definitely was a Keyhand peak. He sacrificed his HP for the info that the single shooters in the opposing team were on reload.
This indeed sounds like Keyhand during Clan Wars back in the day. They're reloading. How do you know? Well,
there's a lot of tanks reloading, and they're roughly in this position. And then you have the question, the annoyed voice in the off, like, okay, Keyhand, how much did you lose this time?
you should be paying me like a monthly PTSD fee.
I mean, we have stream tournaments just about every month. Can we consider that to be it?
That should add to the PTSD fee. It should get extra. Reliving the trauma over and over and over again. I just never seem to get away. Just when I thought I was out, they draw me back in.
You know, this whole wargaming thing, it's just a ruse for me to be able to cast with you together.
Yeah, because any work here you're definitely not doing, so it has to be a ruse. It has to be some elaborate setup.
Well.
Can I quote your like status on Discord like last week? On vacation.
Yeah. It was more than last week ago. I've not been on vacation, well, since the mid-season break, actually.
Okay, this sounds like way further away than it really was.
I gotta try to make it sound like
yeah,
it, right?
let's.
By the way, talking about scores in between both of those teams, Weekend they did win in phase 1, but in phase 2, Cashback actually kind of ended up wiping the floor. Although this was kind of in that period, right, where Weekend seemed like they had run out of steam, but today they are looking sharp. So far.
I mean, the rounds in which they're playing, their style are working out for them, and I think that's scary for Cashback, because if Weekend keeps driving at them and killing them, the rounds stack up quickly. You know, it's like 2 minutes you're dead, 2 minutes you're dead, 2 minutes you're dead. Before you know it, you're in bed, crying yourself to sleep. on the phone with Squeezy, you know, if you're Liberty, like, how was your turn? Ah, never mind.
Well, anyway, Cashback there once again looking for the equalizer, bringing some BZs of their own this time. 2 of those together with a mouse, a 140, double Bliska, and a Foshby.
Weekend in return, triple BZ, a 140, triple Bliskovica, just like last round. Another push bound to happen.
Another push, but this time the auto-loading power of the Foshby gets replaced by the brutal DPM of the Bliskovica. But to be honest, the Bliskovica, it doesn't do too well against the likes of, for example, a mouse, because that one actually has armor that when angled can hold up against those Bliskas. Let's see. Weekend, I think, once again are opting to drive over the green side, and Cashback, after that beating that they just got, after the bloody nose that was just punched, they opt to go for the cap instead. Foshby and Bliskovica kind of a little hit squad in the city, but of course, as soon as we can get the info tower, as they get the reset on Mindbreaker as well, they're going to know what's happening. And we do know that there are shots available from the info tower on the field in towards the F line in that street in the city, but I don't think Weekend is going for those. Instead, they want to keep pushing.
Yeah, they're going straight through the north. They will be revealed, though, by the information tower picked up by Liberty, who will activate it in just a second. There you go. The Weekend team now spotted out the strike coming in, hitting on towards 2. Little already in a little bit of crossfire with the 140, but Weekend seems to want that 140 dead. His name has been written in a death note. They want him, and they will try to get him. He backs himself up into a little window, but Sunshine and Clownzik will give one each. And the fire as well! The heal comes out. Does it keep him alive for long enough? It does! And they need one more shot, the fire, but the heal from one of the BZs. However, he's still going to fall against Clownzik. Sunshine is dead together with Evil, but Mindbreaker has managed to die in the meantime as well. Not sure why this has happened, and now the Bliskovitzes are running down Liberty in that Foshby. They can't get the kill though. They need to somehow convert on towards Aka, who gets Clownzik before he dies. It's 5-on-4, but Aka is dead. 4-on-4 now, and I think the advantage is still with Weekend.
The advantage might be with Weekend, but the HP currently are not, although Liberty is on one shot with that. Fosh activates the ability now, desperately trying to get some HP back as Kano coming to drive his way. Vladislav doesn't get the shot into the 140. Kano is trying to find that Fosh B, but instead Kano, he gets the kill. So it is a 3 versus 2, actually a 4 versus 2 here with the mouse down and out as well. Weekend once again with an aggressive opening and the lucky fire, but I don't think that really ended up mattering on the 140 because he did get shut down with a big old BZ shell. Weekend quickly take Ensk. They take everything from Cashback. 3-1 scoreline. Who would have thought?
I predicted it before End started. I clearly remember saying Weekend 2-0.
You sure you said Weekend and not Cashback?
You wouldn't remember.
Maybe it's my old memory.
You wouldn't remember either of the two options anyway, so like I'm not really worried about this.
Well, clip it and ship it his way is all I can say, as we're about to see the damage numbers being done, hopefully, and I think this is just about as perfect as it can get for Weekend, using those BZs as essentially battering rams, and then the Bliskovica, the 140, they just come in after and they pump out that damage. The Bliskovica DPM, the best on tier 10, amplified by the 140.
It's perfect though for Weekend. It's so good. Like you have the Bliskovicas and the 140 do all of the damage. The BZs, they're just there to take hits. And they did exactly that, because look at the difference. You know, the lowest BZ, 1.1, the highest, 1.4, and then it goes straight to 4K.
Yeah, perfect game by Weekend here. And yeah, of course, the tanks died, like the BZs, but do you care? Of course not. Because you won the round, and in a convincing fashion, keeping all the important tanks alive. I think Kano also did a very good job with that 140, starting to enter the engagement exactly at the point where it didn't make sense for Cashback to focus him any longer. So, yeah, good job by Weekend here on Ensk. That was the map they actually picked, and we are back-to-back going to go into another map that they picked, which is Himmelsdorf.
And Himmelsdorf does lend itself towards those quick pushes as well, Kian.
Although, personally, I feel like on Himmelsdorf they are a little bit more difficult to execute. Because the streets are narrower than the area that you usually fight on Ensk. And so when you're actually going in towards a street with like 3, 4, 5 tanks, you sometimes have a bit of difficulty to really swarm and overwhelm the opposing tanks, especially when, let's say, there are E100s or Type 5s trying to form a roadblock. Then the push can really quickly end up faltering, and you might even kill that super heavy, but that doesn't change the fact that, for example, the wreck is still going to be in the way.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of two-line plays as well, though, Kian. Towards the cap from all the teams. If it's a fight like that, I mean, Weekend only needs one round on Himmels to be in a very good position moving into the last map.
But you know what 2 rounds of Himmels would do for them? They would be in an even better position. They would have eliminated cashback from the tournament. So I guess if 1 round can be considered match point, this is considered match map, possibly?
Mm-hmm.
Cashback really need to reset. They need to realize that they keep losing time and time again against those extremely aggressive pushes that are being executed by Weekend. So they somehow need to find a way to stop those pushes, to stop getting caught out. And of course, while the match isn't going, that can be horrendously difficult.
I mean, the lineups will tell us exactly what kind of a game we're getting. You know, like, it's going to tell us whether it's cap or not. And it's going to be a clash of styles, let's put it that way. It's triple E4 versus triple Blitzka. The rest is the same. Triple BZ and a 140 for either side. E4s versus Blitzkas.
Yeah, so the question, I think, is going to be just like last game. Are Weekend or Cashback going to be able to essentially send the BZs as a battering ram in? Don't really care if they survive or not. Just throw them at the opponent. And then will the tanks behind that be able to properly dish out the DPM needed? That is going to be the name of the game. Of course, the Blitzkowitzes, they trade a little bit of flexibility that the E4 has with the turret for a bit of mobility and a lot of DPM. Very straightforward opening here by Cashback. They're sending the triple E4 in towards the 3 line, the BZs over to the 2 line, to the rails, the 140 hanging a bit back, doesn't really want to take damage at the start of the game as Iset gets spotted by Aka. No damage being dealt though, and the opening by Weekend, of course, kind of driving out in the open. Are any shots going to be traded here? Twilight actually flopping that one into the building as Kano with the first shot of the game, and that's quite the important one because now Inspire would be available for Weekend. Iset popping the ability after doing a shot. Weekend so far doing damage where Cashback is not.
They're not even taking the strike from the Weekend side. They're just opting not to take it at all. They want to push again. They want to find something, but what are they going to go for in this one? Evil is leading the charge in the BZ straight out for the open. It seems like Aka is the one that they're going for, but right now, you know, Weekend may be a little over-eager with those BZs because look at Evil in the thick of it all together. They want to go for Aka, but it's disjointed, unlike, for example, Ensk, where they were all together in the fight. Now it's a little skirmish here, a little skirmish there. They do find that E4 with that double Blitzkowitze. I think Aka just came out of ability as well. Yes, Evil goes down, but it's again a more important tank falling for the side of Cashback. It is that E4. I said in trouble in return though. Kano coming in with the 140. Chasing down Vladislav. Little is dead. That's that second E4. It's those important tanks we're talking about. Vladislav misses. He bounces the body block from Kano as well. Very good awareness. Iset with the kill. Maximum utilization of the outfights. 4 tanks left standing now for Cashback. And Weekend playing a masterclass of World of Tanks. Iset will get one more shot as Twilight bites that dust. Hellrap is surrounded though. If he could do one more, it's a good ram from Brainbreaker. Blitzka with a narrow arc. Not able to get it. 3 on 3.
3 on 3 and the HP basically dead even between both of them. And taking a look at the tanks available, Cashback still have the E4 that is able to mitigate the incoming damage, so definitely not a one-shot Mindbreaker. He has level 3 ability active, both sides still with the 140, albeit Kano with a little bit more HP than Liberty. Sunshine lower than Brainbreaker. Brainbreaker must be the playmaker here for Cashback. He still has almost 2,000 HP available. And if we take a look, also Sunshine and Clownzik, they both have ability, level 1 and level 2 charge respectively. They could be trying to heal each other up as Kano gets spotted here. Of course, doesn't see anything in return. That's kind of the worst case scenario. You give up your position for nothing in return. And both teams a little bit resetting here now. Kano, he does see Mindbreaker, I do believe. He lets loose a shot, doesn't find the target, doesn't find the mark. Liberty gets spotted by Clownzik, and Clownzik lets one loose, but he only hits the track here. This means that Brainbreaker can now try and peek. Clownzik, the heal doesn't get him above 650. This means he would be a one-shot for the likes of Brainbreaker, who has a lot of HP still. Good shot by Sunshine, doubled up by Clownzik. Brainbreaker down towards a one-shot for BZs, but he doesn't miss those and shuts down Clowns.
Sunshine on 900 takes a shot from that E4. Liberty with a good reset against the 140. Is he permatracked? That's a big question. Does Kano have Liberty permatracked? No, he doesn't. Liberty has the ability still of the repair kit, and Brainbreaker boosting in brings it home. And it looked like Weekend was running away with it for a while, but Cashback, they settle it and they bring it back to 3-2.
Absolutely, and Weekend almost able to break Cashback here with that great communication and the great plays in between the 140 and the Bliskavitza, where the Bliska ended up doing like 2 or even 3 more shots of damage than he should have, but in return Cashback also with good body blocks able to shut down tanks where it really
that
mattered.
One Bliska, I mean, Weekend did some great blocking with Kano, but that Bliska being blocked there for his last shot, if he hits that,
it's over.
I do think that they'd be in a lot of trouble.
I think there is like 80-90% chance that Weekend goes on to win that round if the Bliska gets one more shot of damage, because that's then one of those 3 guns down that we ended up seeing in the late game scenario. That's actually, I think he would have killed probably Mindbreaker. So, yeah, a great job by those players of Cashback to actually bring it back into the game. And of course, I think it was Kano and Iset with the Bliska and the 140 respectively on the other side of the map. That was also very, very well done. So individually, the players finding the plays here, as yeah, Himmelsdorf 1 doesn't go Weekend's way. Instead, Cashback once again closing the gap a little bit here at least, but they need one more to make it all even.
One more round of Himmels and the story goes back to a 3-3, but we can almost did it there, Kihand. Like I said, they need only one round to be in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, they need one more. Are they going to get it is obviously the question. Because Cashback just demonstrated, I think, something that we haven't seen from them yet, and that is that they can actually react properly to one of those very aggressive plays by Weekend. And I think this push, more so than the other aggressive pushes that we've seen from them, it was extremely reckless, to be honest. They drove into a lot of crossfires with those BZs early on, and I would have actually expected to see even more punishment immediately coming out from Cashback, but it seems like they were taken aback by this aggressive move as well, so they just didn't have the guns in place to deal with it.
Now, 3-3 Kian.
It looks like it.
You really think so, huh?
What about you? I mean, you're going to double back after you get it wrong anyway, just like Ensk. So,
exactly. You figured it out.
But yeah,
I don't know.
It feels a little...
I think Weekend wins.
It feels... yeah, really?
Yeah.
I think those very close rounds, they can do a lot with either teams' like mental and psyche. And Cashback are going to switch it up completely with a style that we haven't really seen so far. From them, I believe, on Himmelsdorf. It's going to be the double T-57 heavy tank together with the Type 5 heavy, a 140, double Bliska, and an E4.
In return, Weekend, BZ, T-57, 140, and 4 Bliskavitzes this time. So they've added a 57, removed the BZ, and added a Bliska and removed the BZ.
I mean, both sides here are kind of going with less of those, I guess, punching bag tanks that you could consider the BZs to be kind of beat, especially in that last round. But now Weekend opening with the 140 and one Bliska going towards the 2 and 3 line, whereas once again a lot of their tanks are going to be pouring into that 8 line, into that banana where Little is going to find them. I believe that's a strategy that we've already seen by Cashback. Little not even doing his first shot, Aka missing the first 2, but Clownzik taking a lot of damage for this first peak as Liberty is down to a single shot of damage, and Weekend are like, nope. That does not look like something we want to engage in.
Looks like finally Cashback is able to stop an aggressive opening from Weekend, shut it down, and do a lot of damage in return as well, because they're leading this game by a few thousands of HP now, which is very important. They haven't really been able to do this all match. Now they finally come around to do it, and now you can see the Weekend tanks. This is the problem with this aggressive move. When it doesn't work out, they just look a little bit stuck in the courtyard, Kihan, and they're almost forced to continue, because if they don't continue, they run the issue that they're just slowly gonna get grinded down by the tanks from Cashback, who are doing really good damage from these Windows positions as well, and are finding success. 1-2 line is won by Weekend, but then again, there was no fight from the Cashback side. They're just happy sitting as it is, but Bliskavica is a really good tank, but it still can get penned when it does that kind of move that Little does. And now I said peeking as well. They gotta be careful from Cashback that they don't end up being too confident and too passive, giving Weekend a way back in.
Well, now Cashback is starting to explode out of their corner. They realize that they are actually cornered with Weekend's tanks coming and bearing on them from both sides. Little going down towards one shot, probably calling for help as Clownzik boosting over in that BZ. The first target and the first one down is Brainbreaker from the team of Cashback. That's the Inspire gun. That is a huge kill for Weekend to find as the first one to be. Liberty here dealing his complete clip, but it doesn't end up mattering because the Bliskovica still survives. Double kill coming through for Cashback. Sorry, for Weekend actually. It is all over the place, but Weekend has 6 guns alive and Cashback only have half of that.
They let themselves get put to sleep in this round, just chilling in the D line, doing some damage, generating an advantage, and Weekend comes in with those tanks from 1-2 line, and all of a sudden find the angles, find the crossfire, find a lot of success, find kills, kill the Inspire really early on as well, and kill Cashback's hopes and dreams of making this 3-3, because it's going to be match point from Weekend, walking out of Himmelsdorf with their head held high. They're looking mighty fine, and honestly Cashback at this point should already be very happy that it's 4-2 and not 5-1.
Absolutely. Weekend with those aggressive openings time and time again look just like the better team between both of those at this point in time in the match, right? They are able to unnerve Cashback here with this, uber aggressive style. And, you know, after the first round of Himmelsdorf, I was kind of concerned for Weekend that, like, hey, it finally got stopped, right? Our aggressive openings didn't work out, and especially in the opening of this round now, it seemed like Cashback were finally able to hold on, continuously grinding down and dealing damage to the Weekend tanks, but they were just waiting those crucial seconds until the tanks that were driving over the 1-2-3 line over the rails had actually gotten the crossfire positions. And once again, we see what happens to a team that actually becomes complacent. They get absolutely wrecked.
Can't be too passive, huh? And feel yourself be like up and chill, and then the Brainbreaker dying here is really bad though. Like so early in the round.
That is, I think, out of the 7 tanks on the Cashback lineup, being able to kill the 140 first is the dream scenario for Weekend. Like, out of those 7 tanks, if you could pick one, you would always pick the 140 and kill that one.
Yeah, killing the 140 is just so important because you're killing more than a tank.
You're killing the DPM of an entire team.
I was going to say you're killing an ideal, you know, and ideals are more powerful than men.
So out of 4 rounds on their picked maps, Weekend actually ends up getting 3. And if we take a look at the cashback picked maps, which was Siegfried Line, Weekend also picked up 1 there. So
I mean, obviously,
well.
yeah, if they win, you're like, they have to win something on another map pick if they take 3, right? On their own.
My point basically was that Weekend looked very good so far with 75% win rate on their own map picks and 50% on the opponent's map picks. And if that trend continues, then we're not going to see a tiebreaker. Instead, it is going to be Weekend in a regular time winning.
Yeah, did you have
just need 1 more.
Did you have statistics in uni?
It was part of my studies.
Yeah.
I hated it.
Yeah, I can tell. I looked at the predictions though, and I see only bad things in my future. I said that you winning, which is not very cool. Actually, you know what? Let Moff win. The guy needs it. You know, when you're when you're that far down the pit, not even Batman could climb out of it.
But the thing is, I think Morph would be the most happy out of all of us. And I didn't think you were this charitable.
So if we're going for maximum depression, we let Moth lose. I see how it is. Interesting approach. I like it, though. I like it. I like it.
I knew you would. Okay, cashback. For them, it's actually not a time for laughing, though, because this is tournament life and tournament elimination on the line on Pilsen here. BZ75, E50M, K91, 140, double Force B, and Liberty in his signature RHM.
Weekend in return. A 140, double 430U, triple Force B, and an RHM. This still looks like a pushing lineup.
I'm not sure I like it, though. Of course, the 140, it adds a lot. But with the Force Bs, does it really add so much? Like, yes, you make the guns more accurate when shooting, but it's Onslaught anyway, and you reduce the clip reload, but that one is long anyway. So, not sure if the synergy between a 140 and Force Bs is really one that, you know, is crazy good. Let's see the openings, though. Sunshine, very, very passive. Liberty, extremely aggressive. Both of those, and not a trading spots, but Liberty actually does see the double 430U together with the RHM, one of the 430Us to take the first damage of the game from the 140, and once again that is exactly the tank you wanted to deal the damage with, so you can be able to inspire your team. But Little, he was sharing the XP with the BZ actually, with the RHM actually, so he doesn't quite have the Inspire yet, as Trash Panda and Clownzik in those 430Us forcing the issue and forcing the artillery strike.
Now, those 430Us do take over control of the east. The 140 is pushing down 0 line, but you still have 430Us in the late game. So we have to see if that works out for them. They do take control of the field, which is something they really wanted, I guess, but they have to be very quick with this. They cannot be complacent. They gotta keep moving. They gotta keep grooving, and they gotta get moving on towards these tanks from Cashback that are left behind. But they, of course, don't know yet where they are. The RHM's about to reveal a lot of things. Sunshine sees Brainbreaker, but the plane comes out from Liberty. The radio tower gets denied, and that means that they're currently kind of missing a little bit of info, but not much. The strikes, they have one. It will get used now. Misses Little, good dodge by him. The second one will not miss him, but still, you know, he has all of the cap horns, and that's good from Cashback. And now you see Brainbreaker trying to boost away. Minus 1.1, 1.2k HP. There needs to be a block.
Is it going to matter, though?
Yeah.
Is it going to matter? Yes, it is going to matter, because the cap actually does get held by Hellrap in that Force B. You can see it in the bottom left of the screen. And Kano is trying to bite off more and more of those HPs from the BZ that is driving away. Twilight in that Force B, also trying to get some shots in towards Sunshine, as Aka, kind of useless in the cap right now, isn't really able to trade away the HP against the Force. And as the dust settles, Cashback ahead in the HP department. But as it stands currently, good strike onto Sunshine. It's always important to reduce those HPs, and Kano seems to be in trouble. He just took some damage in that 140.
Some peaks coming out from Little as well on towards Hellrap. Some readjustments now from Cashback. Kano taking another shot now in that 140. Needs to be careful. They have nobody really countering that BZ right now from Cashback, and the HP is looking a lot better now for Cashback as well, taking that into consideration.
Well, there is still almost 7 minutes left, and we can see Sunshine readjusting, having taken a lot of damage. But currently the coal piles that do hold a lot of those neutral objectives are still up for grabs, and with it, the artillery strike, they also have the one in the middle with that Foch B as well, the 430U, and the busy trading at this point in time. They probably don't really want to do that, and Kano, he wants to stay unspotted because Mindbreaker, he could just DPM and gun him down. Brainbreaker taking another shot by the 430U, and Sunshine is about to capture the artillery strike here as one gets used. Brainbreaker down to a one-shot. Kano now actually getting spotted here, and that is a problem for him because that K91 has a lot of DPM. He goes down towards a one-shot himself. Remember, the K91 actually doesn't have the boosted alpha damage, only 320, but when Twilight has a strike, it doesn't matter. So both teams lose a tank.
Arguably the 140 more important still than the BZ. Nonetheless, Liberty lets a cheeky shot go into Clownsick, connects as well. Little now starting to repush across the A-line as well. But the biggest issue is Mindbreaker in this K91. I don't know if you can just escape from that position altogether. Clownsick, I think, realizing potential of a repush coming out. The Foch B taking the info. Can they stop it? I don't think so. Liberty is not planning towards that. Sunshine covering on towards Mindbreaker. The info will get taken. This will ruin Cashback, in my opinion. It will give away the game. Now Liberty, Little and Mindbreaker spotted on this A-line. The plane coming out as well to respot the tanks. Trash Panda in trouble as 430U will readjust, but the strike comes in, hits home. Little now on the march, the long march alongside the water with Mindbreaker, but they're marching into their death. Trash Panda sits above, sits high, and very safe right now in that 430U. He has another one joining him as well. He has Sunshine on the side. Cashback tried to make this sneaky little play, this aggression onto his Trash Panda. He spots out Little now. He has Liberty in support though. Liberty hits that shot, but Little down towards the one shot. Trash Panda is going to come in for the kill as well, but how much does Trash Panda take for this? He's down towards the one shot. No, they both bounce him actually, and here comes Clownsick, this reinforcement that he needed just in time to pick off Mindbreaker. Those non-connections keeping that 430U alive. 4 on 5 right now. Liberty trying to do what he can, but that 430U is sometimes a little annoying to shoot out. Twilight now facing without ability altogether, only now comes up, so he's not healing any of that back. Sunshine's taking the strike. This could be Twilight dead, and with Twilight dying, it could be all over.
It could all be over. Cashback, it is dire moments and dire seconds for them here. Sunshine grabs the artillery strike, and we all know that Twilight is very low. Trash Panda, though, falling here, so it's going to be a 4 versus 4. This is not over yet for the previous Season 1 champions of Cashback. They are fighting for their lives, and they are doing it tooth and nail, but Weekend currently with the advantage because they have more map control. The question is, can Liberty, the MVP of multiple seasons here, do it for his team? He still has a lot of HP left in his RHM. He has a level pawn plane. Same can be said for Sunshine here, who is going to make the first move. Hellrap gets caught.
Hellrap is moving over towards Aka with eyesight from the other angle. The question is, how much does Twilight... he didn't heal enough. Hellrap in his healing part though, shooting from the back lines, gets a few shots. That's important because he gets a level 2 ability. Remember, every ability of the Foch B also has a base HP gain back. Is it 70?
Not sure right now, but Liberty gets spotted. That is actually a huge piece of information to be had for Weekend that are now down around 1200 HP. Arca, though, sneakily starting to make a move on towards Hellrap, who doesn't see him coming. Hellrap 6 shots available, but that E50M reloads oh so quickly. Takes a shot, though, from the RHM from the outside. Knows that he cannot peek anymore. Actually does respond on towards Sunshine, who's now a one-shot. And now the Foch B of Vladislav, both of them ability active, but Iset falls here. Cashback with the tank advantage. The strike goes down, and so does Hellrap. All of a sudden, it turns around into the faces of Weekend.
Actually, Vladislav had 1 HP, but I don't know if it mattered, even if he would have died. The play there from Hellrap, the peak that Twilight was covering very intelligently from G1. out of spotting, wasn't able to get shot either. That stops that play, and that turns into Aka re-peeking, which turns into Vladislav peeking, which turns into death for Weekend.
I mean, still not down and out, but only 2 players remaining here. They did grab the artillery strike, though, on the 430U, but the bigger problem here for Weekend is that both of those tanks, Twilight and Arca, are not really a one-shot for the RHM if he doesn't manage to penetrate with HE. He's trying to make a sneaky move now, does get spotted, though, and Arca, oh, so ready, shuts down. The RHM gets killed by the artillery strike after, but still a 1 versus 3 in the OLS. That is not normally something that the solo player wins.
No, and Liberty is already on his ass, being annoying, harassing. They start in the cap as well. Vladislav is actually driving through it to take the strike. Twilight is healing back a little bit of HP. I really don't remember what the base heal is of it anymore. It seems 60?
You're catching me off guard
No,
with
it's
that one. I also don't know.
It's 70, no?
It was changed.
I think it's 70.
So.
I think it's 70. So, like, not enough to get him past for 150.
But yeah, 33 seconds remaining, and of course now Clownzik, I mean, he does outspot Liberty for some reason here, as it seems, but yeah, he has to come in. And of course Liberty is going to present himself as a target, but there is Vladislav already with the ability active as well. A Liberty with a rare bounce, but it was a frontal 430U, and Cashback managed to stay alive and in the tournament, but this was definitely too close for comfort.
For sure, too close for comfort. It should honestly be Weekend closing that out even anymore, but they don't. And, you know, if this is a way back in for Cashback, who knows?
It is a way back in for Cashback, definitely. And once again, one of those rounds where it ends up going longer. Cashback does end up with the better endgame. And we see this demonstrated here, Vladislav with some absolutely clutch moments. But I think also Arca with that peak on the Foshby that made the Foshby turn around, which then enabled, of course, Vladislav to take the 1v2 against the opposing Foshbys. Very, very well done. And, I mean, yeah, Kano, I think he was just being over-eager in that 140, trying to chase down the BZ-75 that was boosting away while the cap was being taken. Did not respect the possibility that there could be a tank where the K91 was, but in turn, I mean, Cashback almost throwing it with that medium repush that completely fell to pieces. Like, at that point in time, when the medium repush ended up getting shut down so brutally, I thought we can tag it, to be honest. I thought they were very far ahead.
Yeah, no. When the A-line crossed, and when Trashpanda survived through the volley because of 2 non-connections, I also thought, like, oh wow, look, they're winning it. It's over. But then Cashback made a great recovery.
And they say to the God of Death, not today, but maybe tomorrow, or maybe still today, because Weekend still on a match point. It is still one more round required for them to win, and even if it goes to a possible tiebreaker, I think we all know that, I believe it was the first round of Ensk, the one that was Opus so quick, where Weekend did a magic trick and a whole read disappeared in seconds. That one, of course, gives tiebreaker advantage. If nothing super crazy happens on this Pilsen round now, and, you know, Cashback essentially teleport into the cap and the game ends in 30 seconds.
Sure. That was a great recovery from Cashback. They still got it in them. Tiebreaker is still possible, Kian.
It is a possibility, but of course the Weekend players would love to end the match now. Whereas, I have to say, even though I predicted 5-3 for Weekend, so it would be the perfect ending to my prediction, I love seeing tiebreakers when it's tournament elimination time. So I would be okay with both. Weekend winning here for my prediction, or it going to tiebreaker. I actually don't mind.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't mind that, would you? Huh?
I mean, tiebreaker time is always a cool thing to see.
Actually, if it goes tiebreaker, Moff has a chance of winning. Come on.
Okay, I want weekend to win.
See.
Let's see though. Cashback coming in with an IS-4, double T57, double Type 5, a Batchat, and an E50M.
In return, weekend RHM E4, double 4-SPI, 430U, 140, and a Type 5. They seem to like that 430U.
And last game, it was dealing out a lot of punishment against the opposing mediums, out of which there aren't that many in the cashback lineup right now. Only a Batchat and an E50M. Also, it should be said, cashback starting here in, once again, possibly their last round in the tournament with around about 3,000 HP advantage. Just because of the lineup difference that has been selected by the respective teams. But now Weekend coming in and focusing a lot around the cap with all of their tanks, but Cashback with even more focus. And this time around, actually Cashback the ones to send a Batchat in towards that E1 strike. And as we see, Weekend not with a double for speed to counter that one, as the light tank by Weekend probably should start taking the coal piles rather soonish, because Cashback, they didn't select to bring one here. So sooner or later, Cashback are going to have the advantage in the western part of the map.
But both teams so far seem happy with the positions. They seem okay with it.
I think currently Cashback, even though they have taken the only damage of the game so far, should be happier. Because every single game where it ended up going a little bit longer, it was them who won.
They don't seem to believe it fully, though, from the start of Weekend. They don't seem to believe everything is there.
No. I mean, in matches like these, it should be... yeah, you should be careful about what you do, especially when you're at the brink of eliminating a very achieved team from the OLS. There was a single shot of damage in towards IZ. I believe that one came from Brainbreaker, who burned his ability for it, to be honest. But still, as we all know, the old truth holds up even here. Damage is damage.
You see rotations happening now for Weekend, even the E4 coming across. They're really not sold on this idea of City altogether. They really think it's a bait. Some sort of a trap. It's like, you can see them, they're like not believing that it's City.
I mean, at the same time, Little's rotation here alone with the Batchat, that is an extremely risky one to make. What would happen if, like, Weekend had already pushed up on the field and they essentially, like, had a double for speed to engage on towards the Batchat? Like, Little would just die. Yeah, let's see. Hellrap, he was on the long reload, so that is going to mean that he once again has 6 shells. The entire drum has been reloaded, and Little, I think he realizes he is very, very far forward and has to play a very careful game, as I said, is going to take the artillery strike on the field. That is the first kind of action that we see that is going to be visible to either team in the past few minutes, because of course the communications towers have not been taken either. Little still holding on to the artillery strike of his own, but he lets IZ take it. He doesn't reset it with the strike of his own, probably deems it not worth, and I agree with that. Yeah, with that assessment. As Little, he has used 1 shell, but no damage done with it. But now, of course, as his position was revealed, he's going to back away, and all the better for him, because Weekend have started blinding those bushes as well.
So Weekend takes a strike, Little has a strike, but it's a very, very slow game. You can see how tense both of these teams are right now, Kihan. Not wanting to make the mistake that brings it to tiebreaker, or, of course, puts it across the finish line for Weekend.
Well, let's see. I think Weekend are cautiously starting to explore the possibility of the thought that there is no one on the coal piles.
You think so? After like 4 minutes? Oh,
Yeah.
Sunshine's going for the info. He's about to know everything.
And that might be a problem for Cashback, or will it? Because this will mean that, Weekend are going to take a lot of those neutral objectives essentially for free. Sunshine hasn't committed yet, though. Is a little bit afraid still. Weekend, they are just so afraid of making a mistake. Maybe their inaction in itself is just that, a mistake.
They will start taking a lot of strikes, so there's another one up on the field key, and that now getting taken by the 140. It's going up, the Arsenal. Twilight and Hellrap not trading it out either. I think Cashback, the clock is ticking, and it's ticking quicker and quicker. You know, unlike Interstellar, where you go to a planet and it's a few years for every hour, in this case, the longer time goes, the more weapons achieved by Weekend. It's 3 times strike. They need to make their move before there's 5.
Absolutely. The timer is on, and Twilight has already taken some damage in the Type 5 of his own. Clowns, of course, might be hung out to dry by his team. We can see on the minimap there is absolutely no one that's able to cover him, but the good thing for him is the opponents don't know that he's there either, at least yet, at least so far, so he might be a nasty surprise. And actually Arca probably calls it clear, which is, as we can see, the all-knowing observers, a mistake. I said finally going for that info tower. Is there someone that can reset him for it? I don't think so. So Weekend are just going to gobble up more neutral objectives. The strike lands, and it lands.
And it was really good as well, and you want to know why it's so good? It's for Trash Panda strike.
Yeah, Trash Panda now on level 3 ability, and he also takes another one.
He's taking another strike. I think that's the big issue. I mean, they can strike Trash Panda to try and deny him. They will. He ends up taking a shot instead of a strike, which I don't know if it was that worth. And Cashback realizes they are now starting to push out of all angles. But Sunshine's in A1. Clownzik misses that one, though. Mindbreaker is just kind of going nowhere. They want to get Trash Panda out of the game. There's another strike hitting now on Little and Brainbreaker, who are having Trash Panda isolated from the other side. But there is the damage. All of the weapons have been used for Weekend, all of the strikes, and they do find Trash Panda, but the cost is pretty severe as Hellrap and Evil are clipping from either side. They're starting to find the targets as well, Hellrap facing, but they're not able to consolidate that damage onto one target. They are able to do a lot of it though, but they're not able to get anybody out of the game. And Evil still facing Liberty down towards a one-shot. Evil pops the ability and heals forward Aka from behind. Can Cashback somehow get gun after gun, because it's the only way back in for them? They've done it once, can they do it twice?
Let's see here as Evil is in a pickle. He has the Batchup behind him, the E50M in front of him. He does blow up, so it's 2 unanswered kills for the team of Cashback, but the HP still so far in favor, and that is starting to cost the Season 1 champions. Clownzik, though, still going down. That means 4 tanks only available in this match point round for Weekend, but now I said he is continuously pumping out that damage here. Vladislav taking damage as well, the 140 able to cover it, and here we can see that is a lot of crossfire coming in for Weekend. All of their guns in the game, and Cashback, they're up against the ropes. Aka down towards a one-shot. Is Iset going to pick it up? He opts not to go for the aggressive peak, at least so far. Is afraid of that 700 alpha.
He also knows Sunshine is taking a strike on the east. That HP from Sunshine will delete somebody. Brainbreaker facing Hellrap. He dies. Hellrap will heal most of his back as well. Hellrap finds another. That's a quick double. Sunshine now with Aka on the ropes, and Aka in the grave, and the rest of the team not far behind. Weekend, they had a really rough phase 2 in the OLS, but that little bit of magic, they maybe even smell the leftovers from W in that lower bracket, who have gone there through that before, and they could smell Frugo's cooking. Even though he's no longer in the kitchen, they will end up beating Cash back out of this tournament altogether. They are going to be relegated to spectators as Weekend takes it 5-3.
And Weekend here, the first round for them where it is actually a long game that they managed to take. and keep the upper hand. So demonstrating a bit of growth as a team together on a tactical level as well in this last round of the lower bracket semifinals. So Cashback, they entered the playoff stage here with really high hopes. They came into the upper bracket, got absolutely smashed by Mafia, and then also lost the Ukrainian derby, are not going to be with us anymore for the final matches tomorrow.
No. Good stuff there from Weekend. Very passive, very afraid in this one, but they end up bringing it across. And I will say what I think is a big difference maker there is you can count it up. The amount of damage that came out of the strikes there is, in my opinion, the difference maker.
900, so 1800, 2700, 3600. Yeah, that's an.
And then Sunshine has some as well. So it's like a full tank died from strikes.
And that it was, I think, down to the fact as well that Cashback were very complacent, right? They were just sitting there and probably talking about what to do, but not acting on what to do. And I think there were even weaknesses in the way that Weekend played. I think the single Type 5 that was split off, Clowns, he was alone at some points in the game. But Cashback were just unable to, take any kind of action because they were also missing information. And I think Weekend, they were super, super slow because I think they just couldn't believe their good fortune of being handed so much map control. So, yeah, this was just a case of Cashback almost rolling over and dying willingly, which is crazy to think of such an achieved team.
No, it's amazing for them. For Weekend, that they're making it through this lower bracket. Like I said, it's been done before, right? W did it once, a reason, and they were also the underdogs when they did it. Like they came as a complete surprise through that lower bracket.
Are we witnessing the rise of a new era?
It's really early to be saying something like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question can be asked, right? Because this was actually the conclusion of the matches on the EU server for today. We have left 3 more treats on that one tomorrow, but talking about treats, we are going to get yet another elimination match, Ducky, because while all of this has been going on, the 2 American teams that we are still going to see now, which is, well, Dopamine, that didn't end up looking too hot in their first match today. They're actually going to take it up against Stacked in the OLF lower bracket finals. So we'll be right back to the action after some replays. See you soon.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to, well, yet another elimination match, and it wouldn't be a tournament stream without me forgetting to unmute myself. But here we are, it's going to be stacked against Dopamine, NA's finest, and to be honest, a little bit of an upset that we see this match already, and in the lower bracket. This means one of those teams is not going to make it to the finals.
No, you're absolutely right, Key, and you're right. It's always on the bingo card that we have some sort of technical issue going on. But I think you're right. Most people would probably consider these to be the two best teams in NA. But Burbology, you know, like they are that third team in that like triangle of the greatest that NA has to offer. And Stacked, we have not seen them play yet today. And you can see by the jerseys, the 4 green ones right in the middle, a lot of them have former WCI experience as under the Smile roster before. And they will be going back there again in a few short weeks. Dopamine also have that experience on the team in the form of PM. But Dopamine, they did not deliver what we expected in that upper bracket final. And now, potentially, they have to go up against a stronger opponent. But they did beat them already.
They did beat them already once. Can they do it twice is the question. That has to be answered now. There can be only one of those two teams advancing, and the community, to be honest, despite everything that happened before, they still see Stacked ahead. 75-25, that's essentially 3-to-1 ratio.
Yeah, 75% in favor of Stacked. Perhaps a bit strange. I'm not sure that it should be that strongly in favor of them. But, you know, before this tournament had started, people did consider that they were the number one team of the time. Obviously, it's like those positions in the pecking order is always under scrutiny. But here is the pick and ban for this matchup. First, we're going to be starting out on Cliff, picked by Stacked, which is an interesting choice, really, because they got kind of owned by Dopamine previously on that map, and they don't seem to be afraid. They want to pick back into it.
I mean, this is very weird because we also see Ensk here, and you know, actually, when the previous match in the upper bracket was played between both of those teams, I think both Cliff and Ensk was kind of dominated by Dopamine. Because in those brawls, Stacked never really seemed to get going. So if we see a repeat of the past match between those, this bodes very well for the team with the smiley face as the logo.
Yeah, they'll be all smiles if everything goes in their favor. Even getting to pick into Siegfried line as well. Will we see the Jagdpanzer E100 coming back out again? I doubt it, but I really thought that was such a cool innovation, being able to shoot over the blocked gap in the middle of the map just to get one free shot in the beginning. And, you know, it turns out when you're able to do 1,000 damage for free, that's a pretty good trade.
I mean, any kind of damage for free is a pretty good trade, but if it goes into the 4 digits, then obviously all the better. Both of those teams still kind of setting up at this point in time. But I think preparations for both should have completed. Of course, it is not as early anymore in North America as it was for the first match. So by now, I would expect that both teams have been thoroughly through not only their first, but maybe also their second coffee and ready and fired up and ready to go. That is what I wanted to say. Jesus Christ.
I mean, tongue twisters all the way. But you're right, it would have been quite an early match, depending on what part of North America you're from. If they're on that west coast in California, then they're about 8 hours behind my time, 9 hours behind Central European time. So it would have been pretty early match for both of those teams, both Dopamine and Burbology, in that upper bracket. If you're on the East Coast, it's not so bad. It's going to be like 2 p.m. in the afternoon right now, that by the time this match will be underway. So that's not so bad, but you know, gamers don't like to play super competitive important matches early in the morning.
Well, let's see which team is going to cope better with whatever they are handed with. Predictions, though, they are split. Ducky is saying 5-3, and Ducky, obviously an avid, kind of NA player. He does have a lot of insights as well into that sort of thing, and that makes this interesting because, everyone else is saying it's going to be stacked, although there are differences, of course, as well. Baby seems to have copied my homework, but you have gone with a tiebreaker victory.
Yeah, I'm not copying Ducky's homework anymore after what happened in the last one. I thought his ball knowledge was good on the NA scene, and then Burbology completely wiped the floor with Dopamine. So I'm just predicting tiebreakers from now on.
Content extension is what that one would mean. I wouldn't mind it personally, but yeah, I'm very curious to see how this one is going to stack up. Pun not intended here on Cliff, because it was such a one-sided affair in the previous match between those two.
Yeah, you're right. It does. I don't know. Maybe some stubbornness from Stack, just wanting to pick back into it, but just believing, trying to manifest that they are actually a good team on Cliff, and they are the better team, and maybe they view it as just having some teething troubles that they need to work out, and then they can win on the map.
Well, let's see what we're going to get, because I believe the garage countdown for the players has already ended, and we're just about to get into our lower bracket finals for the AMD OLF Season 4 stack, coming in with quintuple BZ75, a 140, and a Foshb.
Yeah, that's a lot of BZs. Dopamine going double 50B, triple BZ, E50M, and a 140. Double 50B, not in the meta right now. Not very popular. And that's just because the BZ has so much health. You almost feel like the clips of the 50Bs are kind of useless.
Yeah, 50B, you said not in the meta. I'm saying not a fan, to be honest, of those being picked here right now. But maybe Melee and Hockey are going to be shutting both of us down, as the opening sees Dopamine's double BZ going towards the middle, whereas the rest of their tanks are going 1-2 line. They are not going to be met with a lot of resistance there, however. It's only going to be John in that Foshb. So now Melee, the first one to go in, does get spotted, but John not yet reloaded. Now he does end up opening up, but only 2 shots of damage. A third one into Hockey, as he takes 2 in return. Not the best kind of trades, but that is a lot of information. Maybe Stacked would want to erupt into action, as Spirit takes 2.6k to the face immediately.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage on towards Spirit. He just got clapped from multiple different angles. And that's really bad, because he's one of the anchor tanks. Like, ideally, he's the one that is actually going to be forced to block the cap, but he definitely can't do that anymore. He's only got 1,000 HP remaining, 8 seconds left on the cap. There is a strike available, and it will get placed in good time, but it only resets just the one there, I think. So still very much on the clock here. Under pressure is Dopamine, and look at the HP that they're bleeding. They're pushing up. They're just down to 17k HP. Now they're pushing out the one-line Chopper Misha, going into the 1v1 against John in the 50B. I don't think John's going to have enough shells to finish that one off, and now Stacked over-peeking on towards middle. Ferret forced to come close to try and block the cap. And Stacked, maybe they'd be a bit disappointed that they didn't blow Ferret up there with all the guns they have in play.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage onto Ferret, but even less damage needs to be dealt on towards John, who is in the reload with his Posh B does end up completely getting shut down, so Stacked are going to be fighting a man down, but a lot of HP up. That is a 6,000 difference. Repush coming in towards Hockey, who did not see it coming. Drops down towards a one-shot. Ferret falls as well, and the one kill by Dopamine gets answered doubly so by Stacked.
Yeah, Stacked are going to keep the pain train rolling as they continue. Dopamine trying to run away from the donut, but Melly realizes it's kind of a futile attempt, because if you run from the donut, you're just going to be driving into the crossfire that's still available in the middle. The one thing that Dopamine do have right now is Chopper Misha crossfiring from the back of the map, and that is going to drop one of the BZ's. Blur playing high on the ramp in the 140. That's a pretty good place to be, and at the moment, Stacked, they're kind of driving in the middle of the open like headless chickens, not really focusing the fire. Ethan manages to pick up the kill on Melly and Donut. He needs to get his HP into the game, but if you just look at the health that's remaining for Dopamine, they don't even need his help realistically. Blur is the only one left that's holding some sort of meaningful position here, and Koman will promptly rise up and take that away.
And Ethan from the back line still completely full. He even has activated his ability that, of course, does entirely and absolutely nothing for him. But if you have it, might as well do it, right? As Fluky boosts towards Chopper, is using the heal as well. Does he get over 390? Yes, indeed, but it's still roughly a 50-50, but it doesn't matter if Chopper bounces these, and so he ends up getting shut down, and Stacked actually take the first round.
Yeah, they do, and once again proving BZ is still the meta tank of the day, and those 50Bs really did struggle to find impact later on in that round, and just simply the pressure that Stacked put by stacking the cap, literally, they just put them under so much pressure, and Dopamine, that initial barrage that Spirit took, that made the situation just so much worse than it potentially already was, because it meant Ferret had to be forced to go close as well, rather than covering from behind.
And overall, I think the only personal criticism that I have towards the lineup of Stacked is that it didn't have a 140, right? A 140 can just amplify the DPM by those BZs that are really lacking in that department, but I think Stacked just did a good job of just volleying whenever it became available with them. And so they end up with only 2 tanks falling here, whereas for Dopa, yeah, those 50Bs, not in meta, not a fan, and not winning either. Dopamine losing the first round.
Yeah, they get their clips off, and Melly did two full clips, which is like not too bad, but when you realize that the BZ has over 3,000 HP, you know, just being able to do four shots, 1,600 damage, and then your tank is on reload for like best part of 25 seconds, it's just, it's not a good place to be. And to answer your question about why don't they take a 140, it always seems obvious that it's not in a lineup, because it's like, well, why wouldn't you take it? It just makes everyone's DPM and gun handling better. But if your intention is just to sit on the cap and then delete each target one by one, technically you don't need to boost your DPM, because it's just about clearing each target one after another.
So you're saying in that sense the vents are sorry, the 140 is kind of like the vents of
it's
the
the
team,
vents of the lineup,
yeah. And it sometimes is better to just improve the damage output instead of everything.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Something like that.
All right. Well, improving the damage output is something that Dopa must focus on, because after losing the first round, I mean, in a best of 9, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's also not fun to lose either. And if you do it too many times, you're of course out of the tournament. Then again, for Stacked, maybe all of this is kind of a training as well, because of course, the largest offline tournament of the year in World of Tanks is not far away either. But only for Stacked, because they're the only North American team to make it there.
Yeah, that's a huge honor for them to represent the whole server. I don't think the idea of losing while practicing in a live tournament is ideal. I mean, you definitely want to bring positive vibes. You don't want to go into WCI on a losing streak, but it seems like more of the same from both of these teams. Stacked going with, that looks like 6 BZs and 1 CS63.
That means in total we're going to see 11 BZs because Dopamine brings 5, a 140 and an RHM being played by the team captain himself, Ferret the Man.
Well, by Keyhand's philosophy of always using an Inspire tank, Dopamine should win this match because they're going to have the better DPM. And we'll see if that proves to be the case. The plane is used by Ferret and he spots nothing. So he put his plane more towards the 1-2 line. So they guarantee that there's nothing going to the 1-2 line. Or they think they do, at least with their comms, but they don't spot anyone going topside.
Well, Ferret is about to find a lot of those tanks. Those are the BZs in the middle, and I think he's going to select to keep going in that RHM. Takes one shot only by the BZs. Could have been a lot more costly, but like this, he's actually going to take the hill in that RHM, and that is now a big problem for Koman in that Hurricane, because he can get continuously planed. That is why Koman is spotted right now. Another shot connecting in towards the Hurricane as well. And this means that Ferret has another plane if it should become necessary. Blur, though, quietly in that 140 making his way. And this is putting Koman in such big trouble as Spirit is picking up the artillery strike. So they do have leverage available against the cap as well, should it become necessary. And indeed it does. The strike comes down, 12 seconds remaining. Peter, PM, once again taking a lot of damage in that BZ, and Stacked abandon the cap. They go in for the knockout punch against the BZs that Dopamine have in the middle.
Yeah, and look at Blur. He's so far out of the game in the 140. He's completely on the opposite side of the map, so that Inspire is not going to be coming into effect because he's not actually shooting at anyone. So Stacked, despite the fact that they're down HP, it might as well be even Stevens, as they are just closing in on Ferret. He doesn't really have anywhere left to run. Vova has blocked his approach up to the hill, and he will secure that kill. So now Stacked, they just need to keep going. They don't want to let the 140 have time to get into the game.
And now Fluky here splitting off from his team. That is a lot of HP that's actually leaving the fight, but just as many hit points are out of the fight by Choppa, as once again Stacked are re-pushing in towards the middle with their BZs. They're trying to get kills on the board here. They're trying to remove guns from the game. But first of all, Ethan needs to be careful. He's on a one-shot as well. OP to shut down Melly. So it's going to be a 6 versus 4 situation. Dopamine trailing in HP, trailing in guns. Dopamine, they need to get something here, but are they able to? It doesn't seem like it.
No, they're down in HP, and look at Stack. This is brilliant. They're all in the right place at the right time, almost managing to get the kill on Spirit, but I think someone might have missed the shot there. They just didn't quite have enough damage output to finish off that kill in one clean blow, but Vova will manage to get that kill on Blur. Look at him, he's finally in the game, but it might just be a bit too late as John tries to go around the corner to do one more shot. He is unable to get that connection in. Fluky does put the shot in though. OP now going around the corner, trying to put the shot in, does, but Blur will still survive on a one shot and will still be able to continually be inspiring his team here. But again, just look at the HP that's left. They have almost twice as much health in the game, and I don't think you can inspire that much to be able to save your team.
No, you would resurrect some of the dead tanks to help yourself. In that case, they do end up shutting down Fluky, however, so now it is a 3 versus 2 scenario, but Stacked, of course, with more than double the HP. The focus fire, absolutely terrible. All 3 tanks are one-shots for Dopamine at this point in time, and OP Hacker is just a high roll away from death as well. Vova in that BZ, he just keeps chasing, but he keeps grasping empty air, but OP finally shuts down one of the other 2 tanks, leaving Blur in the 1 versus 2, with Vova having too much HP to finish him off in the reload. OP also having reloaded now, so this is getting a lot closer than it needed to. But at the end of the day, if nothing crazy happens, and no, Vova killing Blur is not crazy at this point in time, it's going to be Stacked to take the 2-0 victory on Cliff here. A complete reversal of what we saw in the first matchup between those two.
Yeah, I feel like that was a lot messier than perhaps it ought to have been. I mean, just think about how much of a journey Blur had to go on in order to try and get back into that game. Stacked, there was a couple of moments there where you thought miscommunication and just over-rotating, overreacting. I thought there was one moment, I think it was Fluky, who went all the way to the south to just try and create some sort of crossfire, but like you don't need a crossfire, just group and go, be together, and just focus out the guns. You're right. You correctly pointed out though that they focused so many different targets. They all ended up being one shots in the end. And Blur, bless him, he did 6.5k. He almost did enough to recover it, but they were just at such a deficit.
Yeah, and Coman with the Hurricane just completely getting countered by that combination of the RHM and the 140. But at the end of the day, it didn't end up mattering because the combined power of 6 BZ75s was enough to push Stacked over the finish line on Cliff to take the map even 2-0. That certainly is a turnaround from what we saw earlier in between both of those teams. And if I remember correctly, Ensk also went 2-0 the way of Dopamine last time. What do you think?
Well, I mean, if there gets a reversal on that map as well, then we could basically just call this done. If Stacked go up 4-0, there's almost no way that you recover from that kind of a situation. But you're absolutely right. That's such an important battleground early on in this match. The fact that Stacked can secure the 2-0 psychologically is great for them, and such a mental blow for Dopamine, who consider themselves to be better on that map. But one thing that I found so interesting about that last battle is normally when there's a light tank in play, you can never go into the G2 pocket where Coman was in the CS63 and the Hurricane. But because the light didn't hit anything with the plane at the start, he probably assumed there was no light tank and that he could just go and sit in G2 and be completely fine.
True, actually. The fact that the plane didn't hit anyone means that they weren't aware there was a plane, so they commit the Hurricane that then ends up dying. It's
5-head.
I mean, a completely logical chain of events, but it is essentially a defeat for the light tank turning into a victory for the team, ironically enough.
Yeah, I think Coman did eventually go down, but it's just the fact that Blur committed to that play all the way around the back. That really, really did cost them in the end. Even though he does so much damage, it really does just cost them the round. But they'll have to try and set that aside and compartmentalize it mentally. Dopamine, they need to hit back with a round here. You don't want to go down to 4-0 and face all of those match points in a row. They're going to try that with double BZ, a Type 5, 140, Foshby, and double E4.
Actually, I do have a bit of information for you. There is going to be a restart because apparently one of the players is having technical problems. So the lineups that we just saw here are, of course, not going to be the final ones. And, I mean, we, of course, want that both teams, doesn't matter which one called the restart here, are going to be playing at full strength. The restart also, according to the Onslaught rule set, was called in time, which is during the in-game countdown. So no issues there. I guess we are going to have to quickly wait for everything to be restored. One of the players seems to be having a disconnect, but after that we'll keep going. Maybe this is giving Dopamine the breathing room that they need to kind of mentally get into a different spot. Because I guess they probably thought, hey, stack picking Cliff is great. We're going to school them 2-0 yet again, and now, after Cliff, we stand at a 2-0 stack victory.
Which team was it that had the disconnect? Maybe Dopamine even did a tactical DC to buy some more time?
I have to disappoint you here. It was actually stacked with Coman coming out, it seems. So,
maybe he's an imposter.
No, maybe the fact that he was only able to do one, shot of damage on Cliff in the CS, it just, made him pull out his LAN cable, and now it's just restarting the router time, something like that. But no, of course, the restart was called in time. I think both teams are thoroughly interested in this match being played at full strength for both teams, because otherwise, how can you know who is actually the better one?
Maybe, but it's always going to be easier to win if you're in a 6 versus 7, and I think teams like winning more than they do the pride of knowing their opponents at full strength.
Well, either way, it's not going to matter, because this is what restarts are for at the end of the day. I guess if Dopa could, they would restart the entire match. But that is not an option.
Yeah, timeout. We weren't ready to play. Let's just go back. Can we restart? Can we run it back on Cliff? I don't think so. Stacked will have that 2-0 advantage locked in. And, you know, 2-0 is a nice place to be. It's not the be-all and end-all, though. Best of 9, you can quite easily pull it all the way back.
Yeah, I think 3-0 and especially 4-0 are the times when you're really in trouble. Although I think we have seen full-on remontadas in the OLF playoffs especially as well.
Maybe in OLF. I don't think we've ever seen the complete reverse sweep in a best of 9 on the EU server. That would have definitely been something that stuck in the brain for a while.
I think I actually looked it up for last playoffs, and there I found it was either season 1 or 2 in the OLF. Or maybe even in one of the OLCs. But a reverse sweep has actually happened. But it was an obscure lower bracket game. I mean, certainly neither of those two teams were involved in that.
I mean, we had a reverse sweep during Phase 2 where Mafia were up 3-0. But that was in a best of 7, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it's only 2 games difference, right, between best of 7 and best of 9. But essentially, it just changes the dynamic. It changes the dynamic so much of the entire match. Like it's basically like we're getting a little bit into math and theory here, but you know, of course, best of 5 to best of 7 is the same kind of step up as best of 7 to best of 9. Like you just keep making the match so much longer. The psychological effect of winning or losing a map 2-0 and then being on match point already or not, it is just absolutely huge. So yeah, stacked against Dopamine. Finally, both teams are back in it. And Dopamine hoping still to take the first round here with double BZ75, Type 5 Heavy, double Foshby, and double E4. Still switching around a little bit though.
Yeah, just a little bit of musical chairs. Stacked bringing double BZ, a Mouse, Bliskovica, more musical chairs, triple BZ, Mouse, Bliskovica, Foshby, and an E4. Some last second switching going on as the teams try to figure out what strat they are going to run. Again, though, Stacked, they're bringing a Mouse, like we saw in the upper bracket match. Teams, it was Burbology that were bringing E100s. Like some NA teams not really liking playing Type 5 Heavy, preferring the classic German Super Heavies.
Chopper getting spotted on the field though in that BZ. Was that actually one of the tanks that is crossing to the A line? I don't think so. Maybe it was the BZs that are in the cap as of now. As Vova in the Bliskovica is going to set up shop in the E0 position, and he's probably hoping that someone will try to overpush him. Because behind him, of course, is the Foshby of Koman, just waiting there as PM in the Type 5 goes close to the cap as he has to. First resets come through on the Mouse, but they don't really matter as much as all of a sudden Stacked. They do the bait and switch. They erupt off the cap. They're trying to swarm PM. The strike is going to come down, and that is a nice 1800 damage in towards the tanks that just pushed off here. Spirit also not taking a lot of damage so far. This is a great opening by Dopamine by the looks of it, but Spirit might end up getting caught here in that BZ75.
And he does get caught, and the damage taken by Stacked is a lot, but it doesn't really matter if you manage to focus out the guns. Now Ethan getting caught sideways on in the Mouse, Ferric being able to get a nice good few shots in there for free, but the HP is still pretty even between both of these teams. That health advantage that Dopamine had is not as much as it once was, but now PM and Ferret, they're getting repushed again. Stacked just only playing in the middle of the map here. They don't want to deal with any of the extremities, and Ferret is trying to run away in that Fosh B, but Vova is fast, equally extremely fast in that Juggernaut TD. The Bliskovitzer does have the Alpha to manage to secure that kill, and still stacked with the gun advantage. I mean, Dopamine, they're re-pushing back across. They managed to take down OP Hacker before he can get to safety. Koman has a good ability timing here as he tries to clip out towards PM. He just needs one more shot to connect it, and he does. That means Vova doesn't need to waste a shot and can focus on towards Hockey. Hockey manages to get John in return, though, and it's into a 3 versus 4. Somehow Dopamine have turned it around.
Somehow Dopamine seem to be turning it around as the Fosh B of Koman is now on the long reload. Once again, it's all up to Vova and Fluky right now because the Fosh B doesn't really seem to be handling that well. Even Melly to shut it down, and Vova is tracked in that Bliskovitzer. The narrow gun arc, the bounce even there, Morak onto Vova. It's all falling apart for Stacked in this round number 3 of the game. Ensk is the map picked by Dopamine, and they end up converting the first round, putting a round on the board, and that means, Morph, we have a match on our hands.
It definitely seems so, and I just wonder again, how much damage does Blur actually do in that 140? Because Stacked, they wanted to go for a push. They did manage to get Spirit, to their credit, but I think at that point maybe they should have just kept going, but they continually just kept re-pushing back across the rails, and every time they did, they got shot in crossfire from guns that weren't or wouldn't necessarily have been in the fight otherwise, and eventually the damage dealt took a toll on their HP, and they kind of run out of steam.
They simply ran out of HP, and normally when a tank does that, well, he ends up a wreck. And of those, there were 7 in the team of Stack this round. But yeah, the damage coming out from Dopa this time around a lot better. The only one not really able to, you know, live up to the hype in this game, maybe Ferret, but then again, like, he could just claim callers, disadvantage. He was just busy calling. The same for OP Hacker, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, both the team leaders at the bottom there. I mean, to be fair, Ferret did like roughly a clip of damage, and ideally in the Fosh you want to get about 2 clips. You want to get one for free and then come back and get a second one. But that's usually a bonus clip, right? And unfortunately, he was the focus for Stacked. I don't think he actually did anything terribly wrong there in getting caught. It just because they had to push all the way back across in order to kill him. So it's not like he was a freebie.
Oh, and I just checked, even though Ferret died, he was able to heal back 1000 HP. So that essentially means that he made himself so much harder to kill. It just took so much more time as well, right? 1000 HP, if you have to kill that, for example, in a BZ, that's 2 reloads. That is a lot of time. But yeah, the first round on Ensk going Dopamine's way, and that is kind of more what a lot of the, you know, knowers and people familiar with the North American scene were predicting. Because, well, I was speaking with some of them, and they were saying, like, hey, recently Dopamine has been really good with brawls, whereas Stacked kind of sucks in those situations right now. But Stacked seems to have been able to, at least on Cliff, to turn it around. But Ensk, an entirely different matter, and there Dopamine once again in the brawls ahead.
Well, if that's the logic, then technically the damage is already done, right? Because if they can trade out evenly on the maps that, in theory, don't favor them as a team in their playstyle, then it's not so bad. I mean, you know, after a 2-0 lead, you'd really love to just try and trade out the rest of the maps 1-1, because then you'll just always have that buffer. But if Dopamine come back with another one, then we can just, you know, wipe the slate clean.
Well, let's see if Dopamine are able to bring the score to 2-2, all even, as Stacked are looking to actually bring a lot of HP to the second round of Ensk. That is a quadruple type 5, together with a BZ, 140, and an E4.
That's very scary indeed. Dopamine bringing triple BZ, 140, double Blisker, Fosh B. Quad type 5, I mean, we've seen teams play with a lot of types on Ensk before in the OLS. It did not go particularly well. they did kind of just end up getting farmed, and they haven't been running a sort of setup that we've seen from Weekend a number of times. Double Bliskovitza and all those BZs together with the Inspire tank or Blur avoids taking early damage in his 140, but they now know about all of those Type 5s.
What are they going to do with that information is the question, as the city gets taken over by the tanks of Dopamine, who also start taking the first strike. Meanwhile, Voba in that 140 has already collected one, and of course the 140 picking up a strike like that is extremely important because he can generate enough experience with doing damage at any point in time. Now full information available for both teams because both information towers have been used. There goes the second one on towards the team of Stacked, as Ethan peeks in that Type 5. Doesn't want to overexpose, of course, because as healthy as a Type 5 is, it can still die against the combined fire of potentially a lot of guns aiming his way, but it turns out no one is actually doing that. Instead, John is going to take the second position, and Melly is taking the first shot of damage for the team here in Dopamine. John thinks better of peeking here, as Ferret is going to peek in the Bliskovitza, but the pen in that TD in the Polish Tank Destroyer actually kind of low, so he ends up bouncing that one, and in comes the repush from Dopamine with Choppa, with Hockey, with Spirit, all bunching up to fire on towards Sebastian, who's down towards 1,000. The repush in the south of the map is ongoing, a strike going down as well. Sebastian tries to get healed back by that Type 5 Heavy, as it is chaos all over the place with Boba driving around and kills get traded.
Yeah, they really wanted to find the kill on Sebastian in that E4, but in the end Chopper trades his life for it. Now Vova is going to get caught in his 140, but they're both on reload now, so he's just got a little bit of time, a little bit of distance to break the gap there between him and the rest of them, which means that he will, most importantly, keep the Inspire tank alive. Coma now getting farmed by double BZ, and there's really nothing much that he can do apart from just sit there in front of them and just soak up all of the damage. But while he is distracting those two, they do finally get the kill. Sact is going for a push. They're sending in OP Hacker, their team leader, is going to lead the charge and try and force Dopamine to shoot him in that Type 5 Heavy. He has a lot of his teams. He has about half of his team's remaining HP just on that one tank, and Godzilla, it might be too fat to try and fit through that gap. Hockey trying to just block him off, but you're not going to be able to stop Godzilla from plowing his way through.
And now Melly coming in with that BZ-75 as well, but there are no real one-shots available. She actually fluffs the shot on towards the front of Ethan, and Ethan still gets shut down, but OP, you said it, Godzilla in his element. The gun roars as the tank drives forward. He takes a lot of damage. Right now he can probably not afford it though, because after all of this, if we take a look at the HPs, Dopamine with 4 tanks available against only 2 of Stacked, they are somehow doing it yet again. Hockey though out of the game in that Bliskovitza somehow needs to contribute his HP, but Melly should soon be reloaded as PM shuts down OP and Hockey to kill Fluky. So Dopamine make it all even on Ensk.
They certainly do, and they do it in a fabulous fashion as well. Just that HP, OP tried everything that he could. Like he literally forced himself straight into the middle of the fight, but in the end, it just didn't matter. They just ignored him until they killed the majority of the tanks. And the Godzilla, the Type 5, in the end, it really is just like a walking HP pinata if you just ignore him for the majority of the round. And Stacked had such an HP lead throughout that entire battle, but they just run out. They don't have the firepower in the end, and Hockey just goes around cleanup crew. Look at that. 6.8k in the Bliskovitza, 4 kills.
Look at the shooting as well. 11, 11, 11. Doesn't get much better than that. Perfect. And also Blur, I mean, he ended up getting caught, so he was a little bit too aggressive at some points in the game. And once again, the 140, yeah, it's okay if you die at some point, but the game should be decided before you do.
Yeah, Vova, I think he's a bit unfortunate again. It's like, isn't the 140s trying to cover his teammates that are in the south, but because the rest of his team is just so slow, it takes them forever to rotate. So it's difficult for him to synergize with the Type 5 heavies because they can't really protect him if he goes out on any sort of adventure.
And now this means that both Cliff and Ensk end up going the way of the team that picked it, leaving Siegfried Line to be the next one on the board. And Dopamine, I mean, they had kind of a slow start into the match, arguably. Or actually not arguably, because they lost the first 2 rounds. But since then, it's looking good for them. The team that dropped from the upper bracket, currently on a roll.
Certainly, and now they're going into their own map pick, looking to potentially take a lead in this matchup for the first time today. And Siegfried Line proved to be, you know, a decently successful map for them earlier on. But I mean, at this point, it's anyone's guess who's going to win this match.
I mean, at this point, we are also in the lower bracket of the elimination. And this means that essentially all the safeguards, all the gloves come off. You just fight with whatever you have, and you just have to hope that your preparation was good enough. So neither team can actually afford to be holding back here. Siegfried Line, I mean, all of the teams that are in the OLS, they of course now are going to have had some practice on it with live matches. But, I mean, as it was a new map for the OLS, so it was for the OLF as well. And this in turn means that, of course, both Stacked and Dopamine, they will have trained it, but they don't have so much experience with playing it live.
No, they definitely don't. But I actually really like watching this map. It's definitely grown on me a lot since the season began. Initially, you're so worried about every game becoming this sort of horrible stalemate, but I think it's a good mix that we have a map that has the potential to be played a lot slower. But I mean, it's not a slow map if you ask Weekend, right? I mean, they just basically drove straight through the middle of the map into their opponent.
No map is slow if you ask Weekend. You know, they'll just tell you, just drive at the enemy, easy.
Yeah, if the battle lasts longer than 2 minutes, it's a disappointment to them.
Absolutely. I mean, if you got stuff to do, you know, things to take care of, then you can't afford to, you know, winning your rounds in a slow fashion. You just sometimes is like this. Let's see if the NA teams agree that the map should be played in this way, but at least Stacked seem to be going for kind of the slower game, as we have triple, make that quadruple Type 5 together with double BZ and Wova in the 140. So skipping the light tanks altogether, only one Inspire medium. That is a lot of HP that is going to be driving Dopamine's way.
It is a lot of HP, but again, it just puts a lot of pressure on Wova. He's so important in this round that he stays alive and puts himself in the prime position to pump out the damage. Dopamine going with a bit more of a mixed bag. They've got some E4s, Bliskovica, also 140 Inspired Tank, Type 5 Heavy, M5Y, IS4. M5Y obviously going to go over towards the E3 strike and then be able to hold down there in order to try and reset the cap. Radar tower being taken blind by Wova, not knowing whether there's a light tank in play or not, but they will get full information, which is great news for Stacked early on.
Indeed, and I mean, taking the radio tower is going to work out. Wova even getting the second charge for the Inspire out of it, so really a lot of success for him, as Melee is going to take the Arty strike in the west of the map, but of course Stacked have already taken one in the east as well, and this means that both teams kind of open up with a strategy that ends up avoiding the opposing team a little bit, as Stacked more to be found in the east, whereas, well, Dopamine get a good number on towards OP that was trying to peek the corner. Blur with that 140 is just going to rain those heat shells shot after shot, as there are tanks spotted in the southeast as well. The double BZ started pushing, but Coleman has taken a tremendous amount of punishment for that, is able to go into the ditch, and now has shots onto Arky.
Yeah, he's managed to get into the little paddling pool, and he'll be able to make his way further along there towards K7, should he want to do that, but he seems pretty content to just hold down here, and that does kind of lock Hockey in place, at least, unless Hockey wants to back off while potentially taking another shot of damage. That Type 5 is pretty restricted in that position right now. But that BZ is also committed there as well, so that Stack, they need to make sure that they still cover him and still protect him. Vova's taking Radar Tower again for free, so a lot of points of interest available for Stacked right now, essentially for free, whereas Dopamine, they've just got the one strike.
And Dopamine probably want to use that strike rather soonish, as soon as it comes off of reload, if Spirit isn't supposed to be taking it. And yeah, being locked in is normally considered to be a good thing amongst gamers, but Hockey in his locked in position probably doesn't really like where he's at right now, because Koman in that BZ, he's going to keep rolling the dice, hoping for a high pen roll in towards the angled frontal plate of the Type 5.
Yeah, and Hockey's height might be to his disadvantage here, as you can see Ethan's just trying to thread the needle, trying to look for some kind of angle, because Ethan's in a Type 5 as well. He's a pretty tall tank. Maybe he could get a shot on Hockey, but it seems like he's only able to just spot him at the moment. And the problem for Koman is that the BZ isn't like the highest pen gun, so even if he can get an angle on Hockey, it's not a super easy shot.
And here we see once again Siegfried line being played in rather slow fashion by both of those North American teams. I mean, Hockey kind of caught, but then again, he hasn't really lost any HP for it. So at this point in time, maybe Stack playing a little bit from behind, because they have taken so much punishment, and OP a little bit more onto Fluky as well. As Spirit ends up trading Melly, that is a lot of damage in towards a hull down MVY. Those shells must have absolutely flown through, or it was HE, because she is staring down the barrel of triple Type 5.
Yeah, it's not ideal when you have a tank that's specifically designed to not get farmed, to take shots of damage for free there. Ferret now has flanked Fluky though, and gets a nice free shot of damage in, for whatever that's worth. But now the 140 of Vova is coming over to try and cover that position, but he can't really push on towards Ferret. Like, he can't get a shot on Ferret without actually committing straight into him. They use the strike on Ferret to try and slow him down a little bit, but Fluky, he's definitely in trouble here, because Ferret is able to just continually re-peek hold down against that Type 5. If Fluky backs up, another shot goes in from Ferret, some good shooting. If Fluky tries to run, then Chopper Misha will get the shot in, and Fluky is now going to go down to a one shot, which means that they could double strike him if they're prepared to do so.
Dopamine so far holding on to the strikes, and Ferret is like, okay, Vova, you're there in that pesky 140. Let's see how the DPMs of both of our tanks stack up, because yes, you got the first shot, but I will probably have the last laugh. Vova getting spotted here, and Ferret probably a little bit afraid of those types. Oh, that is strikes being used, and that is strikes going down together with tanks as well. Fluky bites the dust.
That was great utility as well. Not only did they manage to kill Fluky, but they got collateral damage on towards John and OP. Now Melly playing hold down in the M5Y, but Vova, he's not afraid of this fight right now. He's trying to snipe the cupola of that M5Y, and Ferret was about to leave, but Vova repressured. He's like, oh, I'll just come back then. So Vova now is going to get pushed by the Bliskovica. Sebastian is coming over in the BZ as well, but it is difficult for them to peek in towards Vova. You have to go up and over the ridge. You can't really peek hold down against them in this situation. Sebastian is now here, and they're focusing on towards Melly as well. That's the lower HP target, which is great prioritization from the team of Stacked. And now finally Koman is getting repushed in the water side. Blur should be able to find that kill, and he does so. And now that means that Dopamine, they're up 2 guns. Have a 2-gun advantage here. Eventually some kills go back the other way. They find the M5Y, but Ethan is all alone here. He's in a 1 versus 2.
He's in a 1 versus 2, and Chopper certainly has enough pen to go through Ethan and that Type 5. Now starting to hide behind Hockey, who is tanking the shots and bouncing them on towards Ethan, but it doesn't matter, because the advantage that Dopamine have created at this point in time almost looks insurmountable, with that Type 5 going down as well. It is a 5 versus 3 situation, but even more devastating for Stack are the HP. 9,000 versus less than 5k for Stacked, as John takes another shot by Spirit, unable to retaliate. Dopamine goes down 0-2 in the opening phases of the match, but now have stabilized, have recovered, and are looking to go 1-up against the North American WCI representatives.
Yeah, Vova doing what he can here. He does have the superior DPM, but he can only play this game for so long because eventually Dopamine are going to close distance. Blur moving in with his 140. Spirit takes a free shot though in the IS-4, but Vova does not get the connection, which means he's not going to be able to secure that kill, and Spirit just heals up enough to be able to do even maybe one more shot of damage, which he does, and then the strike goes in as well, so Vova will get finished off, and that just leaves the two Type 5s who are helpless. They're holding hands, but the power of friendship isn't going to save them.
Power of friendship indeed will not be enough for the double Type 5, even though Hockey got a beautiful HE shell in towards the back of Vova. Of course, as a 140, you always need to be wary of those. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Dopamine 3 to Stack 2. And if you're stacked, are you starting to get worried? Because the start of the match, it seemed so easy. But on Ensk, they seemed like they started hitting a roadblock, stumbled, completely fumbled some of the rounds. And now Dopamine in the lead.
Yeah, that's a 3-round swing. Like, from that early 2-0 advantage, Cliff feels a world away right now. And Dopamine are very much here to play the game, and they just rotated perfectly all across the map and took the isolations. And the Type 5s, again, Fluky, he just got caught out. I think that really was like the first domino to fall, and then it was all downhill from there. The strikes that came in, they really just punished them so badly. Like the Type 5, you bring it for the HP, but what good is all of that health if it just gets farmed for free by strikes?
And shout out to Ferret as well, who with that single and very simple move as well in that Błyskawica completely ended up shutting down one of the Type 5s. And then we saw like the opposing 140, it was trying to respond, right? But it really couldn't. So yeah, good job tactically by Dopa here, just outplaying Stacked on rotations.
Yeah, and it's what they need to do in order to win the match. But that's the first time they're taking a lead in this one on Siegfried line, and from their point of view, I guess just more of the same, really. Just pile on the pressure to your opponent. I think it's almost better to end up in this sort of a situation in a match where initially your opponent has the edge, so they're the ones that have like got the positive vibes flowing. But when you spin it around, I feel like it's more damaging psychologically because it's a complete opposite swing.
Definitely, the pendulum has swung around here, and of course, if you're Dopamine, you now just want to keep the momentum going. You want to keep that lead growing that you have managed to edge and to clutch out against Stacked. And I mean, for Stacked, this is starting to become kind of problematic because looking at the tournaments down the line, right? WCI, Winter Invitational, Stacked kind of consider themselves to be the cream of the crop of the North American server, but maybe their preparation has been lacking somehow. Or maybe today is just not their day, but it just takes 2 more rounds for Dopamine here to knock them out of the OLF.
Well, let's put it this way: if you're struggling against your native North American competition, it does not bode well for going up against particularly the powerful European teams at WCI. It doesn't look good. I mean, at least W have the cope of we lost against our fellow European competition. Stacked, let's not write them off yet. It's only 3-2, and they could very easily just tie up the score here. They're going to come into this round with Type 5, 140, double Błyskawica, and triple E4.
And for Dopamine, we're going to see a singular BZ together with an IS-4, a Type 5, a 140, a Błyskawica, and double E4 as well. So I think a bit of a similar idea between the teams, but Stacked going for a lot more of this DPM from the Polish TDs together with brutal penetration from those E4s to really try and crack open the potential super heavies from Dopamine that we can clearly see are not overly much represented. Spirit blind taking the info tower here, full information available for Dopamine. You almost couldn't want a better opening to the game for yourself.
Yeah, there's another person just gambling on the radar tower. They're so confident that their opponent isn't saving a plane from a light tank at the beginning of the round. Like, that could have just been a disaster. He could have got absolutely blown up, but the confidence, it pays off. Spirit does get the full information, and the radar tower is taken by Stacked as well. It's actually a Type 5 taking it in the middle of the open. I mean, he's probably larger than the entire radar tower circle, and if any blind shot went in that general direction, they probably would have been able to connect the shot. But now Stacked are spotted. They are making their move around the outside. It's just the IS-4 of Melly who's in the advanced position. Ferret is in support, but Melly seems to be a little bit exposed.
Well, Ferret is behind her still, and that might be a problem for him, because Coleman with that Blitzkrieg together with John in the same tank are going to open up. You can see on the minimap the 140 actually of Dopamine has made it over. Blur taking a couple shots for that, but now he is in a crossfire position, and an extremely powerful one at that. So he is just going to rain hell on towards those tank destroyers by Stack that have been pushed up. Ferret, though, the team captain himself, going down towards one shot. Does anyone of the Stack team have a shot available? Strike goes down as well and connects on 3 tanks as Fluky picks up the first kill of the game. Ferret down and out, but that 140 might be the undoing of the Stack tanks here, as Melly is still alive. Finally, Bova to pick it up, and this means 2 tanks advantage for Stacked.
Yeah, but look at the crossfire from Blur. Oh, Blur takes so much damage off screen, just peeking in that 140. He's trying to put all of this suppressing fire onto the guns from Stack, trying to make the most of his position while he can. But meanwhile, the rest of his team, Vova, is not interested in A1. He is going for Hockey in that E4 together with OP combining on towards him. But Vova might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew here, as he's forced to kind of run away. Now Hockey is safe from him as well, so that 140 cutting through the middle of the map, ultimately just bleeding a lot of HP. And now the HP is finally going in Dopamine's favor, but it's still very close between these two teams. Sebastian now pushing forward, still on reload here. Hockey might be able to get one more shot of damage potentially, and he does. That's a critical shot. 1 HP! 1 HP surviving. Sebastian's going to have to waste 750 alpha on an E4 that has 1 sole hit point. That is certainly not ideal. And now Dopamine, they've still got that HP advantage. Spirit is going to use all of that health to go and push in to try and pick up some of these one-shots. Coman is now spotted in the Bliskavitsa. Can Blur find the kill sniping at the back in the 140? He can, which means Spirit is able to continue to push to try and find some more kills, but everyone is low HP here for Stacked.
Everyone low HP, and Sebastian, does he have the damage reduction available is the question. The answer is no, so he is going to take the full punishment from that BZ.
Bounce.
That is only if he able to pen that shot. He is not able to, and Sebastian, of course, he immediately uses the ability, tries to get safe as well. For both teams, it would be crucial to take an artillery strike at this point in the game, and Sebastian does just that. He might be able to shut down the 140, for example, but PM trades with OP, finds the team captain of the enemy team of Stack. This means we are left in the 3 versus 2 scenario, just as Ethan finds PM. So now back into the 2v2 we go, and Sebastian obviously wants to prolong the engagement here, wants to give time to Ethan to actually come closer, because together they have the alpha damage to blow up that BZ. As he gets the first shot, he activates the ability. Is Sebastian going to go for it? Because of course Blur might want to exploit, but he is forced to as Spirit starts healing up. The heal not enough to go above 750, and Sebastian, very mature decision making, goes for the kill shot here because he can be covered by Ethan. Spirit, does he suspect it is the question. Ethan waiting behind the rubble. It is 2 guns against 1, and normally 750 alpha from the E4 should be enough to finish it off, but they are not going to gamble it. They are taking the same angle. They want to double peek. Spirit sees Sebastian about to leave, and he cannot let either of them out of his sights. And indeed, Ethan gets the kill.
He tries to peek forwards, but it's not enough, and it's a very tough situation for him there, because he knows that they're just going to double peek him, but it's so close at the end there. Blur being a one-shot. That kill from Ethan, we saw it off screen. He managed to kill the Type 5 Heavy. I thought they were just going to use the strike on him, but the fact that Ethan managed to get the kill, so they could save the strike, who did they even use the strike on in the end? He didn't use it on Blur. He killed Blur with a shot of damage. I don't know.
I'm actually not entirely sure where it ended up getting used, but what I do know is that stacked in a super close round, essentially by the pure force of willpower, with 2 tanks and less than 1000 HP remaining at the end, managed to close up the scoreline again. It is even Stevens 3-3 between Stacked and Dopamine. This means also that we are essentially down to a best of 3 here that is going to determine who gets to play tomorrow and who will be the 3rd place on the podium of the OLF.
It's a very, very clutch round from Stack, though, to win that one out. If they lose that, then it's 4-2 for Dopamine, and then they've got to save 2 match points in a row, which would be very, very tough to hold on to. So they kill the momentum. That was 3 in a row from Dopamine. They finally kind of stop the rot, if you like, and tie up the score. Now we're going to go on to Westfield. Again, it's not a map that we've seen very much of in any format across all the servers. It's just not a very popular map. I mentioned earlier today, both Mafia and Cashback, it's their permaban. They just don't play the map. No one wants to play it.
I mean, if 2 out of 8 teams in a league end up perma-banning a map, then of course you're not going to see it that often. And especially in Phase 2, when you have only, 6 teams remaining. So that is, of course, one of those reasons. But yeah, Stacked and Dopamine, both ending up not banning Westfield. And in the best of 9, in a map pool of 9, well, you're going to end up playing a lot of the maps, and the fact that it was left to the end here shows that both teams normally should be fine with playing Westfield. Now, of course, there are multiple ways in which Westfield can be played. Again, you can go for the quick cap and overpush, bait and switch. You can go for control, although recently, especially in this season, it feels like the more aggressive plays over the cap have found more success than other styles of gameplay.
I just think they can't be bothered to play for the long game, for the surround. It's very difficult to execute, but that's why it's such a difficult map to play, is like the balance between if you play for a full brawl setup in the north and then your opponent just camps against you, what are you supposed to do? It's very difficult. And equally, if your opponent plays fully towards the cap and you play full for the surround control, it's difficult to guarantee that you're going to get those resets. So tough decisions to be made, but I think I know what we're going to get, Keyhand. It might be a BZ Fiesta.
I think we might not only get a BZ Fiesta, but a good old-fashioned fist fight in between Stacked and Dopamine on Westfield here. A total of, 11 BZs, 2 140s, and 1 Bliskowitzes. Bliskowitza, actually, between both teams. So tank variety on Westfield, apparently not a real thing. Let's see if the focus fire by the teams is going to be what sets them apart, because we have seen past Westfield rounds where teams, essentially lost the game by not focus firing correctly. I think that was the last match of the Phase 2. The first shots whizzing towards Chopper, but Melly takes the brunt of the damage as both teams realize, hey, we're up against essentially a mirror matchup. Only the Blisker to set them apart. And I think after this initial salvo volley, it is Melly who has taken the brunt of the damage, but now OP's team, the team in white, Stack, they're trying to group up to get, actually, the jump on towards the tanks of Dopamine. The strike goes down, it connects on towards 3 BZ75s, but Melly, the first one to fall, as Stack once again drive back. They have claimed the first scalp on the enemy team, and this is forcing Dopamine to commit in here on Westfield. Hockey also in the game with that Bliskowitz to pick up Coleman, but the kills get responded back. Ferret also to the grave, as it is 6 versus 5 for the team in white. They're trying to get Sebastian out of the game, but he makes it behind the building.
Yeah, look at Blur, he's just panicking, just trying to escape. He drove straight into the building. He gets rammed by Sebastian. Sebastian, he just needs to turn, but the 140 is managing to circle him, and Blur will survive. The Inspire goes. No, it doesn't. He gets shut down eventually. That could have been all important here. Into a 3 versus 4, stacked down in HP, and they're down in guns right now. John could be about to pick up another one, which he does. Into the 3 versus 3. Bounce shot from Fluky. It could make all the difference here. Vova, the Inspire tank, is still alive for Stacked here. He could clutch up this round, and they are going straight for him. The BZs want nothing to do with Fluky, who tries to torpedo straight in towards them. They don't quite have the ability to be able to kill Vova just yet. They're trying to go for the rounds, but Vova just dodging, ducking, trying to avoid, manages to bounce a shot there on towards Spirit, but just keeps the Inspire going for a little bit longer, but eventually he does go down, and now we're into a 2 versus 2, and it's only BZs left on the field.
It is only BZ's left, so now the focus fire is going to be the name of the game as John tries to get a shot, but Fluky takes 2. In return, PM with good shielding here against Chopa, but now he does end up taking a shot. Still not on a one-shot is Chopa, though. He's trying to go for Fluky, and all of a sudden John is trying to shield Fluky from PM, who ends up whiffing a shot. Fluky coming in here. He has a shot available. He rams into Chopa, but it's not going to be enough. This is going to enable PM to fire on towards him, putting Fluky on one shot. Chopper to pick it up, or John is in the 1 versus 2. Let's see if he is as terrible as his name suggests, or if he can clutch it for his team.
He needs to hit this next shot on Chopper to give himself a chance. PM has such an HP advantage here, but if John can facehug, if he can gun block in the 1 versus 1, anything is possible. PM with the advantage. He has about twice as much HP. Here we go. PM connects his first shot. John connects his as well, but John is the one that's under pressure here. He needs to make sure that PM bounces a couple.
It is a battle of the rhinoceroses here. Another boost does actually get used by John here, but this means in turn that the distance between both tanks grows, and that is not something that John can afford here. He essentially has one more chance, one opportunity, as he's down towards a one-shot. PM about to come off reload in that BZ-75, and he does actually get it. He does not fumble it. Dopamine make it to match point.
Yeah, absolutely cold in the clutch there. PM did not miss a single shot in that moment, and poor John, I mean, you saw his damage at the bottom of the screen there. He'd done about 6.6k in the BZ, but I just thought it was so funny, like at the midpoint of that round, both the teams just decided, yep, we're going to kill the 140s now. We're just going to trade the pieces off the board, make sure that those Inspire tanks are gone, and then we'll just have a good old-fashioned 2v2.
And the 2v2 with the better end for the team of Dopa. PM is going to be the MVP for his team and also in the round, because that's a lot of damage.
That is indeed a lot of damage, and he benefits. He is the victor, the last guy alive for his team, and
last man standing.
Yeah,
Battle Royale style.
A safe pair of hands in the clutch, though.
Absolutely. That was ice cold from PM here. Let's take a look at his shooting. Yeah, shooting 14 shots, only whiffing a single one. To be honest, the BZ gun, I mean, yeah, it can be iffy even in Onslaught. And I mean, on the other end of the table, John, he whiffs 2, but even if he connects both of those, well, at the end of the day, I think PM still had over 2,000 HP remaining, so yeah, that wouldn't really have changed a whole lot here. It's just that Dopamine had the slight edge when it came to the calls in the game, and the problem, I think, here was that 2 guns for Dopa dropped very, very early on to the focus fire stacked, whereas, you know, Dopa wasn't really able to get those 2 guns out of the game early. It was only OP falling, and he ended up doing more damage than both of those early kills on the Dopa lineup.
Yeah, it was very close all the way, though. I suppose the only thing we could really look to in particular to discuss is Fluky's decision to boost into the open to just do one shot of damage. I think what his intention was that he does his shot of damage and then he uses the rocket boost to try and push whoever it was in that BZ, try and push them into the open so that John has an easy shot. But that ended up just not happening. And then after that, Fluky was basically a sitting duck.
Yeah, sometimes you have a thought in your head and you try to execute in a move, and the initial thought might actually be good and cool and, you know, all of those things. But the best plans only last until you actually meet the opponent or the enemy on the battlefield, and then you have to change things. But the problem with the BZ booster is, at least on tier 10, that as soon as you make the decision and you press that X button, you can't stop it. It's going to run its course.
Yeah, you have to live with the consequences of your actions when you press that rocket booster button. I don't think it was actually like a bad idea. It's just the angle that he managed to ram the other BZ at, just unable to get directly to his like rear bumper to be able to push him out, and ultimately that cost him it. I think John also like tried to snipe the BZ from behind the wreck, just missed like one key shot, which ultimately could have decided the match. But this is what we want. We love these close, fine details that decide the match. And Stacked, if they want to take us to that tiebreaker, they're going to have to do it in this round, or it is all over for them in this OLF campaign. They're going to try and do that with double BZ, an E50M, 140, Badger, double Blisker.
And for the team of Dopamine, it's going to be a BZ, a Type 5, a 140 triple Bliskowitz together with an RHM. So Ferret is going to be taking the info tower here. That's of course going to be full information available for the team of Dopamine, but I don't think they're going to be able to reset. Vova here, actually it's going to be Stacked to find PM out in that open, but the no U card gets pulled by the double Bliskowitz, so punish OP Hacker. PM in his confusion almost hurts himself, drives into the building, tries to get away from those blobs of white tanks that were very close towards his position.
It's an interesting location for the double Bliskowitz. It almost seems as though they're sitting in the open, but they are in fact in some sort of a hold down, and that means that they're cross-firing, stopping anyone from crossing in between all of these buildings here. John now taking the strike as Stacked look to try and pivot back towards the north of the map. Spirit is now getting crossfired by the Badger from the top side of the map, but the RHM is flanking through the south here. There is a 140 in crossfire trying to hold him back.
Well, Ethan there with that BZ-75 also looking for shots in towards Spirit, who takes another one. Fluky, though, seemingly found out in that E50M. That maybe was Ferret's plane. Never mind, he is not generating any kind of experience right now, but Fluky down towards 32 HP. That is a big problem for the team of Stack that are up against tournament elimination here. Dopamine looking for the knockout punch, and they get the first blow towards the head of Stack, who are down in HP, down in tanks, and maybe even down and out of the tournament.
Yeah, John. Oh, the strike is going to come in. That's going to finish off the kill on towards Hockey. Stacked down just a bit of HP, but don't forget there's a light tank that's completely out of the game. Never mind that. The 140 Vova is actually giving chase. He's chasing the RHM, taking himself completely out of the game. He is still providing Inspire ability for the rest of his team. The double BZ is combining on towards PM, Ethan, and OP. Can they secure that kill? That would be all important, but meanwhile they are losing control of the middle of the map. Important that PM does go down. No clutching for him in this round. John is the next target to be focused. Chopper is going to get that kill in the Bliskowitz. The HP is somewhat even, but Ferret is still alive. He's ran away. He's managed to elude the 140 of Vova. He's run all the way back up to the north of the map.
And now Blur, of course, with the turret has the advantage here. Even gets the track shot on towards the Badger with the active ability. That's the double track. Ferret to join it. That is 2 tanks against 1 without a turret. That is a dead Badger on the hills of Westfield. All of a sudden, Dopamine with 5 tanks against only 3 remaining of Stacked. And this accomplished team that is going to make it to China in less than 2 weeks. I don't think it's going to make it to even the grand finals of the OLF. They thought they were the best team on the server. It turns out they're not even the best team in the match.
No, it's not looking good, and I think we can say safely that it is basically done here. They're at an HP deficit, they're at a gun deficit, they don't have the right tanks for the end game. Ferret's still alive, in that RHM. They've got a double cap going on right now. There is a strike available for Ethan, but it's going to have to take something miraculous for Stack to save this, as Melly is holding the angle. It's actually Chopper who is able to find the kill, and that just leaves 2 guns left, and poor Vova, he is left nothing, no other options but to just drive through the middle of the open to try and reset the cap, but that will be his death sentence.
Yeah, Vova getting shot, getting held, getting tracked, Spirit to shut it down, and I don't think Dopamine want to stay in the cap here, actually. They want to enjoy the fruits of victory. Blur firing celebratory shots in the air already as Ethan gets picked up as well, and Dopamine, not stacked, are going to make it to the grand finals, where tomorrow they are going to be facing off against the team of Babology that's just waiting. And probably also a little bit surprised with the outcome of the match. Potentially. And now Babology's thinking, oh no, that doesn't seem like the same team that we just played in the upper bracket final. What are we in store for tomorrow? I don't know. Between Dopamine and Babology, like you said, stacked. I thought they were the best team on the server, and they are the team that is representing the whole of North America in WCI, but that is going to be a major blow to their confidence, not even making it to the grand final of their own server. And here we can see Chopper coming out in this last and final round of the match. 10 shots, or rather 10 connections with 11 shots, almost 6,000 damage, 4 kills to his name. Melly not far behind. And Spirit also with that Type 5 dishing out a lot of damage. But I think really Ferret on the outside with that RHM completely baiting Vova in that 140. Stayed alive here. And yeah, it all falls apart and falls short of the grand finals for Stacked here, who really had a good opening on Cliff into the match. But as harsh as it sounds to say it, not a whole lot else. No, and here we can see the bracket of Dopamine's journey into that grand final. It is going to be a rematch up against Babology, who they took an absolute drubbing from earlier today. We did not expect that whatsoever, but the question is now, can Babology do it again? Can they deliver a second knockout blow to the Dopamine team, or is Dopamine a renewed, reformed fighting force? Well, the thing is, history has already repeated itself once, right? With a 5-3 of Dopamine over Stacked. So maybe it does the same here with Babology and Dopamine, but this time around, tomorrow's match, it's at least not going to end with a 5-2 for either team. We know that already because, well, it's going to be the grand finals, best of 11. That means first to 6 points. But that is for tomorrow. This calendar is for now, because this is going to be, well, yet another look at the schedule of the OLS, OCS, and OLF season number 4, sponsored by AMD. Once again, thank you very much. Today is the 8th of November 2025. Tomorrow will be the 9th, and this will mean that we are going to be crowning a new OLS and OLF champion. Yeah, and don't forget, you guys at home, you can be still collecting those drops. It's going to be a Super Sunday. You've got all of those extra tokens to collect just so you can get anything that you want from the drops inventory. Also, Mystery Drop is going to be available tomorrow. Premium days, camos, tanks, 3D styles. It's all there. I mean, for me, personally, if I didn't have it already, I would have my eyes on the Super Conqueror 3D style from last year's drops. That one actually, especially since the little like thingy on top of the gun has been fixed to be actually centered so it doesn't upset my OCD anymore, looks absolutely gorgeous. And what also looks gorgeous is the 2D style Iron Resolve. That one is in the OLS bundles, and I firmly believe that with all of your help we will be able to push the prize pool across the 50,000 euro mark. We're just shy of that. Of course, 100% of the proceedings of all of those bundles across the servers are going in towards the prize pool. Ducky is spreading rumors, but no, it doesn't fund a new Ferrari for me. That would be nice. Imagine if it all just went to
to Keyhand after all the work that he puts in on behalf of the competitive scene. We very much do appreciate that. But like you said, it's all going to be decided tomorrow. Everything has been leading up to it. I don't know who's going to win.
I don't either. But one thing's for sure, we are going to see new champions tomorrow. And for the European region as well, we can be pretty sure that the champions tomorrow have never been OLS champions before, because both title holders are knocked out after today. Cashback is gone. W eliminated already in the phase 2. So in between the team of Weekend and the Polish kind of brother teams of Hit and Mafia, we are going to find our winner there. And of course for North America as well, in between Dopamine and Babology, a winner shall be crowned. That being said, thank you very much to everyone for watching, to Yumov and also to Darky for casting. We're of course going to be rating him after the stream, so if you haven't been able to completely claim all those drops as of yet, then you will be able to on his channel. Anyway, I guess have a wonderful morning, day, evening, night, wherever on the world you are. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Bye-bye.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.